Sljedeće. I wonder if you know how they live in Tokyo. If you see me then you...
Ja ne znam što se
Where
ljudi...
have you go? This is
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Days to Die Friday it is.
Nemam ja mentalne snage da te praspitavam. Ako ti možeš oca da zoveš Sujo, nema potrebe da s tobom pričamo bilo čemu.
Hoćete napolje?
Ako te otac nije vas pitao da ga zoveš tata ili...
Dobro, vrati se nazad.
Ili Dimitrije, ja ti ne mogu ništa. Ja Ćaleta koliko god da ne podnosim nekad i da me nervira i da se svađam s njim, ne zovem ga nikad Đika. Nisam s njim ovce čuvao, ima 70 banke skoro. Nismo zajedno to pameći. I nisam ja njega rodio na ovom mene. Tako da, ne znam, kao što rekao, ti si konjina od 40 godina, ja te ne mogu ispitati. Kad se setiš kako se zovem, javim se.
I wonder if you know how they live in Tokyo. If you see me
To se ja ljutim.
Fast and Furious.
Yes, of course.
Sad će ti zimski kapa na glavu, pite Milan.
Ustani se ujutro u 5:10, krene na posao u 5:30, pitaće te hoćeš ići u one tange gaćice, one što se šetaš u njima i onu kožnu jaknicu, kada si na pistok pošao. Znaš ti da sam jednom provalio? Išao sam bio da kupim lek u susednom mjestu i prolazio sam pored njegove kuće slučajno. Iz kuće je izašao... Ma ne iđu nego, brate, prolazim pored njegove kuće. Auto mu je bio parkiran u 7 sati. Ja sam se vraćao iz apoteke u 7:30, on je upalio auto i otišao kao u Vrbas, kao na posao, znaš. U 7:30. U 7:30. A nazad je već u 11 ili 10, razumeš. To je njegov posao. Nemoj da me pitaš. Nemoj ništa da me pitaš šta će mi zimska jakna. Kad počneš da radiš nešto, javi mi se.
A on radi, kaže.
Aha.
Aj, ovih dolazi. You know when you know.
We don't need no education. Oh my god. What is this?
Ne znam. Ujebate, lik me pucao kroz ovo. Ovo je šitenski, jel?
Kuda? Kroz teleta?
Alo?
Kuda?
Kroz stepenice?
Da.
Šta je ovo? Zna gdje sam kao, a ja ovdje čučno buku nisam napravio.
Jel metak došao sa Norta? Čuješ me?
Sa ista došao, čekaj vidim kako on to
Sa ista?
Kroz ovo je gađao.
Nemoguće. Moguće. Ovo ti ide sale. Vjerovatno mu nije učitana tekstura. Jel long gamma? Po zvuku. Jel po zvuku long gamma?
Ne čujemo ga. Long gamma jeste, da, sad.
Nije učitana tekstura. Šta hoćeš više?
Znaš što sam čuo, ja mislim da je Martini bio.
Teksture nisu učitane.
Ko me gađa ovako jebate?
Na toj mapi znam bar 2 mjesta gdje ne učitava teksture. Mogu da ti pokažem.
Ja znam u daljini.
U daljini. Staneš, ima tačno mjesto na koje ne učitava teksturu. Možda je na prizonu negdje. I ima neki ugao gdje ne učitava, tek vidi recimo vas kako stojite u vazduhu, kapiraš? Vidi vaše modele, ali ne vidi teksturu zgrade i puca bez veze. I ako metak mu da penetraciju, ubit ćete, ako nema penetraciju, nećete ubiti. Stani dole u podrum, iza onog kamenog zida, to nema penetraciju. Penetration!
I te odi ispod mosta. Znate šta ću sad da uradim?
Kreni prema njemu.
Aj samo vi nastavite.
Napravit ćeš mu zasjedu.
Napravit ću zasjedu i kada ću onda se natrati. Samo gas, samo gas. Samo gas, samo gas. Jedan je mrtav preko, brate, mosta ovog, lagano.
Sa shotgun napraviš zasjedu. Hvala.
Da.
Hvala.
Evo ih idu. Čuti. Je mrtav. Ući.
Welcome.
Ubite ga. Bravo. Idem kod ovog trećeg. Dobro. In. Da, vidim ga. Evo ih idu.
Dobro, bar su ubio.
Bombu mi bacio, moguće ovo da mi je bacio bombu. Idiot!
Ubili ga.
Šta ko mi se ovdje? I to on.
Lik beži. Ne vjerujem.
Lov je.
Ne vjerujem da beži.
Alo? To je to, GG.
Preživio je shotgun. A?
Nije metak.
Čekaj, samo malo. Na 5 metara ti daj mi damage, molim te, prema što ti revive. Daj mi damage da vidim.
Gotovo, revive-om.
A jebis.
Vrati. A stopiraj jebote.
To možda mogu.
Welcome.
Na mostu, da. Ispod mosta. Ispod mostu, brate, vodu. A znam, znaš ti ko je ovo? IQ 300 što smo im sad uradili. Znači, navukli smo ih, imbecile. Što ko mi se ovdje? I to on. Razumeš?
Link beži.
Lov je.
Humora. Welcome to my channel.
Najgora stvar što ja...
75 damage u torzo.
Alo.
Aaaa!
Alo, Snake. Znači ja ubijem onog pred, brate, to je ovog ovdje na 10, brate, metara, a ovog što mi je bliže, kao, manje damage.
Šta to igrate? Hunt?
Idiot!
Ne daj Bože.
Ušto ko mi se ovdje? I to on!
Ne daj Bože.
Link beži.
Lov je! Normalno. Malo mozga, ma to nikad ne bi. Čuš da ti kreneš...
Slušaj me dobro, Peđi. Alo. Slušaj me. Leva ruka 57 damage-a, stomak 80 damage-a. Me čuješ?
Čujem ništa za 5 damage-a.
Znači ne prsa, već stomak 80 damage-a, leva ruka 57.
A čuš...
Kako? To je Romero, na tu distancu nema rasipanja sačme.
Alo?
Ao, brate.
Fast and Furious... Kako nismo... Si vidio Snake ono, a? A šta? Pa jeste, ono je strašno. Ja ne znam kako je on brate preživeo ono, ali dobro. Znaš...
Ništa idem ja postavljat pločice.
Zašto?
Aj se sreća.
Za šta ploče radiš, Nik?
Igram onaj House Flipper. Šta ste mislili da radim?
Ja sam mislio, brate,
Znaš ono da uređuješ kuću i ono zebanci. Igram House Flipper.
A što se čini? Imam levering, imam to ja. Imam inferning, jao. Još bolje.
Pinjo jedna, sram te vjela. Jebat ću ti majku.
Jebat ću ti majku.
Ne znam kako da ga oponašam. Gdje si kume? Nemoj da me stream snapuješ, nego dođi vamo i priči s nama.
Daj neka dođe, nisam
Ne, lepo mi kaže, piše 17.00, kumara 6000, welcome to my channel. Znači ono, speca me, ali ono, znaš, stream snipe varijanta.
Google Chrome, onaj Hayden,
Da,
Sherlock.
džaba. Stavio sam bota da svaki put kad neko dođe da pročita ime, znaš.
Kako si stavio to?
A to imaš voice chat bota. Da, speech chat ima opcija da ti ono...
Ali mogu da bez tog voice chata da mi to...
Ima i da ne kaže, samo ti izbaci ono notification kao event.
Brz. Kakav je stream sniper kume?
Gdje si stream sniper?
Ajmo Kešću.
Majku mu jebe, deku patimo. Covering. Floor.
Tako je, bravo.
A
to su bocovi, nisu to pravi ljudi svi biti. Još. Nemoguće da 40k viewera ima kad igra nije toliko popularna.
Šta je 40.000?
Hoće to da
Han Showdown.
Hoće bre da gleda Han Showdown iz ti ljudi.
Aje.
Da ljudi zaspu gledajući.
Ja sam provalio, ti ljudi žive u svom nekom svom svetu, kao i brate poznati youtuberi ovo ono. Sve to što vidiš to nije tako. To je po njihovom mozgu, oni su to tako napravili da to njima bude lepo. Znaš, da se oni pokažu da ono bude sve perfekt, a u stvari to nije to.
Kurčina.
Zato je meni S.W.Frost najbolji streamer. Od Snake-a je, boli ga kurac, ako treba može da se skine bre na brati streamu bre.
Pa vidjet ćeš me 90% vremena u pidžami.
Pa eto.
Toliko me briga.
Pa to ti kažem.
Lik dođe da mi kaže da sam u pogrešnoj kategoriji na Twitchu. I kaže unsubscribing. Ja rekao prijatno. Have a nice day.
Boli ti kurac.
On kaže you don't care, I don't care. Bye bye.
Bye bye my darling.
Painted black.
Šta drugo da mu kažem? Izvini, ja ću se na tvoju kategoriju prilagoditi. Mrš mater ti je.
Tako je.
Ma, nije vredno.
Hoće da gleda neka
Kome se ne gleda.
Nije vredno po mene, vredno.
Kome se ne gleda.
Tebe ne bi gledao ni da mi platiš, brate.
Zaista, double barrel je sam.
Eto, zato.
Zato što si tužan, Milane, za gledanje.
Zašto?
Tvoje opcije su limitirane na 5 metara do 10. 10 metara ako zažmurim. A ti znaš da on flešku kad nađe u toolkitu, on je baci nama, sa igračima. A Bože sačuvaj da on baci flešku, da fleškuje nekog u sobi i razumeš ili ih onda pokoka. Ne, to su neizvjesno. Zato što treba da razmišlja kad treba da baci flešku. Ruki će mu biti zauzete fleškom i onda neće ništa raditi. Treba razmišljati.
Pogodi si u brate suknju, verovatno to je nije deal damage. Kad je brate pogodiš u suknju sa 4 noža, možeš i da gađaš i sa 50.
Zar nije damage?
Pa jeste damage, ali nije toliko jak. Zato ponekad treba 4 noževa za pčelu.
A, za hajv.
Ili ako je on čora pa nije uopšte vrate po ovoj godini ili je hitom. Dobro, možda ti server rekao da je hit, a u stvari nije ni hit bio.
Ovih dana su ti hit markeri na sve strane.
Ali meni Nenad smešan sa vrate Bomblansom onaj dan.
Pa ne, igra...
Ono je frapirano, ono je, znaš ono, ajde da umre, da li ćemo da umre? Ajde nek umre posle 2 sekunde, 3. Tako je to bilo, jel?
Znaš da sam mu izračunao, Haze, čovjek ima 4 miliona bounty-a. Od 4 miliona bounty-a trenutno ima u kasi...
Ne mogu da čujem, pričate obojice u isto vreme.
Opušteno. 7-8 ima.
Ne mogu ja, brate, oni...
To je ispod 1%. Ma dobro je to.
Oni nisu normalni, valjda niste normalni. Pa ne čuje ni on tebe, zato pričate zajedno.
Svaki dan slušam priče iste, ja koga ne čujem, ovaj mene ne čuje. Svaki dan iste priče, evo.
Da, zbilja, interesantno.
Aj sad, kaži.
Iste priče non stop, majke mi. Već znam, kad dođem na kanal ne moram ni doći, već znam šta se ovdje priča, evo.
Ništa ne propuštaš praktično.
A ne, stalno iste priče, evo te, već bi zapamtio i onaj ko je glup ko kurac, evo. Ma sve mi je to jasno šta ti pričaš, već znam to. Već 5 godina iste priče slušam.
Čekaj, stani, pusti ga meni.
Pusti meni, prvi sam je video.
Da ja uzem...
Ovo ti Kesiću igra, O. Kupiš stani, promeniš pločice, ugradiš radijatore, staviš tepih, radiš instalacije.
Dobro.
Mozak ne spaš.
Kristijane, ti li si?
Ragana, Dagan, da.
Koliko ti voliš Hunt u stvari.
Koliko ga voli da ga igra sam na kraju. Na kraju će ga sam igrat, znaš.
Pa igra sam, toliko voli čovjek Hunt.
Ti znaš da smo ja i on tu igru kupili pre 5 godina. Ja sam ono rekao sebi, brate, dosta više, kapiraš. To je to. Igra ga Psycho Ghost koji uzima pare na to. I Hermit isto uzima pare na to. Moraš razumjeti te ljudi. Oni su plaćeni za to. Milan?
Fascinantno je to, nisu meni oni fascinantni, no si mi fascinantan ti jer si reka kao neću ja s njima igrati, ja ne mogu s njima da igram. Ja ovo, ja ono, evo.
Evo ti.
S njima na kraju.
Evo ti.
A dobro.
Here we are. Šta rekao da ne igra s randomima, ne?
Pa igra oni sa randomima, ne skresti zato.
Pa sad ne bira više.
A ja jučer kad sam ga kontaktirao, ajde da igramo duose protiv triosa. Ne igram ja, kaže ja duose ne igram. Rekao, brate, protiv triosa.
Igrao. Viš kako je igrao godinu i pol dana.
A igrat ćeš ti duose, igrat ćeš na sekiraju se.
Kad ti ne stane igrača.
Igrat ćeš s tom. Jebem ti igrica.
Ali čekaj, ne možemo ga svi napadati, mora neko da ga brani. Ajde, ja ću da ga branim, ajde. Možemo svi da budemo loš policajac i gori. Mora neko da, evo, ja ću ti branim, Milane.
A ne, ovaj lik što nas je riješio, stvarno nas je riješio svaka mu čast. A nije do Borisa, brate, nemaš očekivat čovjek koji 3 zvjezdice ima, igra to, ono, onako...
Nije on 3 zvjezdice, on
igra
ima 50 banke, on ima refleks mrtvog konja.
Pa
On
da.
je stariji, pustite mi matora.
Mislim,
Ja
nema
ne
tu
znam.
šta da mu se zameri, čovjek je star. To ti je to.
A šta ćeš, brate, tako se desilo i gotovo.
Pa tebe mi je jasno kako pogodi, za tebe mi je jasno.
Ti se ne pomeraš.
Ajmo napolje.
Joj,
Nemamo ni izlazi.
Peđe, kad je otišao na Saltir Pork, kad je izašao napolje, sjećaš se onoga debakla juče? Kad smo ga gledali. Ti i Nenad ste bili unutra, on izašao napolje u dvorište, rekao pravi zasad.
A da, ono troje njih isto.
Joooo, brate.
Da, i rekao sam bio da ne izlazim.
Saltir Pork ima 100 uglova, razumiješ, od spolja, da te mogu ljudi roknut kad se kriješ
Brate,
iza
tebe
onog
čovjek mora ubit kad ti ne koristiš A i D. Ti samo V kao da igraš Need for Speed, jebote život.
Nema veze to.
Ne, shift za nitro, znaš kje si.
Da.
Opa.
Nema veze, kilova.
Nema veze.
Pogledaj KD, kakav ti je. Kad budeš imao KD 1.70, onda si ti meni javi. Vrate, najlakše je tako, ideš, trejdaš se. 11.000 kilova, od toga 11.000 je umro puta. Znači, svaki put je se trejdovao sad neki.
Jebate, koji sam ja, nisam dugo gledao.
I bot može da upali igru, pa može 100.000 kilova da ima.
Ima onaj lik, onaj Amer, on je među prvih 5 igrača na svijetu, ali realno. On ima 40.000 kilova, ali ima 30.000 smrti ili 28, tako neka glupost. Samo za trade.
Ti druž imaš to za 3 godine igre, ja za godinu dana igre imam 5.000 kilova već.
21. koje već, imao sam 1.85. Svake godine sam sve gore i brate gore.
Zašto se manje trudiš?
Ne, 5.000 kilova ti ja pričam, ne 5.000 sati, nego kilova ti pričam. Na oba naloga imam verovatno 6.000 kilova.
Koliko ti on imaš para, Milane,
Nema.
za 0 prestiža?
2 do 2,5.
Šta je ovo, bre?
Ne znam koliko imam na drugi nalog.
Eke. Ovdje se sa pčelama jedu. Ajmo dalje. Uzmi trag. Ajmo još, hoćemo dalje da se...
Dobro, neki ljudi su stariji, razumiješ, ne mogu oni sve to Ja znam svaki compound u dušu, znam gdje ću, šta ću, kuda ću.
Znaš, kada opale metak, odakle su došli, pretpostavljam.
Pa da.
Ajmo napolje, nećemo ih. Ko će si ima gore? Idemo novi meč.
Da, to da je skrenuo, ali ja sam tog čovjeka pogodio 2 puta s automatom, jel ti vjeruješ to?
Da.
I preživio je ono, lagano.
Ma ne možeš ti, brate, ova igra je smeće najveće, brate.
Igra laže i to ti to. Dajmo tu šta.
Da.
Ljudi iza nas,
Pa zato ti kažem, mogo je... Da ga je pljunuo, ubio bi ga, sigurno.
Nije.
Ne možemo o ovoj igri pričat ništa kad je smeće, brate. Ne priznaje hitove. U 90% navrat.
Ja lika, eto Snake je bio tu. Lika pogađam sa Nitro Express dumom na 5 metara i na 3 metra čovjek ne umire. Uredno sam ja hit dobio.
Da, ali čovjek je odšetao.
Pa, brate, mili. Ma dobro, šta ćeš čovjek? Stariji.
Staviš zelenu maramu oko, ne znam, ruke, pogledaj iza kauča, tu kutiju, legni u WC šolju, tako to.
Je to neki...
Escape from Tarkov.
Nisam ja ni obraćao pažnju na te cheatere. Mene više nadbilo to što resetuju tu ligu non stop.
Koju ligu?
Svakih 3 mjeseca ti resetuju inventar, questove i statistike od karaktera.
Neko, jel?
U Tarkovu.
A u Tarkovu?
Da, automatski ti se resetuje. Njihovo objašnjenje je kao da novi igrači se ne bi sećali kao loš. Cringe.
A tom se sa Borisom desilo, no nisam ništa htio govorit, šta ću? Čovjek da skonta gdje, ko, šta, kako, taman ovi dođu. Jesi.
Bicikleto.
I mene je pogodio ugla u svakom čast. A ja nisam imao metaka ni u čemu, dok ja reloadujem, možda sam trebao i reloadovat. A s tim te ubio uglavom. To je već...
To je već zajebano.
Čime, Derringeru?
Dobro, sve je moguće.
Tek sekunda. Dobro, blizu je bo svako, šta? 2 compounda smo prešli. Gdje ćeš bolje od ovog?
Bijeli.
Ovako, pazi da nisu vidite. Ko je digao patike desno? Neko je digao još još jedne patike. Evo ga baš ovdje. Moram, brate. Je li, brate, moguće? Pa moguće da je tu, neko bi pucao, morao sam. Znaš? Dobro. Pusti ga meni, možeš? Zbog, vrate, throwing knife. Samo da ga prikoljem. Neka dođe, ajde dođi.
Dođite, nećete se vratiti.
Ajde, umreće od vatre. Kako je glup, kako je tupav, nemoj da puciš. To. To je to. Hvala lepo. Da bi imao throwing knife, pa da lakše posle kad mi nestanu metkovi da gađam, da ono iskoristim sekundu. Bez throwing knife-a ništa, bret. Kad nemaš metkove brez oružje, to je mama, bret. Vidi ovo bure ovdje, moguće ovo, bret.
Da će bar povećat broj sekira za bacanje.
Sekire su do jaja, ali brate, dve fore imaš, ako ih promašeš možeš se jebeš, a throwing knife, ovi mali, brate, noževi imaš koliko, 6?
Ja.
A to ti kažem, da bar hoće da ih povećaju. Sekira ti je one shot kill u prsa. Dosta stvari bi trebalo da je one shot kill, ali nije.
Brate, lik na koncertinu i Poison, ufatio se jednom, ajde umro, ga digo, da bi ti 5 sekundi nakon toga na još jedan naletio. Kako možeš biti glup tako?
Možda je zaboravio.
Gdje si, Viktore, jebate?
Buena, buena.
Dobro, desi se i meni da naletim nekad, većinu vremena gledam ispod se. Je. A što nam je činiti?
Kako je stanje? stanu. Fuck you! Drift. Yeah. It wonder if you know. Jeste, a? Je li bilo... Dobro. Što ti on to, brate, drži, ja?
Kad s Borisom igra.
Ti si davno video njegov maksimum i sve ti je to jasno, a ti opet ideš dalje, brate. Ne znam, onda je do tebe problem, nije do njega, brate. Pa do tebe, brate.
Moraš znati kako možeš na njega da računaš.
Mislim, to je sve jasno, brate. Ako ti to već smeta, onda je problem do tebe.
Ja s Borisom često igram. Ja sam evo upoznao i njega i evo sve ovdje preko Borisa. Ali ja od Borisa kad sam počeo sa njim igrat, nisam nikakva očekivanja imao. Ja ne znam kakva ti očekivanja imaš od njega. Ja ne očekujem ni to. Meni je on dobar ovako za druženje, razumiješ? Meni je on što se mi družimo, mene ne zanima, znači izgubili, pobjedili, boli me kurac.
Milanom,
On tryharda.
Dobro, Milan...
Ali mora da se pokažeš muško mora da ima u tebi.
On ti je kao onaj, znaš onoga tipa, onoga youtubera, onoga kako zove, Two Times, onaj Dr. Disrespect. Milan ti je njegova kopija, samo balkanska.
Tamo srpska.
Ne, srpska, balkanska generalno. Ne vjerujem da i u Hrvatskoj, i Bosni, i u Makedoniji ima ovakav degenerik.
Nije moguće ovo.
Adrenalin, junkie.
Ali ga naduva, bre. U sekundi.
To ti je to.
Aj jebo.
Ja kad ljudima kažem da znam lika koji igra samo sa sabljom i dvocrkom, oni kao, a jes. Kaže, a kao koristi slag, ono kao fora.
To isto ko kad bi ja rekao...
Ako ne koristi slag. Reci.
Kad bi ja rekao da perem zube sa, ne znam, četkom... Usivačem ili sa, brate, metlom perem zube.
To je to. Mislim ono kao, ama da. Kako ne?
Ja?
I zajedno će u grob.
To je nevjerovatno. A i on zna tebe. Pa da. Pa je, sad si ojačan. Nisi biber, sad si body biber.
Ja.
O, ja. Moj ja bi te
Here,
ubio i da
Overa.
odgovaram, šta?
Welcome to my channel.
Ako sam ja namijenio tebe da ubijem, brate, ja ću te ubiti, šta? Pa jel?
Nema potrebe da robijamo zbog idiota.
Ja.
Fast and Furious, drift.
Jedino što krete kome da napravi je kamuflažne skinove, razumiješ, da glupi igrači kupe. I onda da ih nerfuje pa se dva peče.
Da.
Kad community krene da kuka, Kane je nevidljiv, i onda kao...
Taktičko uzimanje novca.
I ljudi se
I
žale
wonder if you know
kao
how they live with
Kane se ne
Pokemon.
vidi. I onda uzmu šta kao, pa kao dobro, bit će malo svetliji.
Može.
A ko nije kupio taj skin, real?
Ja sam kupio sve skinove što se toga tiče. A da li igram s njima, to je već druga stvar. Ne igram. Omiljeni...
Dobro, ja nisam... Meni je on ovako bio cool što se tiče izgleda.
Cool je zato što je pećinski čovjek, eto, zato je cool. Ali imaš ljude koji ono, try hard režim, razumeš, ono, cilj im je, razumeš, da ga, ono, ne vidiš.
O, da, sjećam se, jedno vrijeme non stop je bio onaj Kane. Svakoga igra.
Dok ga nisu
Opa,
narkali.
desno pucaju.
Okej. Prag, ujebak tu su.
Oj, jebem ti, hell let loose.
Je li dalje zbagovan?
Nije, dobro je.
Stani, ispred meča.
Ma nisam ga igrao odavno,
Da.
rekao da vidim šta ima.
Dobre, drago.
Umro, kje ćeš ti, ja?
Ako bi. Kako hoćeš?
Znaš, ako te Milan revive digne ti pobegne od tebe.
Headshot. Ajmo dalje. Ubij se mene. Kad tebe, Milane.
Bravo.
Ići. Juri zadnji lika. Bravo. Čekaj da vidim da li on je gore mrtav što sam mu dao headshot. Mrtav. Tu je. Možda ga digneš još. Ovo je ovdje mrtav, evo ga ovdje.
Ljudi.
E, ljudi! To...
Sablju ima.
I to on opet. Ovdje je lik jedan. Na ovom. Dolazim. Uđi.
Da.
Čekaj, Kešću, koliko si ubio ljudi? Milan
Jedno.
tradeovao jedni. Dobro, Kesić je ovo je ostao ovdje zadnji. Morate da palite ta dva leša. Ode. Ode ti drug, ja znam gdje ovaj zadnji put bio. E, čujem ga. Southwest. U kući. Voda. Ići. Ne, stani tu. Nemoj, čuće. Hej, stani. Ostani. U ovoj vodi je zadnji put se ga čuo. Kampo je u sred vode. Evo ga, pored mene. Ja sad ovo. Ne, gledaj sad ovo. Nemoj da se čuješ, Milan. Samo svi budite mrtvi. Bukvalno. Kešću, jesi zapalio drugi, jesi?
Ne.
Zapali ga. Jesi to čuje? S autu ko da ga čujem, tako Milan?
Pitaš njega.
Vidi. Ti bio ovdje kod vode. Ne znam gdje je sad.
Tu je. Pinuo si ti gdje?
Moj... Cijeloc.
Otišao iz ove vode. Aha. Crveno. Znači ovdje ispred mene. Evo vidite. Ispred mene. Okolo ide, okolo, da. To je drugi tim, to je drugi tim. Drugi tim, bežim. Kešću, povuci se svi. Drugi tim, uđi ovdje. Jebate. Sam sebe sjebo sa pčelama. Moguće ovo pčele da su otišle moje na mene. Dobro, polako da napunim metke. Nemoj zajedno kešću, čak idem ja vamo da pređem onda.
Hit on.
Behind, idiot. Bravo, Kesiću. Si vidio Kesiću? Šta ga trolam, bret. Namjerno neću ni da ga fokusiram. Ljudi! Kolji je ovo?
Da.
Aj jebote. Moguće ovo da je mene hitovao jebate. To je taj treći.
Hit on. Unutra gore.
Solo, to je solo, a?
Ma da.
Evo ga ovdje, levo, iza čoška. Polako, Milane. Kako se ja mrta, polako ti. Čele ga bio. Ti ga polako jeću, diži nas nekromanserom, nemoj da žuriš. Možeš, mene može. Ti ga tu desno. Ima penny shot, znači ne može na range. Čuješ? Pikuj ga, ne daj mu da ti priđi. Da ga pikaj, to, bravo. Ne daj mu range. Ima penny shot, znači lagano ga pogodiš s parkskom mrtevi. Idi sad digni mene, ali gledaš u brate njega. Hodaš tako na levo, bravo. I onda gledaš. Flash. To, na niži nivo. Bravo, sad u njega. Ti ga desno. Tu. Ili si?
Bem ti
Pčela,
mater,
pčela,
pčele
polako,
će
smiri se,
ubiti.
smiri se, neći, samo smiri. Rašate, hilaj se, pusti pčelu, bre. Aj, koji... Pusti pčelu, pčela te nije napala, samo si je ti, brate, paranoisus, nisi trebao ni da je pucaš. Samo si trebao da se hilaš, nema veze, ajde. Čita srr jebote naš.
Pusti se peć.
Upuštan sam snake, šta ti je jebote?
I kad igrate u handler,
Nemam ih, ne trebaju mi, radim prestiž.
koji prestiž? Zadnji.
A... Odlična partija. 4 kila, 9 kila smo imali jebote. A šta je XP-a?
For your tribute you gain 500 XP.
Jesam dobio noževe da vidim.
Okay.
Samo dešavaju. €1. 100 euro. Kak je to? A ovaj ketchup. €1. Euro. 700 euro. Uh, 750 euro. 1 million. 10 euro ketchup. Kaka je to? Znaš ti ko to kupuje? Ono meso njegovo. To jest... Da im on seče, bete, da im sos stavlja one kurce. Stani? Ovdje sam čuo nekog na South East. Ajmo dalje. Jebi ga već. €100. Joj, na kraju doda kap kečapa. 200, 1 million doda više i ovaj uzme onaj iz brate Lidla kečap, €10.
1 million one.
Znaš ti na šta ljudi uzimaju pare, već? I onda posle čovjek se vrate nervira oko para.
A para nema.
Pa to ti je život u stvari, bre. Znaš? Pa to ti je život, kruži, to nam je nametnuto tako, to su pare koje kruže. Nema veze, ajde. Crveno! Crveno, crveno, crveno. Stavili žicu dole?
A beka!
Ostao jedan lik. U bure sam ga pogodio i preživeo od ovog bureta.
A evo, to on je već unutra ušao, jebote živote.
Stikica nas zajebala.
Aj ja.
Znači falilo onoliko stikica da pukne i da mi se smirimo.
Koji kurac sam silazio dalje, možda ja sam ga čekati da ga ubijem.
Oni su već prešli, breci. Znam, nema sveti. 100 jer. Odi si ga brate. To ti isto kao kada gađaš pčelu. Pogodiš onu ivicu hit rega, a u stvari nije hit reg, brate. A, to ti kažem. €100. Aj, Cappuccino. Ovako neka kombinacija ova. Sardinjeno. Da li ste znali da Bela Ramsey i Pedro Pascal
Da.
imali naredbu da ne igraju igricu The Last of Us,
Da ne bi...
ali da li su oni poslušali? Bela kaže da je pratila savjet producenata koji nisu željeli da ona kopira nastup Ashley Johnson u igrici. Pedro je bio malo drčniji i ignorisao ih. Izjavio je kako je ipak pokušao da igra igricu, ali je u tome bio veoma loš. Da li si ti igrao video igru, da li sam da li gledaš SVB ovoga?
Znam, gledao sam intervju, ne znam na kom kanalu je dao. Kaže da nije stigao dalje od podrume. To ti među prvim onim nivoima, mislim.
Ja.
Posle intro, možda.
A mislim da sam je vidio. Vidio sam jesu srđe. A normalno kad je
Roman the Russian. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. Hello.
€100. Ej, retard, bre. Mene bi bilo sramota da odem u, brate, Katar onako da se, brate, blamiram. Znaš? Znam šta je. A znam. Nije tamo cool. Jeste, a? A dobro, a kakve on ima veze sa futbolom, hoćeš mi to reći? Futbolom? A šta je tamo? Pa da, a otišao uzimao pehar ovim futbolerima i sliko se ko da je on osvojio, bre. Da, bre, pa za pravo pričam. A, ne znam ja za njega nisam pratio. Ko je taj lik? A čekaj, on što ga sprda živi u ovom Kataru, a? Je kuvar isto. Ne, a ja tebe pitam za ovog ne pravog čoveče, znam ja bre za pravog. Pa i treba.
Ti igraš Winchester, ko mi se meni samo čini.
A da, Centineo, kraćeni. I Romero isto.
Je to free?
Crven.
Da, opet crven. Kako se rekao, situacije.
No, north east.
Dobro. Ajmo sad da ga pogledam. Bomba.
La bomba.
Headshot, tradeali smo se, diži me. Jebote, trade. Naši ga, Milane, tu. Promašio si ga, ladno. Oni su desno u tebi. Pomozi mu. Idem ja. Iskači. Desno. Healaj se. Lagano, healaj se. Healaj se, jebote. I pikaj ga, odmah. Ajde, dići ga, digo ga.
Ne mogu.
Loš tajming, Kesiću. A je li ovo moguće, vred? Da si ipak ovo uspeo, jebot. Ti doktor. A, ne mogu i, brate, pobij ih.
To s dvojicu zaplo nož.
Da, jesi.
Na seri.
On gađenjero.
Welcome.
Bravo, kekara. Desno. Da. Healaj se. Lagano, healaj se, healaj se! Healaj se, jebote. I pikaj ga, odmah. Lagano, healaj se, healaj se! Ići ga, digo ga je. Loš timing, kesit ću. Ići ga, digo ga je.
Da si imao sablju kesić, ubio bi 5. Sad je ostalo tu.
Goodbye for now.
Izbačio je heal ovaj, baš nije.
Kome treba Sanja, pa je?
Pa je. A znaš ti kome to Sanja?
Sanja je njeno.
Vidi trade.
Nisam otrove tamo. Umrću. Gore se pucaju izgleda. Ajmo napolje.
Čisto.
Jeste li im jebali majke?
Gdje su ovaj momak ovdje? Dvojicu nožem. Sredi. I to na 50 HP bi.
Da.
Jesi li ga sabio?
A pucaju pritom obojica na mene i nijedan metak ne završao u mene, svi do ono.
A, to je Hunt.
A, to je Hunt. Oni su se iskidali, velim.
Ne, bukvalno...
Ispromašivo ga boga oca pre toga.
Aj, paranoja uhvati, brate, panika, brate, kad je neko blizu i joj opali rafal i sve pored njega. To se svakom dešava. Pa i to.
Neko pali 5-6 patrona i shotguna i ništa.
Ja me idem. Čekaj da uzem palačinku da pojedem koju. Evo je to? Da, taj flash baci sad.
Sad ga baci, sad ga baci. Ma ga baci slučajno kad je fight.
Bacio ga.
Degenerik. Ne znam šta da kažem. Operisan. Ubiji nekoga ko je flashovan, bar jednom u životu. Prosto, još sam našao na...
Znači ga Snake su podnogi.
Ne, našao sam bio tutorial. Čovjek baš lepo objašnjava, jedan youtuber, znaš, kako se bacaju flashevi, zato što, kaže, flash radi u Hunt showdownu, tako što napravi cilindričnu sferu, znaš, koja radi 1 damage-a i ispali nevidljive kao...
Nekada čujem.
Ispali nevidljive šrapnele i ako te taj šrapnel pogodi, skine ti 1 health-a i oslepite. Ako si daleko, oslepite 1 sekundu. Ako si blizu, oslepite koliko? 5-6 sekundi. ako baciš flešku, ali tako da je ti ne vidiš, recimo iza grede baciš, svi koji su u sobi i ta kao taj, ti kaže, nevidljivi taj kon, ako ih pogodi, flešovan su. A ti ako si iza jedne letve i ne vidiš da je pala fleška, neće te flešovati. Jako čudno radi.
2 puta sam ubio šesticu, 13.000 kilova, 2.17, to ti prestiže.
Samo malo.
Taj si skidao, brate, kad sam ga zakupao.
Sad ću ti naći.
Lobby, last match. Ko je to keš?
To ti je ovaj, brate.
Kure da mi senč.
Da?
Streamer. Kure da mi senč.
Ne
Sad
zajebaj.
ti ko ja imam u Hunt.
Evo pogledaj. Ako budeš ikad igrao Hunt, možda će ti ovo biti interesantno.
Ko ja?
Ti.
9 ljudi ga.
Milanu sam poslao, ali on je nepismeno, ovo njega ne zanima. Jako lepo čovjek objasni.
Let's try that again, but this time with the flash bombs. The flash bomb is a consumable that, when thrown, blinds and deafens any target within its effective radius. The duration of the blind is based on how close it was to you when it went off, with less than a second at the maximum range, up to a full 6 if it lands right on top of you. Additionally, if it lands close enough, it deals 1 point of damage. When the flash bomb detonates, it fires a hit scan in all directions as a sphere, and anyone who can see the point of impact will take the effect. Direct line of sight is required from the flash to you, but it does not matter if you were looking at it or not, so it can land right behind you and still blind you all the same. There is no turning away from it to reduce the effect. A few ways that you can use the flash bomb: obviously, blind an enemy and push him. You can use it to breach into a building. If they're in there, blind them, get in the door. You can use it to flush somebody out. There's an audible when you pull the fuse. People will run away from it. You can use it to verify if somebody is there. Throw it on the other side of a mound. See if you get a hit marker. Obviously, this carries a strong implication for its use when using shotguns and bomb lances when you want to get it on people, but I like it all the same on a Sparchi as a backup. And one more thing, I do know that it's tempting, especially if you're not confident in your aim, to run in there and try to knife them. I see
Welcome
people
to
do it
my
all the
channel.
time. I do not personally recommend this. More often than not, knife fights can turn into a 50-50, and it's sometimes hard to tell exactly how long they're flashed for. Plus, this is a good opportunity to work on that aim anyways, so a lot of the time I say just shoot them. And last but not least, if you're running a Sparks, you can one-tap them to the body, does 149 damage, 1 point remaining. If you land the flash bomb on top of them, it kills them. So let's get into the game, and we're going to see some of this in action so I can demonstrate exactly how it works and show you how you can throw flash bombs without blinding yourself. Alright, so first and foremost, how does a target get blinded and deafened? Well, when the flash bomb lands, the hit scan is fired, all around top to bottom, left to right. Anyone that the flash bomb has a direct line of sight to is blinded and deafened. Much like the hive bombs, if that line of sight is broken, you do not take the effect.
Rahtazi je nosio Nagant Officer sa High Velocity i ubio ga čovjek sa labelom. Ja gledam, ne verujem što sam vidio. I onda, it's a long ammo, it's better ammo. I onda kao, zašto si uopšte onda uzeo karabin sa High Velocity? To što valjda čekuje da se svi kreću kao botovi. A možda ih ono, easy picking.
Stvarno je taj Nagant karabin, brate, kad ga dobro izveštiš, kad mu brzinu pročitaš i, brate, to je nori koji lijebote. Svi ti malo bolji igrači ga nose.
Sekunda, odnesem tanjir.
Mi se iskreno još sviđa ideja za ovaj Lamat karabin. Zato što ima opciju za...
A to je samo što on
full metal
trza malo naspram Naganta.
Pa trza ti Nagant. Ubacili su isto recoil, taj vertikalni. Kad si zadnji put, mislim ne znam, nisam te gledao, kad si ga zadnji put baš ono koristio. U kom patchu? Ubacili su mu onaj vertikalni recoil. Prvi metak je uvijek najprecizniji s njima, svaki sljedeći ono trza, nosi gore, znaš. Pre je bio ono bez trzajni top, sad baš nije tako.
100 euro. 1 billion.
So you'll see right here, I'm going to throw it. I can see the point of impact.
Šta je update? Kakav update?
Vjerojatno, znaš šta ti je, svaki vikend imaš to. To ti je onaj kao wild card update.
Pa igrao sam ga već.
Pa svaki vikend menju te kao wild cardove. Nekad bude magla, nekad noć, nekad... To ti je update. Je li mali update ili veliki?
Nije briga.
Ako je mali update, onda je wild card. Ako je veliki, onda je neki DLC opet. Neko iznenađenje.
Neke ptice nikad ne polete. Vidim ptice gore na koji nikad. To ste vi. Šta bi?
Eno ga čovjek. Hito.
Čujte se, dolazim okolo. Oh! Headshot mi daje insta. Pujebem ti budalo. Nisam ih čuo, brate, iznenadili me.
Na milimetar te opalio, ne? Kakav glupost.
Lebelom.
Ljudi odavde.
Na toliku distancu.
Jebem ti igre, gledaj. Kakav error jebote, bog error. Ma nema disconnect.
To je treći od ovih, je. 100%.
Verovatno sam ti ja kriv što ne možeš, jel? Glupavi, pojma nemaš.
Evo, logično.
Ćorava konjino, jel?
Kad te Boris zebal, onda se ubi.
Onda...
Pazi, tu sam ja iza scena, znači ja sam ti se zaklonio.
Stream snipuješ ih, Borise, sad smo te provalili.
A?
Stream snipuješ ih, sad si provalili.
Ne igram ja s mojim nalogom. Ne znate li taj nalog, tvorio meni Nenad 3 Turcina.
Moguće to, Kješiću?
Moguće, nije skupo na
Moguće ovo, reci.
Moguće.
Se kako te čuo?
A zna da sam tu, negdje jebi.
Šta?
Evo.
Šta, brate, odakle?
Bacio mu bombu, ladno, kao da...
Kaj se nije pomerao zadnjih par minuta.
Iskusni igrači, vrati.
Da.
Ovo je treći bio njihov, oni su... Ovaj je hteo s leđa da nam dođe.
Loša tu rajmo da njih. opet levering dobijem. Što me oći, brate, quartermaster, au.
Ad ja...
Last match, šta je ovo?
Prija red.
O, noževe tu.
Šta se ja, koga čekam da izađe iz partije?
Milana. On je već u, brate, depresiji. Zašto, eto.
Depresivac?
Sad se boli kurac.
Pa u derpesi.
Jeste čuli, recite mu kad budete se ready, ali... Ono, kad zadnji bude ready, stižu. Da upadnemo u partiju sad.
Aaa, to smo radili ja i Drakula par puta.
Ja, ali ja ću upast ko sa
Solo.
trojkom.
A s
Ne,
trojkom?
sa trojkom.
Može
Ma
biti.
kakav će njene nar bit kad sam petica?
Kje ću stavi reti?
Ko zna?
Znači...
Jeste ready svi, jeste?
Da, samo ideš kontrakt, ovaj standard. I ono, staviš play against team of 3.
Evo ja sam ready i ovi svi sto.
Gdje ste momci, šta se radi?
Kaži, možemo da... Hoćemo
Može,
na
može,
3-4 sad.
Ajde, ajde.
4 sad, dobro. Ajde, 3, 4, sad. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Naša, insta naša meč.
Pa onda smo vjerojatno isto.
Ozbiljno?
Opali metak u startu da čuješ da je
Čekaj,
čovjek.
ti se vodiš kao solo.
Ne, on igra se sa random trijom.
Šta si?
Random trio, ali oba dvojica su šestice. Ja ne znam.
Ništa. Morat ćemo šta? Timujemo ili da te roknemo s njima?
Izdaj sa igrač.
Isto pobije Igore. Damo mu pola, brate, bounty-a, on ih pobije.
Pa možda ih revive. Ne, može, kao Red Scout.
Ovi ga reportuju.
Šta ga boli kurac.
Rajčeku. A što se radi?
Ko jebe kritik.
Sa tobom. Idem da pišem, da.
Ja, pošto svakako ne vidiš ništa, tako da...
Nema razlike.
Dva bossa, pauk i assassin. Na pola mape je tačno razdeljeno.
Ne, nije isto.
Nije?
Assassin i ova svinja.
Onda nećeš vidjeti BMW-a kako skakuće preko polja, evo.
BMW?
Hello, guys.
BMW-a, BMW kad skakuće na 2 točka, evo. I viče.
Danas mi se javljao preko ulice, znaš?
Jer jeste?
Da. Vidi me kako izlazim iz kola. Mislim me zasadu napravio. Ne, ozbiljno. I viče Robozug! I maše mi rukom kao da priđem, znaš. Ja ono pokažem u kurac i ja rekao. Ne znam šta je očekivao.
Milane, što ti treba stoka?
Stoka, šta nego stoka. Ali ja nemirted Mađara. To si zaboravim. Mislim...
Prekida nešto.
Ne može...
Rekao ti je što si uobičajeno velika stoka, danas naročito velika je. Evo, vičeš ili Robozog na ulici. Eto to ti je rekao.
A znaš da ne pričam mađarski?
Pazme.
Jel ti pokazao, a?
Ako ga vičeš...
Tako se ne zove gosti u kući.
Ako nisi viknuo Ilija, druže moj, generacijo, nego Robozog.
Vem ti mater glibavu.
Stisni Alt F4 pa da pričamo.
A, sad je u igri pa ne može da priča. U kakvoj si ti igri? Ti ne znaš gdje se ljudi sponuju. Ti ne znaš gdje si. Ti ne znaš odakle ti mogu doći ekipe u startu.
Nije to bitno. Bitno je samo da se drži.
To nije važno, da. Bitno je samo shift naprijed. To je nevažno. Ono ti je fan made u Unity 5, Nenad. Ali nije igra.
Nisu teksture, ne?
Radimo.
Nije igra u smislu reči, više kao sandbox neki. Nema, ništa nije kodirano, kapiraš. Više kao urađena scena. To ti ono što su zve koncept.
Ti gleda neki drugi posao ili...
Ne, brate, kjesit ću, odmorit ću mjesec i po dva. Već imam, brate, ponude u kit, komerci, brate, sama moja firma mi, brate, nudi mi druge, brate, poslove u, brate, drugim firmama. Crveno jebate, ali neću.
A su govne?
No nisu govno, nego jednostavno. Morilo me, smučilo mi se jedno te isto. Čitav segment sam prošao, nudili mi šta nisam teo.
Vratno su se sakrali onu malu kućicu s leve strane. Nisu imali odakle da dođu.
Crveno od početka, bek. Od početka crveno.
Milane, ta mala kuća sa strane, ili pa možda preći.
Malo je žučkaz bio od početka, da. Dobro si.
Čuješ ti, Milane? Pusti bosta, idiot.
Bomba.
Ja kažem, je možeš da se napušavaš sa šefom svaki drugi treći dan. Ko što sam ja morao sa mojim.
Ja se nikad nisam napušao.
Ovo napušava mene, ja napušavam njega, tako u krug.
Franjo?
Dvojice sam ubio, trejdo sam se s ovim, brate, drugim, izađite napolje, ubio sam dvoje, alo?
Franjo?
Uje.
Izađite napolje, ubiti tog.
Ajde kad izađeš, te zaključiš pa idemo trojice.
A mene neće većaš, a?
Welcome.
A ne radi tebe ko jebe, a?
Moraš pčele da ubiješ.
Počeo ponovo da igraš sam.
A jebem ti mater.
Ja se nikad nisam napušao.
Ja hoću tako pati.
Trejdo sam se s jednom, ubio sam jednog.
Hoću sam pratio, podacim neku u sam.
Dvojice sam ubio, trejdo sam se...
Ovo napušava mene, ja napušavam njega.
Lako kjeći ću sam.
Hoćeš ili nećeš?
Da, hoću, ali sad sam već Pitoru, Mune i Franju jeba.
Goodbye for now.
Moguće da je on tu došao.
Ti Nenade, ko te jebe?
Pazi emulator.
Ne, dobro samo kad nema igla, a?
Ko te jebe? Ne se zjebava, samo ti igram.
Oko jedan.
Ne, provociram ovo. Ajme ne.
To su neki ambush, ali... failovan ambush.
Nije dobro je, baš šta ćeš?
Dobro.
Igraš Han Shoulder, nisi zaboravio.
Na kraj engine, brate, kraj engine.
Da, plaći
za plakanje.
Navodi da plaćaš, da plaćaš. To je to.
Made it, kraj engine.
Ima šaperkat vama.
Uzmi ga slobano, ja imam...
I slag, uzeo sam ga.
Slobano uzmi. Terminus sa slagom.
Na koji ćemo server, Franjo?
Čekaj, jesi ti upao s nama?
Na koji ćemo Discord, ajde, ne galamimo.
Nisam. Pa možemo na onaj moj.
Ajde kod ne.
Da ne smetamo ljudima.
Ne smetaš ti meni? Možda mi smetamo tebi?
Ujede za noge.
Ne znam šta bi te rekao. Previše mi je to glasova kad sam u game.
živosti.
Ali dobro, doći ja opet, nemojte se brinuti. Hvala vam na druženju u svakom slučaju.
Nema našta. Dođi ponovno.
Ajde, pa se čujem.
Ćao. Ćao. Moja primjena je šiva da nas časti platu.
Znači ne primate...
13. plata, šta?
Ne primaju platu Kesić, znaš, samo ih češćavaju, kapiraš? Radi za džabe.
Državni praznik.
Koji je praznik, oprosti?
Majska skupština.
Šta bre? Brate, treba na Srbiju baciti atomsku bombu.
To je novi praznik, majska.
Sve sami neradnici. Brate...
A šta se radi?
Sam neradnik da neradnik.
Ispred, brate, skupštine haos trenutno.
Ko se diskonektova? Kesić? Ne, to je Milan, ili? Neko je u čučnju.
Jes. Što se diskonektova?
Ukao mu igra.
A to ti se intro pregreva, ne?
Kako ti to izbaci, meni nije jesno.
Overclockuj ga, fali malo čorbe.
Pregreva.
Fali malo čorbe. Jel, jer svi imaš male, baš sam ti ja te gledam.
Konje, ljudi, Lore, imaš 3 sekundi da dođeš milo. Prilaze nam ljudi.
Ja?
Ti si napolje, družiš.
Kako?
Be Latin. Welcome to my channel.
Jesi je lado što ima.
Ima ovdje žice, ima.
Ima. Ček, vidim.
Nema, neko ostaje tako.
Dvojica na 75.
Ti to ćeš da ih snajperišeš, a Milan? Sad boce.
Kako me vratio nazad? Bridgera, jest. I klika. Znači Kesiće i... S.W.Frost. Jel su to bili Milana u tebi? Jesu, jesu.
Već si mrtvo.
Ma da, ti si pokoj. Sad kad ga vidi, ga što ga vidi Kesić. Ono s ovog prozora. Stvarno gravak sa kakav roku. Samo gledaj u njega.
A šta je, čuči na metalnom krovu?
Čuči u sred onih stepeništa, oni su na krovima. Ne sam to. Samo gledaj.
A on je još uvijek diskonektovan, ne? Eto. Šta reći?
Kako li njega?
2 tima, brate.
Kako li njega ne vide?
Ne, možda ga vide, ali ga čuvaju.
Kako sam rekao to? Ko ona Snake kad je rekao Zagor. Uva, pored tebe. Je rekao, tako je, rekao, umri.
A, brate, ovo kad zazeleni, brate milije.
Vidiš da nismo bili tu niko, ja se razdvojio mi na nafte.
Aj, evo, mate.
Trebali ste da ga čuvate, a ne da idete ubicu u akciju.
Koliko ova igra zabagovana u stvari, lovce mi ni učitava, ništa ne vidim. U meniju, ja ne znam, brate, šta je s ovom igrom.
To je zbog procesora, ali tako Milan? To je to.
Opet levering dobio.
Igra pokušavam što ti kaže.
Neka moto.
Dobro.
Pam 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 na 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 na. Ne. Moram da ti kažem. Znaš ti kad sam imao povišenje, sranje uglavnom. Znaš ti da sam imao, brate, crkvu, otišu i, brate, ispod
Dobro je tu priči.
Znaš?
Kakvi ti Greko imaš?
Sam ja otišao tamo i brate ispopio se i na pod fakat. Krst. Isusa brate i Krista. A jesi koji što onda brate grefo, grefo. Dobro sam, ovdje ok. Evo ovaj Kesić jebate.
Brzo potezno košenje trave. Iha!
Iha! Miloša! Kako krene? Miloša!
Tako. I to sam sredio. Takav bait, no?
No snake, Frost, please. Ja odem da pokušam da pojem.
Može.
Del Comancino, inizi palite i join, del Comancino.
Evo, ljudi moji, sad ću reći. Kad stavite vi redi, mislim Kesić pa ću ja doći. I vi na Boratu.
Desimo neki update.
Aha. Jel ti uploadiš na Twitch ili na YouTube?
Na Twitch.
Ako staviš tamo u opcijama servere, ako staviš umjesto na Twitch, ako staviš YouTube, imaš opciju onaj YouTube RTMP. I onda imaš novi encoder AV1. On ti omogućava da uploadiš u 120 frame. Mislim, koristi takav input, ali ono, on na YouTube video 30 do 60, ali maksimalno kvalitet.
Welcome to my channel.
Ali samo YouTube za sad. Na to nisam ni toga probam, ali znam šta radi. Ok, fino. Trava je pokošena. Ne.
Taman. Došao kikara.
Yes.
A brate, magla, ne vidi se ništa.
Ljudi.
Dobro. Uđi dole. Sad će Milan da ih ambušuje. Jesu nas vidjeli?
Sad možda su čuli, a vidjeli nisu jer su išli pravo.
Tamo je trag skroz levo. Lako. Vidim lika ispred sebe. Vidim. Laksa.
Čuli si me sad.
Pusti ga. Ubio sam jedno.
Evo beko. Poison ima na metak.
Kako znaš?
Čujem po metku.
Kako udara. Kad udari nešto čuje se kako kao puca ona kapsula.
Bravo. Uđi u kuruz. Brate, pusti me poslije drugog metka. Kako zna da igra je?
Winchester.
Pa će ga šao.
Na Winchester.
Ne Milan, nisi imao cover. Da bi se to radio već. Pusti žicu.
Što te diže on? A? Što te diže?
Zato što je lud. A nije našo
Ajo brate, ti igraš s kumom previše. Diži odmah. Insta diži.
Diži odmah.
To radi kum. Jel' tako kum?
Da, kod njih je kontra psihologija, bre.
Diži odmah. Nikakav kav, ne treba ništa, samo odmah diži.
Će li doći i hoće kurac je vod?
Hoće kurac.
Hoće kurac.
Hoće biti
kurac.
Kurac, pička, govna si sam.
To je naš pet.
Ne. Rambam
Nenade, što ne igraš s ovom dvojicom?
S kim? A ono dvoje su otišli da igraju sa ovim.
Bugarinom?
Nije Makedoncem.
Sad će pale nekog.
To je Moon Bugarin koji kurac već. Nije meni problem da igram s Bjokim, mogu ja i sa randomima da igram, isto mi se vrata.
A mi je to isto.
Potpuno isto. Bar meni.
A nemaš zadovoljstvo da igraš s Milanom, da to on vodi. Čast, praktično. Hoće koga da vodi?
Znao sam. Izlazi novi boss. Izašao teaser u kantu.
Ozbiljno? Gde?
A sad. Na njihovom YouTube kanalu.
Opa.
Oho. Si vidio tutorial za...
Ček.
Stani. Raši ga. Healaj se. Tamo je dalje, healaj se sam. Molim? Aj sad gubi.
Ne, jao, ne vidim ništa.
Trebao si brže da izađeš, nema veze. Kako ono nije umro je?
Kako, mamu mu jebem, šta je ono bilo, brate?
Uglavnom izašao teaser,
30 sekundi
Ja
vidim.
moram da im šta se ovdje desi.
Kako jede, brate, kako je.
Šta je sigurno?
Sviđa mi se da ubaci još nešto.
I ovaj mi ostane.
Nema veze, Kešiću.
Ovo ti se zove teaser. Ništa nisam vidio.
A dobro, ali znači, nije to... Ne znam... Water Devil, nego jednostavno nešto ih ubija insta iz vode, znači neki boss. Boss bre Snake, pa to je... Igrica ima, brate, močvaru, a ničemu, brate, ne služi, realno.
Služi da te ubiju kad trčiš kroz vodu, eto za to služi.
I to je ništa. Znači ovako će imati poente, ovako će biti zajebano, ljudi. Znači zamisli biješ bossa u sred močvare, a vidite ostali ljudi i vide, brate, bossa.
Bam.
A, to je ono što igra, brate, nema, brate, taj boss slayer, ali PvP, PvE u ono isto, brate, vreme, ono, a ono, nema šteka, nema kuća, nema, zamisli to. To je kao WoW fazon.
Da, open world boss.
A je?
Nema zakon. Hoćeš da postaviš žicu u sred močvare, a Milano? A? Konstantina zamke u vodi.
Nije to.
Religious fanatics.
Aj, evo te, zamisli.
Opacki!
Samo 2 tima na serveru bila jebati.
So he's not the boss, his minions are. And oh my god. Alright, so I'm not doing quip. I know what I have to do, it's fine. No, they don't want it. Oops, I thought I had another on me. Holy shit, I didn't know they were behind me.
Šta ono može biti drugo, ne može ništa. Znači, eventi su prošli, ovi quest line-ovi su sad.
I did forget about that though.
Bio neki...
Goodbye for now.
Bio neki...
Welcome.
Stream možda da se ja promašio.
A boss that hunts you in New Orleans Bayou, boss hunts you.
Nema.
Goodbye for now.
Kaže, finally Crytek giving us what we asked for instead of DLC.
What's up, everybody? Today we have...
Jel on otišao da jede ili šta?
They say sex sells in Hollywood, right? But what about drugs? After all, once the production code was lifted, successful counterculture drug movies like Easy Rider gave way to the indie hardcore movement in American cinema in the 1960s and 70s, where Hollywood renegades like Brian De Palma and Martin Scorsese pushed up the man went on to make all-time classics like Scarface and Goodfellas decades later. In the interim, there has been no shortage of critical and commercial drug movie successes, be they Blow, Sicario, Traffic, The Wolf of Wall Street, you name it. So then, what the f happened to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Seriously, how does such an authentic movie from the altered mind state of gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson, one directed by the venerated filmmaker Terry Gilliam and featuring unforgettable performances by Johnny Depp and Benicio del Toro, how does a movie like that stumble at the box office and be considered a disappointing flop? More to the point, how does a movie like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas overcome its financial failures at the time, find like-minded audience of tripped-out counterculture rebels, and become a bona fide cult classic 25 years later? Well, we're about to find out when we break this sucker down and figure out through the movie's rocky production history what the f happened to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Speaking of Scorsese, believe it or not, he was one of the first Hollywood directors that attempted to translate Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas to the silver screen. Scorsese was interested in directing a script written by famed author Larry McMurtry in 1976, who adapted Hunter S. Thompson's 1971 source novel. At the time, Oliver Stone and artist Ralph Bakshi were also interested in directing the film. But like Scorsese, both Stone and Bakshi had trouble finding producers interested in making it. Bakshi even wanted to turn the novel into an animated film. After languishing for roughly 15 years, Rhino Films began working on a big screen adaptation of Thompson's novel as early as 1992. Around that time, both the head of production at Rhino Films and producer Stephen Nemeth wanted unproven director Lee Tamahori to helm the project. However, Tamahori was unavailable until the end of 1997. Johnny Depp, who had already been cast as Duke, lobbied for Bruce Robinson to direct the film based on the strength of his acclaimed 1987 feature With Nail and I. Robinson was, quote, unavailable by choice, unquote, following the offer, indicating his lack of interest in the controversial subject matter. Ironically, Robinson did direct Depp in The Rum Diary in 2011, in which the actor also portrays a version of Hunter S. Thompson. With the rights to Thompson's novel set to lapse, Rhino Films asked the author for an extension, but he declined. In a panic, Rhino hastily greenlit Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and slated Alex Cox, director of Repo Man, to direct the film within a few days. According to Nemeth, Cox was chosen because he would, quote, do it for a price, could do it quickly, and could get this movie going in 4 months. Now, here's where things get interesting. Rhino Films hired Terry Gilliam to work on the film with Cox still on board. As a result, Thompson extended Rhino Films the rights to his novel, but only agreed to do it if Gilliam directed the movie, not Cox. According to Thompson, they just kept asking for more time. I got kind of agitated about it because I thought they were trying to put off doing it, so I began to charge them more. I wanted to see the movie done once it got started. Still favoring Cox as the director, Rhino Films was afraid that Gilliam wouldn't work out and did not offer him a firm contract as a result. When Rhino threatened to make the movie with Cox at the helm without Depp and Del Toro in the lead roles, the actors became upset and used their clout to voice their displeasures to producer Lila Nabolsi. This ultimately prompted Universal to enter the fray and agree to distribute the film. Despite Gilliam still not having a legit deal as the director. While all of this may sound tedious, the craziest part is that once filming began, Depp and Gilliam vindictively had Rhino Films locked out of the set for the entire production. The rebellious nature only seemed to fuel the revolutionary nature of Thompson's novel. To his credit, Gilliam had been courted to direct Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas as early as 1989, 3 years before Rhino Films became involved. According to Gilliam, via wide-angle close-up, I'd had 2 occasions before where a script was sent to me. Once was about the end of 1989, and I thought, wow, it would be really good to usher in the 90s with a film based on that book. But I got involved in Fisher King at that time, and the scripts I'd read, none really quite did the job. They start well because the book starts well, but in the second part, the same problem always happens.
7. 8. meč ulazim, brate, meni lovca ne učitava, ništa, prazan lop, ništa ne vidim.
Gilliam continues by saying, the book itself just kind of peters out. It's always, to me, been one of the problems with the book. It's got a very weak ending. The earlier scripts just became boorish in the second half because the guys were just crashing around the place, there's no substance to what they're doing, and because it has to be a reaction to something, there have to be all of these reflective elements that weren't in there. I think that's probably the thing that people have shied away from in their adaptations. Cox and his collaborator, Todd Davies, wrote one of the early script drafts. During pre-production, Cox had a falling out with Nabulsi over creative differences. Nabulsi gave Rhino Films an ultimatum and forced the company to choose between her and Cox. However, Thompson hated the Cox-Davies script and inherently trusted Nabulsi as a producer. Nabulsi was Thompson's former girlfriend and someone he knew since 1977 and who had been trying to make the film for over a decade. After choosing Nabulsi, Rhino Films fired Cox and gave him $60,000 in writer fees for his troubles. Yet due to an ugly, contentious legal fiasco with the Writers Guild of America, also known as the WGA, Gilliam and his co-writers could not remove Cox and Davies' names from the final credits. To receive credit for himself and Grissoni, Gilliam torched his WGA card in public at a book signing on May 22nd, 1998, the same day that the film was released in North American theaters. To fight the power, Gilliam ended his standing with the union. Now, back to Gilliam's rewriting process, which he did at his home with the help of screenwriter Tony Grisoni in May 1997. When asked about the writing process by wide-angle close-up, Gilliam candidly responded by saying, Tony Grisoni had written for television, and he wrote a John Emile movie, Queen of Hearts. We've been working on a couple of projects together for some time. And what was interesting was he knows Alex Cox. When he had heard that Alex so Tony got a second chance to write it. As a way to inject the manic energy of Thompson's novel into the screenplay, Gilliam and Grissoni wasted very little time writing their adaptation. Gilliam continues by adding, we wrote it in 8 days, and then we read it and didn't like it. So we a lot more work happened in the course of rehearsals. We were constantly rewriting bits, changing, but the basic idea was to work very fast. I think we made the right choice because if you take too long at it, you just get depressed because there's so much in the book you're leaving out. One scene that Gilliam was intent on not leaving out was Duke and Gonzo's ugly confrontation with the North Star Cafe waitress played by Ellen Barkin at the end of the film. According to the New Yorker, Gilliam claimed, this is 2 guys who have
Misliš da su im trebali reći možda da ne dođu ipak? Trebali su im reći da ne dođu ponedeljak.
When the studio originally wanted Gilliam to give him a modern spin by setting it in the 1990s, the director dug in and remained steadfast in his beliefs that it needed to be set in 1971 like the novel. According to the AP, Gilliam's response to the request was, I looked at the film and said, no, that's apologizing. I don't want to apologize for this thing. It is what it is. It's an artifact. If it's an accurate representation of the book, which I thought was an accurate representation of a particular time and place and people. As alluded to, the writing process to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas continued well after the casting process took place. It's worth noting that back in the 70s, when Scorsese was interested in making the film, he wanted Jack Nicholson and Marlon Brando to play the roles of Raoul Duke and Dr. Gonzo, which would have been all kinds of badass. But alas, once Nicholson and Brando were deemed too old to play the parts, SNL alums Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi were considered for the roles. However, once Belushi died, in a tragic drug overdose, that idea expired as well. According to Nabulsi, Via the DVD commentary for the film, John Malkovich was later in the running to play Duke, but he too eventually passed his prime before production took off. In the end, once Thompson met Johnny Depp, he instantly met a kindred spirit and lifelong soulmate, and genuinely felt that nobody else could credibly portray himself on screen. Once Depp was cast as Duke, the actor began a rigorous preparation process to put himself in Thompson's shoes and portray the character as authentically as possible. According to Johnny, get your gun, Dennis Brinkley, Depp became so invested in the role that in the spring of 1997, he moved in with Thompson at his owl farm in Colorado and lived in his basement for 4 months. Depp and Thompson became incredibly close during that period, in which Depp studied Thompson like a hawk and learned all of his speech patterns, rhythms, vocal inflections, physical mannerisms, and personal affectation. Aside from the personal peccadillos, Depp also gained access to Thompson's original manuscript of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, as well as detailed notes, relics, and mementos that further shed insight into how to portray Duke on screen. Depp told Elle magazine, "He saved it all. Not only is the book true, but there's more, and it was worse." During his 4-month stay in Thompson's basement, the two men bonded in all types of weird ways that helped inform Depp's performance. For instance, Depp allowed Thompson to shave his head in the kitchen using the spotlight from a miner's hard hat. The two also swapped cars, with Depp tooling around California in the same 1971 red convertible Chevrolet Caprice, aka the Great Red Shark, that appears in the movie. In fact, almost all of the flashy 70s style regalia Depp sports in the film actually belong to Thompson. Interestingly enough, Depp's Ed Wood co-star Bill Murray, who famously played Duke in Where the Buffalo Roam in 1980, called Depp prior to filming and told the actor, "Be careful, or you'll find yourself 10 years from now still doing them. Make sure your next role is some drastically different type." Not for nothing, Depp went on to play Dean Caruso in The Ninth Gate next, which could not be more different than Duke. As for the role of Duke's lawyer, Dr. Gonzo, the character is based on Thompson's longtime friend, Oscar Zeta Acosta, who reportedly vanished in 1974. When Benicio del Toro was cast in the role, he also underwent extensive preparation to transform his appearance. According to The Guardian, del Toro gained more than 45 pounds in 9 weeks prior to filming by eating as many as 16 donuts every day. What a life! Del Toro also spent time vigorously researching Acosta's life prior to filming. Principal photography on Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas began on August 3rd, 1997. According to Gillum, via the Globe and Mail, production did not have a firm budget when filming commenced. However, the final figures are estimated at about $18.5 million. Gillum felt that he never had full support from the studio, claiming, quote, "Certain people didn't... I'm not gonna name names, but it was a strange film. Like, one leg was shorter than the other. There was all sorts of chaos." Filming took place on location throughout Las Vegas and surrounding areas in Nevada, as well as California and Arizona. Given the controversial subject matter, Gillum ran into a slew of production problems relating to casino access. According to Gale, production was only allowed to film inside casinos from 2 to 6 a.m. and was only provided 6 gaming tables to use for extras to crowd around. Worse yet, the casinos insisted that the extras gamble while present in the casino. Ugh. According to Gillum, via wide-angle close-up, yeah, that was the problem. Cooperating with our vision wouldn't gain the hotels much. We ended up with a couple of old hotels who, for whatever reason, were at least accommodating enough to let us shoot there. We were only able to shoot inside the Riviera and inside the Binions. The Riviera was actually very accommodating. And as far as exteriors, the Palace Hotel we converted into a bazooka circus. We had to wheel in this 20-foot high clown head, which is a huge open mouth as our entrance. He continued by adding, "Then they got 6 lanes of cars in the entranceways for cars to come in and disgorge the clients. And we were allowed to use 2 lanes at any one time. So we were dancing around a casino that was functioning. And so that was all very difficult stuff. And each thing we had to get done in a night. We were not allowed to come back anywhere." The Bazooka Circus Casino, where Duke and Gonzo stay in the film, was modeled after the real Circus Casino in Las Vegas. which is referenced in the book. When Circus Circus refused Gillum the authority to film there and removed all mention of its name from the movie, the director made sure to poke fun at the gaming parlor by recreating the clown mascot on the exterior with a rainbow mallet instead of a pinball.
Izdo si, čo ti, izdo si.
That circulates in the opposite direction
Sram te
of the
bilo,
real
izdo si
Circus
ekipu.
Circus. As for the giant bazooka gorilla statue adorning the front of the casino in the film, it now lives in Johnny Depp's front yard after the actor kept the prop as a memento. According to the American cinematographer, exterior shots of the Bazooka Casino were filmed outside the Stardust Casino. Interiors were partially filmed at the now-defunct Boardwalk Casino in Las Vegas, as well as on Warner Brothers soundstage in Los Angeles. One of the biggest challenges during the production was creating the look, feel, and vibe of 1970s Las Vegas, as well as the surreal, drugged-out, hallucinatory tableau that defined Johnson's work. Gillum hired cinematographer Nicola Pecorini to help him establish the distinct visual quality. Part of the process entailed them using rear projection footage from the 1978 TV show Vegas, which increased the already otherworldly tone an extra notch, according to Pecorini. Indeed, a deliberate effort was made by Gillum to reflect the zany gonzo energy of the novel by practicing gonzo guerrilla-style filmmaking on the fly to capture the essence of the 1970s zeitgeist Thompson was speaking to. According to Pecorini, the film's trippy visual aesthetic was inspired by Robert Yarber's paintings, which are, quote, very hallucinatory. The paintings use all kinds of neon colors, and the light sources don't necessarily make sense. Gillum expands on this decision, adding that they use the Yarber paintings, quote, while mixing our palette of deeply disturbing fluorescent colors. To achieve the saturated look of the hypnotic neon colors the final film has, Gillum initially wanted to use a wide-angle anamorphic lens. However, when it proved too costly, he and Pecorini compromised by combining an Arriflex 535, an Arri BL4S, and an Arri 35-3, with a set of Zeiss Standard Primes and Kodak's 250D Vision 5246 film stock. From the onset, it was always Gillum's intention to make the audience feel as if they were experiencing a vicarious drug trip while watching this movie. According to Fear and Loathing, Loaded, Gillum said, "We start out at full speed and it's woo! This drug kicks in and you're on speed. Whoa, you get the buzz. It's crazy. It's outrageous. The carpet's moving and everybody's laughing and having a great time. But then, ever so slightly, the walls start closing in and it's like you're never gonna get out of this place. It's an ugly nightmare and there's no escape." One of the movie's most memorable scenes comes when Duke and Gonzo arrive in Vegas and begin hallucinating a gory reptilian orgy in the bar lounge. The production originally planned for 25 full-scale animatronics to use in the scene, but they were only provided with 7 or 8. To atone for this, the crew utilized motion control methods to make it appear as if the entire room was invaded by these horny, slavering lizards. They even redressed the same lizards multiple times and had them pass the camera to achieve this effect. Furthermore, Gillum and Pecorini devised specific drug phases to recreate cinematically to make each substance feel slightly different. For instance, when Duke huffs ether, Pecorino describes using a hazy, loose depth of field where everything becomes non-defined. To simulate the effects of the fictional narcotic adrenochrome, which Thompson made up for the book, Pecorini made a visual effect that made, quote, everything get narrow and claustrophobic, move closer with lens. When simulating the symptoms of mescaline, the idea was to have colors melt into each other by using flares with no sources and playing with color temperatures. As for the amyl nitrate Duke and Gonzo snort for the film, Pecorini noted that the perception of light gets very uneven. Light levels increase and decrease during the shots. Finally, for the feeling of LSD, Pecorini was sure to film everything extremely wide and create disorienting hallucinations via morphs, shapes, colors, and sound. When it came to filming the desert scenes in the Mint 400 motorcycle race in Vegas, Pecorini sought to create an endless vista by erasing the horizon line, which he thought would emphasize, quote, a certain kind of unreality outside of the character's car, because everything that matters to him is within the red shark. Speaking of the desert scene, Gillum makes a cameo as a reporter wearing a hat holding a microphone as the racers take off. The sequence was meant to take place at dawn, but according to Gillum on the Criterion Collection DVD commentary, they had set up a shot and timed it perfectly with the rising sun. But when Depp went to start the car, nothing happened. After
bolesnik
realizing
čovjek.
nobody had filled the tank
Pusti
with
neku
gas,
muziku
the
za
shot had to be
Pusti ju
rescheduled
budala.
for a different part of the day. This
Eh.
is why, if you look closer, the scene is much too bright to be dawn. Another visual inconsistency comes toward the beginning when Duke and Gonzo pick up the hitchhiker played by Tobey Maguire, whose hair changes drastically in the scene. According to Gillum, they had to reshoot the sequence months later and were unable to convince Maguire to shave his head and wear the wig. To do so would have cost $15,000 as stipulated by Maguire's contract, and since the budget was already spiraling out of control, the production could not afford it. Ironically, in the end, they spent much more than $15,000 to use a bald cap and makeup effects, and then digitally remove the hitchhiker's hairline from the final film. Maguire also wears a t-shirt with a picture of Ralph Steadman, Thompson's longtime artistic collaborator who did the original illustrations for the novel. An additional visual sight gag includes the iconic Gonzo fist symbol, which can be seen drawn with shaving cream in the hotel bathroom when Dr. Gonzo has a bath. The Gonzo fist is also seen crushing a peyote button on a political poster in Gonzo's office, which is a real poster from the time Thompson ran on the Freak Power party ticket in Colorado in the 1970s. Other random factoids include Ellen Barkin wearing a prosthetic ass for her role as the waitress, and Del Toro improvising licking the cocaine from his suitcase after he spills it in the car. Meanwhile, Gary Busey, who plays the sheriff, improvised the hilarious "Give me a kiss" line while working one day on the movie. The gesture reportedly mortified Thompson and producers, but Gillum thought it was funny and kept it in the final film. After 56 days of shooting, principal photography on Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas officially wrapped on October 22nd, 1997. With exactly 7 months until the film was slated for theatrical release, Gillum had no choice but to subject the film to test screening, something that the director loathed. Gillum admitted to Elle, quote, "I always get very tense in those test screenings because I'm ready to fight. I know the pressure from the studio is somebody didn't like it, change it." Far more interested in making sure Thompson enjoyed the movie than the test audiences, Gillum was proud when Thompson reacted viscerally to his first time seeing the finished film. According to Neon Magazine, Thompson did enjoy the film, saying, quote, "Yeah, I liked it. It's not my show, but I appreciate it. Depp did a hell of a job. His narration is what really held the film together. I think if you hadn't had that, it would have just been a series of wild scenes." Thompson did take umbarg, however, with the scene in which Duke callously tosses change at the dwarf waiter, claiming it was untoward and inaccurate to his character. Alas, despite the prevailing wisdom that drugs sell just as effectively as sex in Hollywood, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas proved to be just
milioni ne
to
predstavljaju
resonate at the box office. The movie opened in theaters on May 22nd, 1998, earning a paltry $10.6 million in worldwide ticket sales, barely enough to justify half of its $18.5 million budget. Gillum's intention to give audiences a vivid and vicarious, drugged-out thrill ride turned out to be too hardcore and alienated both critics and moviegoers at the same time. Only years later, in retrospect, did the film begin to grow popularity and eventually become a bona fide cult classic, recognized for its high replay value and eminently quotable moments. And that's kinda what the fuck happened to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Terry Gillum boarded the project at the 0 hour, hastily penned a script in roughly 1 week, and went through a grueling legal battle to retain a screenplay credit, which resulted in him burning his WGA card and resigning from the union. If that wasn't trying enough, Gillum had Rhino Films barred from the set before experiencing a host of problems during principal photography, not least of which was the uncooperative casinos that denied filming access. And yet, the harried production managed to imbue Gillum with the manic energy necessary to capture the essence of Thompson's novel perfectly. In the end, while the movie proved to be too far out for audiences in the late 90s, like the source novel, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas has only become more appreciated over time. Gillum is proud of it, Depp and Del Toro are proud of it, and most importantly, Hunter S. Thompson approved of the film before his death. Who cares if this drug story didn't sell in Hollywood at the time? Hard-hitting substances influenced the masses eventually.
Evo naš.
Super, baš mi.
Facciamo?
Čekaj da vidimo ovako. I 10 tema, ja sam ugradio sebi 10 tem.
Već sam ovo našao.
Dobro.
Sad ću jedan koja ima oznaka.
The making of Batman was a marathon. It was not a sprint. It was a marathon where there were constant speed bumps, and at any moment, failure faced you, whether it was developing the
Alo, dobar dan. Izvolite. Imam. Gdje si, man? Pet pa nešto u kvadrati, mislim ne. Ajde, neka dođi. Ima on kvadrati. Ima. Ajde. Ajde.
Nešto je da mi čitaš.
Nema na ovome da piše, sad ću dođi. Jaj! Vidiš?
2661C. Dva, 4, 6, 9. 2, 4, 6, 9.
Jel Nenade? Nenade? Aha.
Welcome.
Ja.
Goodbye for now. Goodbye for now.
Script, whether it was finding the filmmaker, whether it was casting the picture, whether it was the budget of the film, whether it was just the anxiety and fear of this unique project that was dark, it haunted the project from the very beginning.
Batman created just a universe that I could really believe in. And I always regretted that as my favorite character in comics, it had not ever quite been portrayed the way I thought that Bob Kane and company really intended it to be. And I really wanted to see that creature of the night emerge and let the world at large see that there is more to Batman than pow, zap, and wham. And for about 20 years, whenever anyone mentioned the word Batman or wrote about it in print, pow, zap, and wham were always attached to the name. I wanted to detach it and get back to the heart of the character.
I think that Batman is the seminal movie of the last quarter century because it broke all the rules. It redefined what a tentpole movie. Movie should be. It dealt with the kind of effects and the kind of artistic choices, casting choices that had not been done before, very gutsy. Tim was on the forefront of a generation of new filmmakers and even the way we marketed the movie. All parts of a whole that, you know, are never easy to come to because when it's uncharted waters, it's lonely out there a little bit.
In the early 1970s at Indiana, they had an experimental curriculum department at the College of Arts and Sciences. And the deal was this. If you had a course that was non-traditional that you wanted to teach at the university and could then appear before a panel of deans and professors and convince them that your course was worthy of academic credit, you could wind up teaching a very unique course to college students for credit. This to me was a golden opportunity. I decided I was going to teach the world's first college-accredited course on comic books. The dean, with his eyeglasses,
A gde si Mix, šta radiš majstraće? Evo nisam jesam.
Jedan, dva, tri.
Molim?
Nemam pojma, zabao mi YouTube.
A nema veze.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Molim? Kome da dam ključ od kuće? Pa otkud nama njihov ključ od kuće?
Goodbye for now.
Vratim se.
Welcome.
Interesting. Exit. Start Steam.
Goodbye for now. Welcome. Goodbye for now.
What the fuck?
Goodbye for now. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome.
Buenos noches, pimps. Redfall is the latest failed abortion that crawled its way out of the dumpster to scar our eyes, minds, and wallets as Bill Gates' master plan to force the youth outside by buying and destroying every major gaming company continues. It's a game that fails to be painfully generic.
Welcome to my channel.
Basic mechanics like
Free
shooting,
Kybabet.
world design, and the
Welcome to my channel.
AI are so
Kata.
lackluster that it would be insulting
Welcome to my
other
channel.
painfully generic games
Hero
on the
Vera.
market to call it that. And
Welcome
that is
to
on
my
top
channel.
of the plethora of
Isebe.
stuttering, frame drops,
Welcome to
T-posting,
my
and
channel.
fucking claymation
Stream
textures
Elements.
that plague this game.
Welcome
Oh,
to
and
my
would you
channel.
look at that, it has de
Paul
novo.
Argui.
What a neat little coinky
Welcome
dink.
to
How
my
could
channel.
you make a game that is
Be
100
Ladded.
gigabytes and not
Welcome to my
megabyte of
channel.
that is a redeeming quality?
Apps.
This truly is
Welcome
the
to my
worst
channel.
generation of gaming because
Nipet.
just as soon as
Welcome
one
to
piece
my
of shit
channel.
flushes, another one
Restream
plops
it.
in the toilet. And you may be
Welcome to
wondering,
my
"Blake,
channel.
why are you even reviewing
Alien
this?
Gathering.
We all knew this was going to be
Welcome
trash
to my
months
channel.
ago." Well, pimp, I figure
Alicidra.
somebody should make money off
Welcome
of
to
all
my
this,
channel.
seeing as it sure as shit
Roman the
won't be
Russian.
Microsoft. Let's begin
Welcome
with
to
the
my channel.
hard-hitting issues. Where
Ella.
are all my goth GFs?
Welcome to my channel.
Busty bloodsuckers, my
Tensu.
tanned-up counts, my
Welcome to my
mega
channel.
mommy maidens. You see, amongst my favorite tropes of any genre is the big-budget vampires. It counteracts the... how do I say this? Femboyness of the entire genre, if you will. But it seems that unfortunately, Redfall is yet another victim of the ongoing war on massive budgets. I think it may be the greatest casualty we've suffered since Aloy grew a beard because, damn, you don't even need UV lights to scare these vampires off. One good look at any of these abominations, and those motherfuckers will run for the hills. I mean, not that any of these Slenderman wannabes are turning heads either, but, you know. God damn. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is what I've always said. If your game isn't gonna make massive memories, then at least include some massive memories. You feel me, pimp? Next up, the AI must be modeled after a brain-rotted Zoomer that got vegetableized from hearing one too many Vine boobs, because these are just about some of the...
Da internet prekide.
Ne,
Nego.
ja kažem, je moguće
Da moguće šta?
da samo vjetar nosi moje one papuče.
Ne nosi vetar papuče, no ti
Čaletove stoje ispred,
mačka ti neka nosi.
a ja upravo o tome razmišljam.
I?
Je moguće da mi mački ćušnu papuče, majke?
Što da nije?
I Joe,
Što je?
gdje ti onaj plavi fini džemper?
Koji plavi fini džemper?
Jesi ga ne vidio?
A koji plavi fini
majica,
džemper? Znači, meni pamet stad. Koji? A ne. Ne znam šta je to. Kako izgleda?
Plavi kao ovaj taburej.
Ne znam, skinuo sam se go, neđe i otiša. Ja se ne skidam niđe van kuće, eto toliko ću ti reći. Pa ti zamišlja se ostalo. Kome sam pozajmio, objasni mi. Kome? Ko nosi moju odeću?
Oprao sam. Svašta.
Negde je po kući. Ko zna gde?
Neće po kući.
Ako sam ga nosio na poslu, možda je ostao u LTS-u u kaseti.
Ma šta u LTS nosio si ga?
To je to. To je to.
Prošle nedelje si ga nosio na posao.
Ne, nisam. Nema ga na poslu.
Si ti blesao?
Nema ga na poslu. U ormanu nemam ništa, znači bez ono što donesem i odnesem. Od civilne odeće imaju one gaće, one radničke što si mi ti dala.
Da.
I to je.
Evo!
Ko to viče, Ćala?
A Ćala me zove, otišao sam na muze.
Ja vam treba pomoći.
Baš gledam.
Ne.
Stupidest robots I've ever had the displeasure of playing against. Look at this. This guy takes 5 seconds to walk up the stairs, then waits for 5 more seconds to shoot, and then fucking misses point blank. What are we doing here, cocaine? Or look at this, where you can see that these AI are fighting, and 2 of these big tater tards are rattling off shotgun blasts into the sky for the hell of it. And if that wasn't enough, on top of all of it, look at this, where this guy walks up, misses all but 1 shot, then slowly steps back, and I kill him. Because, honestly, I just got bored of waiting for him to make the first move. Ladies and gentlemen, this game relies on the fact that you would just immediately walk in and start shooting everything, not noticing that no one is fighting back in any way representative of a fucking breathing, alive human being with a pulse. Because if you stop shooting them for even 10 seconds and just observe how they act, you will realize that they are all participants in the Special Olympics. And for further proof, because I have 4 hours of wildlife observation, watch as this man takes his pistol and tries to bayonet charge my friend. What the hell am I even watching anymore? The fact that 30% of people on Steam gave this a positive review is an indication that Bethesda must have let 30% of these dumbass AIs review this game, because only a lobotomy patient could think this is a fun experience in a first-person shooter. All credit where credit is due, vampires are slightly harder to fight, but that's only because the developers baked clipping into their moveset and made them goddamn spastic bullet sponges. Sure, it's harder to fight an enemy when they're clipping into the wall. You got me, Bethesda. You win. You've mastered the art of tedium. But you know what the problem with that is, Pimp? Mowing a lawn is more fun, challenging, rewarding, and has much more player choice than this entire gameplay loop. For starters, Arcane has never made a game with good gunplay. There you go, I said it. Fuck you and your 10 out of 10 on Deathloop. Dishonored was only good because of the stealth and magic. Redfall, on the other hand, is right out of the sludge river in terms of gunplay quality. It is stiff, it is soulless, and it is bland. It is the bare minimum expectation for gunplay mechanics, and at this point, you're still better off developing Cancer while playing Destiny 2 if you're looking for this type of gunplay. I mean, just look at this. This animation is stiffer than me when I'm playing Dead or Alive. But if this is stiff, then just what the hell do I call this stealth system? It's bordering on non-existent. You just walk up to people and chop their thigh, then they slump over with no takedown animation or fanfare at all. It's like they're trying to piss me off. This is bare minimum stuff that we've had going back 10 years now, including an, oh, would you look at that, your own fucking game. And as the cherry on top to the entire gameplay system, we have the RPG system, which is just present enough to have that annoying need to keep grabbing guns with bigger numbers so that you don't have to fight vampires for an extra 2 hours because your gun is underleveled, but not present enough to add any replayability to this game. And your skill tree is maxed out the second you start up the game because there is nothing of value to be found here. It's all just mild stat upgrades to already useless abilities. But that brings me to my next point. All the abilities on my operator were useless. The AI are so stupid that you are putting yourself at a disadvantage to pull out the umbrella, when quite literally jumping in circles around them gives you more of a tactical advantage. Your quirky ex-boyfriend perk also does no damage, and I'd say the elevator is probably the most useful because you can use it to put all these stupid goddamn AI in the spin cycle. Also, you can use it to do a little trolling and trick your friends into their own demise.
You thinking what I'm thinking, partner? Aim for the bushes.
I will give this game credit though. There is one RPG mechanic that does dynamically generate a new experience with every new campaign, and that is the Wheel of Glitch. Depending on your RNG, you might just get your crouch button shut off, have a menu get stuck on a third of your screen that won't go away for an hour, have key posing people in your cutscene, get stuck in a bridge, get stuck in a menu, textures barely loading in, guns not loading in at all, and the FPS dropping off harder than Bethesda's reputation. All these glitches make me want to break a goddamn toilet. Fuck! Can't even do that. Fine, let me blow up this car. That's gonna make me feel better. What the hell was that? I'm done. Anyways, I know some people complain that this game had no story, but honestly, that was my favorite part of this game. I'm glad that they knew not to spend any amount of time or money on writing because Jesus Christ, what they already did put in was awful. When I saw this shit in the character creator, I started getting flashbacks.
Kevin is shirtless. I don't know why.
Of course, I still chose her, though, so that I could annoy the person I was playing with constant quips and quirky dialogue. However, there came a point where not even I could stand it any longer.
Nah, it'll be about the same.
And now I would talk about the setting, but there's nothing to be said about it. There's nothing worse than something so boring, something so aggressively bland and empty that there isn't a single thing to make a joke about. But now with that being said, there is always a way to fix every shitty game, folks. Microsoft may have sucked all the life out of Bethesda, but the Fleek always fixes, pimp. I say we take all this shit into an underground nightclub, give all the women big old WM double Ds, give everyone skin-tight suits, give me a trench coat, give me a katana, and give me a copy of Blade 1 and 2 on Blu-ray. And now that's just the quick patch, Bethesda. I got more up in the old dome. Hit me up. As of right now, though, I give this game a solid A. But consider my fixes, and I am confident that we can get this baby up to a solid stuttery C. Never forget that the devs are so stupid that they copyright struck their own cover photo on Twitter. Sweet dreams, pimps!
The action RPG world rumbled when Grinding Gear Games announced Path of Exile 2 during the opening ceremony of ExileCon 2019. Mere weeks after Blizzard's showcase of Diablo 4, Chris Wilson and a few other top-level GGG employees walked on stage, announced Path of Exile 2, and actually played the in-development product in front of the crowd.
That's what was so crazy about it, is like that's always what excites me about games, is whenever people like the way they want to show you the game is not by showing you some pre-rendered trailer. They're like for example the Nintendo one for the new Legend of Zelda. It's like it just had some guy that works at Nintendo. He's like, so yeah, so we're making this new game, and so I figure I'll just play it. You guys could look and see like kind of how it is.
People in the venue, Twitch chat, as you can see.
Yep.
Even Reddit were all floored at the incredible addition and reinvention.
Oh yeah,
this
people are very
huge
excited about
expansion
this.
Was introduced to one of the best ARPGs out there. 2 campaigns, 1 overhauled game. Even Chris couldn't believe the reception. The rest of ExileCon 2019 went swimmingly. Various developers spoke about their unique philosophy and development process while working on Path of Exile. The best racers in the scene competed to kill Act 5 Kitava first, and ExileCon...
Šta je sad? Još uvijek tražiš ono, jel? Jer samo me nerviraš, nemam pojma gdje je ženo. Znači, zato ću da dignemo kredit, da vidiš da nije ispod kretena. Ali ne znam gdje je i ne interesuje me gdje je, razumeš? Rekao sam ti, nemam običaj da se skidam go okolo. Ili da mi je vruće pa da kao skinem se sebe nešto i stavim. Znači, ne znam kako si to zaključilo. Ako nije ovdje, nema ga. Na poslu je. Kako ne na poslu? Jer su mi rekli tamo na poslu da ne nosim više stvari nego što mi treba. Zato što kao samo radna odeća treba da bude tamo. A ono sam ostavio, ono, kako se zove, ono što su mi ti dali, one pantalone i onaj dug što sam dobio od njih. I to je sve od moje odeće tamo. Ostalo su majice i bele pantalone. Ti me kažeš na poslu. Kako mi je na poslu? Što sam ostao toliko u tom normalu. Ama milimetar nisam pomerio ništa od toga. Ne znam kako ne kapiraš. Ako ga ti nisi stavila tamo, ja nisi siguran. Otkud ja znam gdje je, možda ga si imao buk.
Ma kak. To si ti dobio za rođendan, plavi, da ti nije ispod toga duksa, nije?
Jeste, evo, nosim bundu, nosim ispod ovdje. Jel na vratima? Pogledaj. Bukvalno na vratima, pogledaj. Ne, pa ako nije, onda ne znate. Jel na vešalici? Evo tu, ovdje, tu na ovom čivilku, šta je? Jel tu?
Nije.
Onda ne znam. Možda je u Simove deci, jesi gledala tamo?
Da. Da nisi Larisi pozajmljivo...
Ama šta sam je pozajmio, ženo, skinuo sam, na šta sam skinuo sa sebe? Ovo sam skinuo, gledaj, ovo sam skinuo, vidi, ovo! I vratila mi je, posle 5 minuta.
Ali nije, moguće da ga je neko sa žice ili odavde...
Koga je sa žice maknuo? Imamo kradljivca odeće. Kakve fantazije, ko da s Čaletom pričam, moguće, koga je maka? Vetar ga je možda oduvao, otkud znam? Ne znam. What the fuck? Eh?
On 2019 ended. From November 2019 to April 2021, GGG remained silent on PoE2's progress, continuing to release consistent expansions to Path of Exile 1. Suddenly, in April 2021, GGG spoke out with an update on Path of Exile 2 and showcase...
I don't really mind the silence about the game because this is the way a lot of developers do things now. And I think it's actually a good way of doing things. It's like you see that with Blue Protocol. They said, hey, we're making this game. All right, well, we'll be back in 2 years. 2 years go by. Hey, yeah, we fixed all the stuff, and there's a beta coming out, game's coming out this year. All right, see ya. And then they come back, they're like, all right, so this is when it's coming out. And that was it. Rockstar does that well? Yes, exactly. Rockstar. And think about all of the companies that do that are the companies people like. You know, Blizzard used to do that, by the way. They used to never talk about their games, not give updates for their games for like a year, 2 years. And then they're like, hey, by the way, it's coming out. And like back in the day, that's the way that they did things. It was great. And yeah, they used to. And like From Software does that. Rockstar does that. And it looks like the Blue Protocol devs do this. GGG is doing that. And guess what the commonality between all of those developers are? People like them.
Portions of the new campaign's second act, a desert area. Again, it looked fantastic. The updated animations, the breathtaking terrain, 2 new weapons, the crossbow and the spear, boss health bars. The community
thank God.
Loved it. However, all PoE 2 information went dark once again after this showcase. We waited for an update, but none occurred. We continued to wait and wait.
Dude, I love how dramatic he's making this. This is amazing. Yeah, and wait, and wait, and wait.
Till in August 2022, GGG unveiled they'd be fully elaborating on Path of Exile 2 during ExileCon in 2023.
That's going to be next month, by the way, or 2 months from now, July.
Which would be held on July 29th and 30th in Auckland, New Zealand. Since then, we've heard absolutely nothing about Path of Exile 2. In fact...
That's right, because you don't need to. Don't ever tell people shit. Don't overshare. Because the thing is, inside of development, this is what happens, right? Is that inside of development, things change a lot. That's just how it is. So whenever you have a game and like you're constantly broadcasting your development process, people will inevitably get excited or upset about systems that they don't fully understand. Yeah, don't rush the cooks.
Nothing truly new has been unveiled since the Act 2 showcase in April 2021, more than 2 years ago. So, what's the deal? For those who don't know Path of Exile's developers, Grinding Gear Games, also known as GGG, too well, you may think they're hiding something. Something negative. Likely, that's wrong. Instead, GGG is traveling a path untraveled by many game developers these days. They're working, waiting, and staying silent on the Path of Exile 2 product so they can...
Well, here's also the reality, is that Last Epoch is very well liked. It's not super popular. Last Epoch is not a massively populated game right now, or popular game right now, but it is well liked. Other than that, though, Diablo 4 has, I would say, overwhelmingly positive reception. Many people are very positive about Diablo 4. And because of how positive they are, PoE knows, Grinding Gear Games knows, that they can't just bring something out and then have it be mediocre. Like, it has to look as good as Diablo 4 and be even more complex.
Focus on delivering and surprising their audience. They have in the past. All the while, they've been dropping decent-sized expansions to Path of Exile 1. Since announcing Path of Exile 2, called the 4.0 expansion by some in the community, as it's going to be a massive addition and overhaul to the main game, GGG has introduced the following 13 expansions to Path of Exile.
And that's another thing they said, is that they were trying to develop PoE 2 side by side with Path of Exile 1. It's not like, and I remember Chris Wilson even saying this, that, you know, PoE 2 would have come out faster if they focused entirely on PoE 2, but they didn't want to do that because I think Path of Exile 2 is going to be like Overwatch 2, where it's going to be like a massive rehaul, like overhaul of the game, but it's not going to be like a brand new game in the same way that Dark Souls 2 was a brand new game from Dark Souls 1. Or Mario 2 to Mario 1.
Do note, every single update also includes other minor but meaningful content like balance changes, new unique items, new skill gems, engine improvements, divination cards, new models, updated graphics, and more. These are only the highlights. We begin. 3.9, Conquerors of the Atlas in December 2019 was the introduction.
This was a very, very good time. I remember this, dude. I played this so fucking much. Oh my god. I think I probably played this league more than any other league.
Of a new endgame system involving Cirrus and the Conquerors of the Atlas.
Yep.
Multiple different crafting tools and the Metamorph Build-A-Boss mechanic. It also introduced Awakened support gems and new bow skills. 3.10 Delirium in March 2020 added the Delirium mechanic.
I didn't play Delirium. I kind of wish I did.
Changed mapping forever and let us use cluster jewels on our passive skill tree to make our own passive skill trees.
I feel like cluster jewels are a bit much. Maybe they're okay, but I feel like they're a bit much.
3.11 Harvest in June 2020 gave us one of the most powerful and deterministic crafting systems in Path of Exile.
Yep, and they spent every patch after that nerfing it.
It still exists in the game to this day, albeit in a nerfed state. 3.12 Heist in September 2020 rolled out a brand new chunk of endgame in the form of heists.
I think I didn't really like Heist. Personally, I think a lot of people didn't really like it. Personally, it's just like it's not my kind of gameplay. But for a lot of people, they do enjoy it. Good for them. And I think that's fine.
Allowing us to discover new forms of every single gem in the game, old and new. Loot brand new item bases.
It's actually a very good point. Yeah, the anomalous and like the other like alternate quality. I forgot what the other one was. Those types of gems are really interesting and divergent. Yeah, there you go. Divergent and anomalous gems actually added so much gameplay.
And upgrade a host of rogues.
Says it will add instability. Okay. So it will... No. Why did they all get marked off? Not seeing the shards. I'll send him back. Or I should just send him back and go get him myself. We know he's gonna die. Then again, can't break the time stream. Higher. Don't wait at the portal, I'll send him back.
Yeah.
In an endless experience similar to delving and mapping.
Yeah.
3.13 Echoes of the Atlas in January 2021 presented players with the Maven
This was
endgame
Ritual, I think.
fight and the idea of capturing bosses, then fighting them all at once in a grand arena, the Maven's Crucible. Plus, it added the Atlas passive skill tree, allowing us exiles to customize our endgame experience to our liking.
Well, you also have to remember, like, the Atlas skill tree, all of that, they reworked a lot of the endgame systems. Like, I remember whenever they made the announcement for this this big patch, it was huge. Like, they reworked fucking, they reworked Bestiary, they reworked Incursion, they reworked fucking, like, every endgame system, and they completely changed a number of endgame systems, too. It was great. I miss Atlas zones? Yeah, like, back in the day, you used to have to, like, do things off of the Atlas and do certain maps on the Atlas and shit like that.
Unlike any other game out there. Plus, in came Ritual, a new way to barter and earn items while killing monsters. 3.14 Ultimatum in
I love this one. I'm gonna be totally honest. I fucking loved Ultimatum. The only thing I didn't like about it is sometimes you couldn't see what was going on. Because it was like such a small space and you would just be killed by something you couldn't see. Yeah, Ultimatum was fucking awesome though.
2021 surprised us with an amazing risk-reward.
Nije ode baš. Evo uzet ću ga ja, jebote. I čeka krematorijem trči. Kako si ga... Njegova reakcija je kaže...
Još jedan headshot.
Aj treći ako daš, pa ja ne znam.
Ward mechanic overseen by the wickedly sly Trial Master, and added multiple new powerful gems to the game, like Reap, Exsanguinate, Petrified Blood, and Corrupting Fever. All are used to this day in a variety of builds.
Yeah, a lot of people use Petrified Blood.
3.15 Expedition in July 2021 dropped in
I've never done an Expedition before.
Gripping new narrative, a brand new content system called
Or like
Expedition,
a logbook, I mean.
and heavily reworked numerous pieces
I've done
of
Expeditions,
character
of
power.
course.
The changes are still controversial to this day. 3.16 Scourge in October 2021 summoned forth the Scourge faction and allowed us to clear our areas a second time. But the second run was in a literal hellscape. The League also heightened the skill ceiling with new forms of Uber content for Blight, Legion, Breach, and Delirium. 3.17 Siege of the Atlas in February 2022.
It's actually kind of crazy, like, whenever this guy lays it all out, how much shit has happened in PoE in the last 2 or 3 years. Yeah, it's nuts.
Brought forth another huge improvement to Path of Exile's mapping system and gave us 4 new pinnacle bosses. It also added Eldritch currency to the game, which let players of all types craft on their gear.
Yep.
Plus, it began the revamp of rare monsters with the introduction.
I think the best thing about Eldritch currency is the fact that it's so easy to use. So, like, it gets casual players. It's a very good way to get casual players into modifying their gear.
Of Arch Nemesis. 3.18 Sentinel in May 2022 added new ways to buff monsters using Sentinels. Completely reworked rare monsters, as just alluded to before, added 7 Uber versions of bosses to the game, and let us play with Recombination, a new crafting system that smashed items together to create something new but familiar. 3.19 Lake of Calandra in August 2022.
I did play Lake of Calandra a pretty good amount. I didn't go super hard on it.
To introduce a new map building mechanic to the game, allowing us to enter the Lake of Calandra and make powerful rings and amulets.
Yeah, this one, I feel like this one didn't really get very well received. It was an interesting idea, but it just didn't really hit the mark.
It also further reworked rare monsters, completely changed.
Yeah, I think that the reason why people didn't like Lake of Kalandra is actually not even because of the Lakes of Kalandra, it's because of the Arc Nemesis change. People were really angry about that.
Changed the Beyond mechanic and replaced the old monsters with the Scourge, and rebalanced hundreds of unique items, swapped the value of Divine Orbs and Exalted Orbs, and changed around Harvest crafting.
I actually am glad that they changed Divine and Exalted Orbs, by the way, because I liked how, I like the idea of Exalt slamming a piece of gear. I actually think it's good.
2.0, the Forbidden Sanctum in December 2022 launched a roguelike dungeon into Path of Exile, added one of the first character power enhancing account-bound items into the game, further reworked rare monsters, and walked back on the term Arch Nemesis, massively buffed a set of endgame unique weapons, retooled jewels, ailments, and a few other systems, and added Ruthless, a new game mode for Path of Exile with extreme item scarcity, and numerous reworked or removed mechanics. And finally, we've reached...
I will say that, like, Ruthless is... People can shit on Ruthless as much as they want, but one thing I can say about Ruthless is that the visibility in the game is better just because there's less going on. And I do think that is an improvement in that way.
The present 3.21 Crucible in April 2023 added the Crucible weapon combining mechanic to the game, reworked two former large mechanics, Breach and Abyss, did a pass on passive skill tree masteries, and completely changed up two ascendancies, the Pathfinder for the Ranger,
yeah, a lot of people
and the
played that.
Saboteur for the Shadow.
That's what I played.
Those are the 13 major expansions to Path of Exile 1 since Path of Exile 2's announcement at the end of patch 3.8 Blight in November 2019.
I didn't play Blight.
Although GGG has been almost entirely silent about Path of Exile 2,
I think that the real truth here is that they've been developing Path of Exile 2, and we've been playing it. I think that if you look at what we've gotten, especially the last year or so with PoE, that's what we're going to get with Path of Exile 2. They are transitioning the game to Path of Exile 2. It's not like they're going to make this new game and it's going to be totally different.
They cannot stop talking about and updating Path of Exile 1 because they are the same game,
yeah,
folks.
There you go.
Path of Exile 2 is a giant expansion to Path of Exile 1.
Yeah, it's Overwatch 2.
Both campaigns will lead into the same endgame. All this work they're doing.
I don't like how you have to do you have to do the old campaign in order to get the ascendancies, the old ascendancies and stuff.
All this great content they're adding and iterating on will likely be in Path of Exile 2 in some form. Us exiles will be able to slay the Maven as a werewolf. We'll be able to zoom through maps with a crossbow shouting about bolts.
I do think they should slow the game down a bit. I think there's just too many things happening in the game, and there's like too many different types of effects. Like, for example, do we really need bleed and corrupted blood? I personally don't think so. I think just one of them is fine. Yeah, just let's remove some of the abilities, make the ones that exist more punishing, meaningful, and easy to see. Get rid of some of the unnecessary stats, and then start over and build up from that. You don't understand the difference then? Oh, I understand it completely. I'm just saying that it's like, there are a lot of instances, like for example, let's see. I think spell block and spell suppression should be combined. Like you should not need resistance, spell block, and spell suppression. Like this is insane. You need 3 different stats to do the exact same thing, basically. That's 2 different things. Block is for using a shield. 1 reduces, 1 eliminates. I think that it's a bit much. Like then that's fine. Okay, let's say spell block is not the complete thing. Like spell suppression and resistances. I don't think that we need spell suppression. It's an unnecessary stat. Like you don't need spell suppression. It's crazy. Yeah, it's semantics. Who gives a shit? Circle jerking complexity. Yes. There are a lot of stats in PoE that I think if you took them out of the game and made the other existing stats more important, the game would just simply be better. Like light radius should not be in the game. Nearby and close should not be in the game. The delineation between less and is it less and fewer, or decrease? Less and decreased and increased and more. This should not exist. It's stupid. Many don't play it because it's too complicated. Yes, and I think that I don't think that this makes PoE easier as a game. I just think it makes it better. Like, you should not continuously just add more complexities into a game with no context as to, like, how is this complexity adding, how is this adding any value to the game? Is this making the game better, or is it just making it more complex? It's cluttering the experience. Yes, it's very cluttered. Like recovery and recoup rates. Yeah, exactly.
We'll have boss bars for our favorite foes, from Cirrus to the Eater of Worlds. We'll progress through the core campaign, battling Merveil, Dominus, Kitava, and more with the updated gem system. So, why the silence on Path of Exile 2 from GGG? They'd rather show.
Silence.
It's a meme in the Path of Exile community to answer every problem, minor or massive, with the line, PoE 2 will fix it. GGG stated during their initial and second announcement that Path of Exile 2 will indeed solve some things. Problems with the skill gem system, poor animations, outdated graphics, outdated design, and numerous other areas.
Yeah, I will definitely say that the animations and everything in Diablo 4 are, like, infinitely better. Like, it just way, way, way fucking better. The game looks way better to play.
Game, but they've backed up those statements with evidence, with ideas. We know how they're seeking to improve their game, because when they're asked and choose to answer, their answers are concrete about Path of Exile 2, and frankly, about Path of Exile 1. They're adding and experimenting in Path of Exile 1 while developing and iterating Path of Exile 2. Otherwise, they're silent. They don't want to talk boldly about Path of Exile 2. They want to show us how they're going to make an amazing expansion and overhaul to Path of Exile. They take the when it's ready line very seriously when it comes to Path of Exile 2, and we're going to witness that firsthand on July 29th of this year.
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, like, I think that it really depends on what happens. I will say, I think that a big issue in PoE, like, I saw a lot of posts about this league, is that people played the game and it was just simply too fast, there was too much going on, and there were a lot of people that were like, yeah, I just don't want to play, it's too much. Straight up. And I don't think that it's I don't think it's a situation where, like, oh, it's just boomers that are mad because they're bad at the game. I think it actually is too much. There's too much going on, it's too hard to figure out what's happening, there's too many buffs, too many debuffs, it's just too much. And I wish we could go back to, like, I don't know, like 2016, 2015, somewhere around there. I felt like the game was a lot more cohesive and it was easier to understand what's happening. I can confirm, I confirm it's super hard to understand. Yeah, it's hard to understand.
Oh, you mean
just get good? Well, people don't want to get good.
Yeah.
Što uvijek igraš onaj Factorio scenariju?
Pa dobro, ne znam što će da probaš.
Ne volim da sam limitiran bilo čim.
Nisi ti limitiran?
Nisam, a?
I ti praviš bazu?
Da,
Sve ovako normalno.
U vozu.
U vozu ti je glavna baza, ti može preći bazu i van.
Da, samo što ti ne staje komadi mape.
Pa tu su jabuke pa pokupiš na drugo mjesto i tako dalje.
Ne želim da rasturam bazu i da se šetam okolo. Hvala. Sad ću razvučim kao stari, ne kao Boris, nego baš kao ono, kao starac. Postoji razlog zašto nisam nikad voleo ni Tiberian Sun, ni Command & Conquer 3. Zato što su izbacili aspekt pravljenja baze i skupljanja resursa i ostalo je samo imaš mobilni tank koji šetaš po mapi, ako ti ga unište izgubio si, on ti štanca sve jedinice, šetaš se od checkpointa do checkpointa i radiš capture the flag. I ko zadrži više zastavica, a da mu ne unište glavno vozilo, pobeđuje. Viš, meni to malo, znaš, kad ja ne mogu da postavim, razumeš, fiksne zgrade ili, razumeš, da napravim drugu glavnu bazu na drugom mjestu, razumeš. Ne znam, ja sam, kažem ti, star, previše igrač. Neko sam da igram strategije u realnom vremenu na drugačiji način nego ova moderna dečica, znaš. Tako da mi taj pojam mobilne baze, ne znam, kažem, meni ne leži, a ako neko možda se snađe, ja ne mogu. Isto tako pre bih igrao Tarkov sa čiterima nego Marauders. Jer looter shooter u alternativnom svemiru gde se ti šetaš sa space shuttleom od broda do broda i lootuješ unutar svemirskih tih letelica. Mislim, space shipovi, kako god želiš. Svemirskih vozila. Ne znam. Nije mi prema milo nikako.
Gledam se ovaj Factorio u Space-u, koliko je to tek kompleksno.
Da, to je modovana igra. Developeri nisu išli toliko daleko. Možda... Je li Factorio izašao 1.0? Ja mislim da jeste, ali tako?
Jeste.
Čudno mi je što developeri ne žele da naprave nešto kao ekspanziju tipa, razumeš, kao što su dobar deo tih, razumeš, timova koje prave igre toga tipa, razumeš. Obično stave neki update tipa RimWorld ili onaj, kako se zove, ima druga isto igra, onaj Oxygen Not Included, izbace DLC koji recimo daje ti opciju da istražuješ svemir ili druge planete ili podzemlje ili, razumeš, nešto opciono. Mislim, možeš ti da igraš glavnu igru bez toga, okej, ali ako želiš da proširiš malo, znaš, da kažem, opcije igranja, možda kupiš DLC, niko te ne tera, razumeš. Mislim, mogli su da naprave novu igru, ali recimo, zašto kad mogu samo da prošire postojeću igru? Ne znam. Kako se zove taj tim što radi Factorio? Factorio dev team. Da, smešteni su u Pragu. Češka republika. A šta im je sljedeća igra uopšte? To mi nikako nije jasno. Blog. Izbacili su update za Switch. I? Šta mi boli kurac? Ili za Macintosh. U fullu podržavaju modere, to mi se sviđa isto jako. To je retko koja kompanija radi. Mislim, ne moraš ako već ne moraš aktivno da razvijaš igru, možeš da podržavaš modere i da pustiš njih da prave šta oni žele. I da igra kompatibilno s time. I Factorio i Project Zoovoid. A imaš dosta igara koje nisu baš... Naprimjer Fallout 4. Fallout 4 Bethesda je samo sebe upucala u kolena, razumeš? Vodu je moraš ili ilegalno da skidaš na crackonu verziju, ili legalno moraš da plaćaš pare za njih. To znaš, u Falloutu 4 da su stavili onaj store gde kupuješ modove i gluposti. Kaže, we are very thankful to our extraordinary modding community for keeping many engineers busy while waiting for the expansion. Ali... Steam Deck. Koga briga. Da, rade ekspanziju. Ne žele da podele čak ni ime ekspanzije. O bože. The general goal is to make the expansion feel like a big addition as the whole vanilla game. This is why we plan to price it at $30 and put enough content to make it well worth the price. Ok, zavisi što stavite.
Od treba da se popije. Kaže Factory Expansion 2023. Rade na tom, ok. Se mene tiče, bude gotovo, bude.
Like, I remember, here's a good way to look at it, right? I remember whenever I would play PoE, my eyes would hurt. And this is before I started playing Wardloop, by the way. The reason why my eyes would hurt is that I was afraid to blink, because if I blinked, I could die. It's insane. Yeah, you blink, you die. Yeah, what the hell? And it's like there's like 50 other things that are happening. It's too much.
In April 2021 and November 2019. When Chris Wilson walks out on stage at ExileCon 2023, he may be passionate, tearful even, but he will be confident in the game he's about to showcase to the world.
I think so,
As he
yeah.
was at ExileCon in 2019.
Absolutely.
He believes in his team of developers. Grinding Gear Games is putting in the time and effort to ensure Path of Exile will outlast the competition, new and old. In the next few...
I think it probably... I think Path of Exile 2, like if you are an ARPG Andy, and you really care a lot about ARPGs, you will probably get more out of Path of Exile than you will out of Diablo 4. And you want to play it, you want this to be like your main game. This is the game that you play 8 hours a day for the better part of the season. Then I would absolutely say that PoE 2 would be that game. And Diablo 4 isn't trying to be that game. And I don't think that it should.
2 months leading up to ExileCon 2023 and the latest information on Path of Exile 2, I'm going to provide everyone with an in-depth, interesting history of Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games. This is merely a preface to that. I hope you'll join me these next few months for my PoE 1 flashback series and get seriously excited about the future of this incredible game. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, subscribe for more Path of Exile content, and check out my other videos. Tala Moana, fellow exile.
Oh, I remember that guy. They got rid of him. Yeah. The beta's literally the campaign. I mean, like, I don't know, guys. Like, I'm really kind of curious to see what's going to happen, but I am very, very excited for Path of Exile 2. I will tell you this. I have been super fucking excited. You know, Copium from both PoE, D4 and PoE stands in this chat. Well, I don't really see the problem, like, because the thing is, these seasons, like, the way that I usually play PoE or Diablo 4 is I play the games to a plateau and then I stop. So, like, after you play the game to a plateau, why not just play the other game? I don't see that being an issue. Like, there can be a symbiotic relationship here. It's not like they all have to exist in the exact same way. So yeah, it seems weird to me that people are trying to like say, oh, it's going to kill Diablo 4 or not. I think that for hardcore ARPG fans, they're going to want to play something like PoE. And for the more casual player base, they're going to want to play something like Diablo 4. And that's totally fine. It's the same as like Valorant is a lot less complex than Escape from Tarkov. Does that make Escape from Tarkov better? No. It's just a different audience.
C. Calm and focused. That's what helps me always win. D.
Let's start this video with something that really bothers me, and maybe you've noticed it too. Tier 1 Hunter, Lamat Carbine. Normal. Tier 2 Hunter. Again, fine. You can hold it that way. Why is it then that with Tier 3 or Legendaries, you become the sassiest hunter in the Bayou? I straight up look like I want to talk to your manager, because I do, Crytek. I do want to talk to your manager to rectify this. Okay, fine. Maybe I am a little sassy.
Yeah.
Have I taken a page from Hollywood? Am I just doing sequels now? No, not quite. The truth is, I've done a Lamat video in the past, but that first one is kind of weird. So I'm hoping to pull a Dark Knight and right the wrongs of the original that had a questionable plot about a descent into madness. Also, keeping with the metaphor, I'm gonna pray to God a third movie isn't necessary. The Lamat Carbine is the grown-up version of the Lamat pistol. It still has the 9-round cylinder and a secondary shotgun attachment, but now features a stock and longer barrel, increasing its damage to 107 at about 20 meters, and its headshot range to 140 meters with base ammo. At $130, the Lamont carbine is priced as a sort of middle ground between the Winfield and the Nagant carbine, but that doesn't mean it has middling performance. In a way, this gun is a lot like Hannah Montana. Its best of both worlds characteristics prop it up for success. I've seen my demographics, I know what y'all are into. But before we talk about the performance, let's talk about that custom ammo. The Lamont carbine has 2 custom ammo types, or, well, I guess 5 custom ammo types. The carbine portion, that is the top part, has FMJ and incendiary. FMJ increases the Lamont carbine's damage over distance, setting the effective headshot range to 178 meters. FMJ also increases the bullet's penetration, which can lead to surprising kills like this one.
The one southeast.
Bookie, did you see that?
I didn't.
Oh my god. Incendiary ammo is the same as base ammo, but it loses its penetration and glows while it flies. And although it can be a mild annoyance to your foes, it is traditionally a PvE ammo. You can take it, but it really doesn't add that much performance to the carbine. The Lamont carbine shotgun has 3 custom ammos, but first, let's talk about that base ammo. It has a medium barrel length, meaning the spread of its pellets falls somewhere in the middle of all the shotguns, probably best compared to the spread of its pellets. Let's talk about that base ammo. It has a medium barrel length, meaning the spread of its pellets falls somewhere in the middle of all the shotguns, probably best compared to a full-length Caldwell rifle. As with other shotguns, the custom ammo you choose can greatly alter how this undermount weapon performs. Dragon Breath ammo can light targets on fire at a pretty decent range, and although it is usually considered a PvE ammo, you can get kills with it. Slugs fire a single large projectile, but keep in mind, the store stat is a little wrong at the moment, saying the slugs match long barrel ammo, but that isn't the case. Lamont slugs should be used at Caldwell rival distances, which is about 5 meters closer, not Romero distances. Still though, slugs are a great opportunity for one-hit kills and have a further lethal range than the base buckshot on a full health hunter. Lastly, we have Starshell ammo, which is about as useless as the Confederate government. Oh, a collection of states that just seceded from a central federal government don't want to be told what to do? Go figure. Also, this random dig at the Confederacy makes more sense if you've seen the first video. I don't blame you if you haven't. Starshell can be used to burn through AI enemies, hive swarms, and ignite barrels. Starshell isn't horrible, it just kind of handicaps what can be a useful secondary option for the Lamont. I imagine most people are going to prefer slugs, but for my own preferences, adding $65 to the cost doesn't seem worth it, and buckshot does enough for my needs. Speaking of my needs, love is in the air. And just like your loving parents, I too have certain needs. Companionship, support, stability, intimacy. I was thinking recently how many YouTube channels I still follow I subscribed to over a decade ago, and it's weird to think about, but also kind of sweet that they have been a small part of my life. So I'm gonna skip the grandiose protestation of love and instead ask if you want to grow old together by subscribing to this channel. No intimacy required. Isn't that sweet? Unlike the Lamont pistol, which can be fanned, the Lamont carbine does not benefit from any traits, but really, it doesn't need them. The iron sight is friendly to headshots, though maybe not quite as pointy as the pistol version, and with the addition of the stock, the Lamont carbine also fires a bit faster than the pistol version, meaning you can be a little sloppy while you shoot through those 9 rounds and still end up with a kill. Nope. Nope. There we go. In contrast to my debilitating anxiety, the Lamont carbine allows me to feel secure regardless of where I am. Outside in the open air, the carbine is handy enough to pluck a cheeky headshot. Inside, where CQB is imminent, the shotgun will usually suffice, even if you only have one shot to make it work. I think fans of the Lamont carbine appreciate this freedom most of all, and it's something that keeps me coming back to it, especially on a fresh hunter with few traits. Really, Lamont carbine, I wish I knew how to quit you. Speaking of Brokeback Mountain though, it seems at the time of writing this video, the Lamont's iron sight is slightly misaligned. The bullet fires a little bit higher than the tip of its mountainous post, and this is most noticeable at range. Also, the base compact ammo is pretty underwhelming at a distance and has the usual steep damage drop off, you've come to expect from compact ammo. FMJ does help, and it certainly is my preferred ammo type, but people looking for a faster muzzle velocity will be eyeing the high velocity ammo on the Nagant carbine or the Winfield. Also, because the effective range of the firing modes is so different, it is especially annoying with a LeMat if you forget to switch off your shotgun for a distant shot. I didn't realize I have a shotgun. Oh, it's just me doing that? Okay, cool. And finally, another thing you should be mindful of is its reload, because 19 seconds from empty is a long time in a gunfight. Suffice it to say, the LeMat carbine isn't perfect, nor the best at any specific thing, but its unmatched versatility, especially without traits, is its own niche. So, that being said, what should you pair with it? The LeMat carbine has 27 bullets and 6 shotgun shells total, which isn't terrible, so you could bring whatever secondary you are most comfortable with. The Spitfire is a great all-rounder, no traits required. If you take Dragon Breath ammo, the Sparks pistol might be able to finish off a hunter with charred health. And while no one really likes it when you bring your annoying kid to work, bringing the LeMat pistol is a great way to boost both your shotgun and FMJ ammo, and you can lean on it in a pinch. Thank you, ma'am. Alright. Slugged him. In summary, the LeMat carbine can be taken anywhere and still compete. No, it isn't a flashy long ammo weapon, and no, it isn't the strongest, but just like most weapons in the game, people that don't enjoy the LeMat carbine probably just don't get it. The LeMat is useful in most fighting distances and allows hunters to switch ranges on the fly. The right to choose is one of America's fundamental liberties, and I'm happy to say the LeMat embodies that entirely, especially in an ambush where you never really know what the distance is going to be. See if I can get my heals.
I'm not blasting. They're around there.
He's dead. He's dead. There we go. That was so quick. Hunt Showdown is adding AI hunter bots confirmed. Well, kind of. Recently, PC Gamer hosted a roundtable at the Game Developer Conference in San Diego with some industry insiders, including Crytek General Manager David Fifield. The hour-and-a-half conversation was really insightful into the minds of these developers, but also gave us a glimpse at some of the guiding principles and ideas going into Hunt Showdown. Also gave us a glimpse at some of the guiding principles and ideas going into Hunt. But also gave us a conversation was really insightful into the minds of these developers, but also gave us a glimpse at some of the guiding principles and ideas going into Hunt Showdown's design and development. And they talk about a range of topics from game balance to seasonal wipes to weapon design, and we'll get into all of that, mostly focusing on a hunt perspective. But first, a little disclaimer for this video. If you'll do me a favor, give the article in the pinned comment a visit and listen to the full talk, because obviously I can't put all the context in this short video. And if you want more coverage of Hunt Showdown stuff, you should subscribe to this channel. And to kick this off, one of the things I see a lot of people say about modern Hunt Showdown is that it's becoming too casual and will soon just be Call of Duty in the Bayou. But one of the interesting things that is present throughout the interview is that Fifield and even the other developers acknowledge that Hunt is meant to be a hardcore game.
Often Hunt is the brutal experience, and we say for your first 100 hours. Like, you know, and there's a lot of us play over 1,000. I fell in love with it a couple of years ago. But it was like hitting that state of like I'm a hunt player was probably 400 or 500 hours.
Slušam ovo.
Ti Nenad igrate ovo, a?
Ne. Ja sam pogledao već. Rekao bi pogledaj Kesiću, ali ne znam koliko engleskog može da ispratiš. Ima dosta sluša.
Ma ništa.
Šta pričao neki developer, a?
Bio neki intervju sa developerima, pogledat ću drugi klip, ovo je kao skraćena verzija.
Su oni pametni, ovi su.
And when you start talking to people about I gave it a try or this, it's like, we ask how many 100 hours
Mislim,
you have.
neko je rekao u fazonu kao da li želite kao od Hunta da napravite nešto kao Call of Duty,
And
znaš.
that's important to understand because it's a precursor and a backdrop to some of the
40, then we know you left the game and you just didn't probably like it.
And that's important to understand because it's a precursor and a backdrop to some of the other topics we're going to talk about in this video, including, yes, adding AI bots or introducing new forms of player onboarding. A lot of the difficulty in Hunt is related to its balance, and thankfully, that was a large section of this talk. How new FPS titles often have an asymmetric approach to gameplay, and what these titles are doing to compensate for that imbalance. Byfield said about Hunt,
For ours, we embrace the imbalance. And yeah, balance is tricky. It's not just the spirit of the chess goes and the chess and that stuff, but when you watch an unbeatable player go on for decades, is like, will anyone ever beat them? Is not a thing that's like a whole bunch of people are flocking to sign up and try. Versus the amazing story of the lowly mid 3-star who with an axe caught a 6-star napping somewhere, or third party them after the 6-star killed 5 other people, but you're the one who took him down with the axe at the end. Is an amazing story and amazing feeling.
And that's interesting to me because I think YouTube channels, and I'm guilty of this too sometimes, do this thing where we just throw out the word meta constantly, and I feel like everyone's impression of the word meta doesn't actually account for the intentional asymmetric design as we see in games like Hunt Showdown, where there are powerful weapons like the Nitro and the Avto, but those are considerably more expensive and therefore higher risk than something like the Winfield C. Not to say things can't be tweaked and balanced, but it's just nice to hear the acknowledgement of the consideration. There is more at play here than just weapon stats on paper, and Byfield goes a bit further on balance, saying this.
I think that, the extra dimension we carry is that we do have the persistent hunter, we have the permadeath, and we have the economy that lives outside the match. So we have that sense of like, I don't have to balance the axe against the aftermath. I have one cost $500 and one cost over $1,000. That's an option that we have there. Plus it adds to those stakes that the player decides, am I going in high stakes or am I going in low stakes?
In my opinion, the economy is one of the sore spots of Hunt Showdown. Yes, certain weapons are more expensive, and yes, there is a Hunt dollar economy at play, but the players that have stuck around and opted out of the voluntary prestige system can rack up some serious cash, which incrementally reduces how effective a weapon's value can play on game balance. And some games' approach to these economic hiccups that slowly get out of hand are seasonal wipes like in Tarkov, or previously in the Cycle, or even recently Marauders, where everyone's gear and wallet was wiped out. All the developers shared their thoughts on wipes, and this was one of my favorite sections of the talk because there was so much differing opinion at the table on if wipes are a positive or negative, if they are a fresh starting point, or a cumbersome reason to regrind through all the stuff. And whether voluntary systems like Hunt's Prestige or forced resets like Tarkov, this option in the developer toolkit highlights a question of fairness and time to play the game.
I think that's a different dimension of fair and actually how people can engage is like, how much disposable time do you have to put in games? And a lot of people are like, value my time more than my money, or when I go to do this, and it's the don't have 700 hours to put into Hunt, or those things. So it's like you're not getting bored with a season. Like you're not like, can't wait for the wipe, this is boring. You're like, well, I put in about 40 hours over the month, which is, a respectable part-time job. And it's like, but I'm like, yeah, but I'm so close to, I'm so far from being done, and now you're wiping. It's like, I still had 60 hours to go to get all the content I thought maybe I wanted, and you're wiping already. And that's just, to try and put the 40-hour player and the 400-hour player in the room together is, you just want very different things out of a game.
Yeah, that's why I quite like the voluntary prestige.
Yeah.
Is that someone who wants to repeat? I've done all this. I've done it all, but as you say, I bet I could do it quicker next time.
Yeah.
Okay? And I wouldn't bother with this, and I'd do that.
And the cool kids have done it 100 times. That's
So that's one of the challenges of system wipes, and Prestige is balancing the wants of different player groups and how there really isn't a one-size-fits-all system.
Prestige je dobrovoljen, a Vibe koji rade u Tarkovu je odvratan. Odvratan! Odvratan. Možda Nenad hoće da recimo napravi onaj Bitcoin mining farmu i da ne mora uopšte da idu redove, nego da nemam pojma. Kampuje ljude za kilove i da ne skuplja oružje, da vuče okolo kao da neki pezant.
Možda.
Kad si mi rekao da si napravio, ne znam, mislim da sam gledao tvoj stream, da si im pokazao, mislim da sam tebe gledao. Da si im pokazivao u pre jednog Vibe-a da si imao napravljeno nek mining rigove na govna. Mislim da je to tvoj stream bio, nisam siguran.
Možda.
Kažem, ne sećam se tačno koga sam gledao. Možda neko, kažem ti, ne želi da bagulja okolo kao kreten i skuplja akumulatore i govno. Želi jednom to da uradi i to je to, razumeš. Onda želi da ide okolo i da razumeš, opciono ono.
Znaš kako je, evo sad uđem u teleku i ja mogu da vas...
A možeš, ali ja to ne želim. A ne želim ja to. Kako stvari stoje, ne želim, razumeš. Ne želim da to što ti radiš, da ja to radim svaki... Ajde čujem.
Ne da vam bacam ja, nego morate da pokupite ovu živu.
Ama sve to super, neću ja to da radim.
Zabranjeno je sada se stavio u ranac i da ti ja bacim puštu.
Ama ne želim ja to da radim. Već ti kažem. Hoću jednom da uradim. Ne svako malo. Kapiraš?
Halo.
Jednom. Već sam to radio. Imaš i ti šta da radiš u svoje slobodno vreme.
Trebali su ubaciti...
Opciono.
Trebali su tu ubaciti 7 i kukali su igrači. Neki kako to ne treba.
Ma nemam ja vremena za to, razumeš. Nemaš ni ti toliko vremena. Za svaki par mjeseci ja igram po 100 sati, samo da bi došao na status quo.
Kakvi 100 sati? Treba ti minimalno 300 sati.
Dobro, rekao sam ti. Otprilike. Ne moraš sad da me uzimaš za reč.
To je katastrofa kako su to napravili da bude...
To su napravili za streamere, da bi streameri imali content, da bi streameri imali šta da rade, da bi bilo koji će streamer predana giruje bolju opremu i tako. Jel' tako?
Da.
To nisu napravili radi tebe i mene.
Mislim da ovaj... Samo ne da ovaj taj... Ne znam kako izgleda.
Pas, znam ko je šao.
Čim znači svi mogu da imaju istu opremu koju ima on, odmah je mu dosadno, odmah ovo nema smisla, odmah je to kao ono, odmah treba vibe, a kad on na početku ima najjaču opremu, to nije ništa.
A u tome se radi.
Evo ja, čujem developerski account, ja mogu da pokupim koju opremu hoću. Ali meni to nije zanimljivo. Što ja imam od toga, što ja uzem i spavnam meni sve što mi treba.
Ideš i ubijaš okolo seljake, koji pokušavaju da se stave kraj s krajem.
Znači oni su imali press kit i lik uzme i izađe sa tim. Izađi i pokaže šta se sve dobio, to bio ludilo. Ljudi su bili ispizdani.
Pokazuje bio šta dobiješ sa tim kao...
Sa press kitom?
Aha. Kapiram.
I sad kao evo, i Sumit kao uzeo i obrisao sema, kako da ne.
Summit?
Da.
Šta je brisao? Brisao je account, šta?
Ceo stash obrisao. A što nije otišao da ga vajpuje na sebe, nego
Što nije kupio, samo malo, što nije kupio novi akaunt?
Ne. Što nije otišao na sajt i da vajpuje akaunt, a ne ovako kako će poslije moći da mu vrati.
Kad mu dosadi, jel to misliš? Još više ogoče nego ja. Znaš. Nemam ništa protiv tih streamera, ali smatram da nemam vremena, i ti isto kad imaš posla, nemam vremena da farmujem jebenu igru. To je slobodno vreme. Bamboleo. Mi scusi.
I know things are grave, but I can't help but feel yes. If what you say is true, if I am to become a revenant serving some master, I will refuse. To be honest, I can't imagine it. But I will take your warnings to heart. Of course. All that is left is to take the lance and yes, if what you say, to be honest, I can't. Of course. All that is left is to take the lance and bless it.
You fight like a true warrior. That battle! With you standing with us, Raye won't stand a chance.
Svinja jedna, sram te vina.
Nije ona. Sad ćeš ti da viš.
Sad ću ti ja kuma nazvat. Kume, alo? Interveniš. Policija! Majko. Voleo bi da imam toliko slobodnog vremena, znaš?
Ja. Da ne mora da mislim o ničem.
Mi je to glavno.
Klipujem, bravo. Osti me. Sljedeći su nije. Da vidiš ti sve radi Hanta, šta bi on uradio. Evo, čekaj, samo da nađem.
Ko mi lanč?
Da vidiš ti šta je čoveku pada na pamet. Čime on mene napada.
On tebe napada.
Ti kad roliš na sajtu od Hanta, ti možeš da vajpuješ tvoj akaunt i da kreneš sve iz početka.
Dobro.
Sve iz početka, od nutog levela. Ne ovako, pobriše sve iz inventara i onda mu se vrati. Ti ne obriši sve sa sebe. Nema se zezaš. su jedno vrijeme bili zaključani ovo, kako se zove.
Dobro.
Gdje kucaš one komande.
Konzol.
Da, konzolu, ono za EPS i to. To što su ih ljudi tako jako jebali sa nekim kodovima. Hex kodovima ili čim već. Znači, to je bio sve.
Šta bi radio Din Drakon, ti je to? Znam da te. Tužno.
I think a good example of this is the Battle Pass system, which is still pretty new to Hunt Showdown, but they did talk about Battle Passes briefly in this talk. Specifically for Hunt though, players who have more time can grind through the Battle Pass, but players that have less time can optionally buy boosters or levels to progress through the pass faster. That is one attempt at balancing the needs of the 40-hour player versus the 400-hour player. Obviously, you can't fairly do the same system to a prestige, but listening to them weigh the options, measure the pros and cons, I think you get some idea of the difficulty of making these decisions. Anyway, I just thought that was a cool section, but let's talk about guns because I think that's a big topic within the Hunt community. We always want to know what is coming next in Hunt, and we got a little more clarity on the design philosophy there.
And of course for Hunt, we have the great line of like, yeah, did it exist in 1895? If it was it at least a prototype? And finding your line of what can you squint and see, you know, and for us it's about where the line of being authentic but not going to steampunk, not going to, you know, sci-fi or super out there, but just feeling like, no, this game, you know, we always get the whole Royal Armory thing of like, yep, our guns are based on real guns and we love what they tell us, and if they show us we did something wrong, we're open to changing how we animate or even build the model. So
I've seen a lot of people recommend some pretty fantastical weapons, and sure, you might question how you rectify something like the Stalker Beetle with this mantra of authentic with a twist, but I think the main takeaway is the weapons are and will remain grounded in reality with some room for creativity, think like the bomb lanes. I feel like I've been talking about different weapon prototypes from the time period for years, and it seems that Crytek understands the rich vein of content that those weapons are. But of course, sometimes development has been slow. There can always be new additions as the game allows, but sometimes I see players scratching their head as to what exactly Crytek is even working on, which brings us to the technical debt section.
Svoje neuspjehe. Pa da, znam, on kaže, nisam ja krivi ste vi, ti si trebao to, ja sam trebao ovo. Zapravo, on pogoći oba.
Milan nikad nije što da bi radiš.
Gledaj, ima auto 5, tužite dignite me.
Ali čekaj, a ne možeš, brate, on jede.
A šta ako jedem?
On jede.
Kakve to ima, brate, veze, smoki.
On jede.
Čovjek jeb samo kriv.
Zašto jedeš, Peđa?
Kako možeš da jedeš? Kako možeš da jedeš dok igraš sa Milanom? Objasni se.
A je li moguće ovo?
On jede.
Čekaj, čuo Kesiću, brat moj najjači, a on jede. A ovaj umire.
Kakve to sad ima veze?
Znači, on umro.
A zato što s nečim Kesiću mora da ubacuje usta. Neće nogama, no rukama.
Šta te boli kurac, što ja, brate, radim, što jedem, brate? Ovo je postalo, ovo je čovjek je postao bolestan, brate. Ovo je dijagnoza, sine.
Pa Han dijagnozu ozbiljnu praviš.
I ubijam lika, tradam se i on njega ubije.
Patrijarh.
Pa znaš da krivi drugog za sve, Ilija.
Patrijarh Hanta.
I onda se posle pita zašto je sam, brate.
Zašto igra sam sa randomima?
Ne to, nego zašto je
Pa čekaj, Ilija, izgubi i ubije ga čovjek, odmah mu je drugi kriv. Odmah mu je drugi kriv.
Pa, nije da ja neću da igram s vama, ja neću da igram s njim, ja ne mogu da izdržim taj mentalni pritisak. To nije normalno, razumiješ?
Ne bi imao s nama mene.
Ka jes, šta ti ne nade kažeš?
To što je on bolestan.
A?
Ti si kriv za sve.
Kako možete da dišete kad je to Milan?
Viš ti našta njegova igra spala, ljudi moji.
Another viewer. Welcome to my channel.
On je postao bolestan, njemu treba pomoć.
Ja sad na 100 ti prestiž.
Ja, Hunt, zato je...
Ti ćeš sad na 100 ti prestiž.
Sad -1%. Za vikend.
Ne mora za vikend, evo mogu ti odmah pomoći ako hoćeš. Ako ćeš da uzmeš 100 ti prestiž, mogu ti odmah pomoći. Dok sam dobre volje, pazi, ovo ti je ponuda bila sad. To je to. To je to. To je to. Ne, pa to može.
Nego da ovamo grindem bre na silu ovo, ne mogu.
Pa baš jeste grind, zato sam ti rekao. Ni za što drugo. Pa znam sam, ne znam. Ne znam, ne znam.
Znaš ti koliko to mene... Ali najjače... Najjače, u brate drugom klipu... Zato što s nečim Kesiću mora da ubačuje u usta, neće s nogama nego rukama, on je to upravo izjavio, bre. No, normalan, bre. Viš to?
Nemam komentara.
Ama šta, uzem jebate po jedan smoki one partije.
A što se uopšte pravda, šta ga boli briga, razumeš? Što si ti umro? Kesić je znao sam da ubije 2-3 čovjeka i ti isto.
Vidi se da baš ima problema u životu.
Nego je on umro pa si znaš sad si ti njemu kriv što je on mrtav.
Znaš šta je problem? Kad ume neće da ćuti.
Ozbiljno.
Sve ono što je pričao on o tebi, on je duplo, brate, gori, brate. On je gori, on je postao gori nego bilo ko, brate, Huntu, brate. On je mu Hunt sve.
Znam. Boris se smo otili da igra i Resident Evil i Atomic Heart i razumeš ono.
Dobro, nisu single player za Borisa, stvarno.
A nisu, a znam, zato što nije on takav tip, nemam strpljenja. Ali pointa je, hoće ti kažem, to što on zapravo pokušava da razbije taj kalup, razumeš.
Čekaj sam vidio koliko sam da lik ne vidio tu.
Za onog bossa što si mu ti rekao se kičet, onda ga bije.
I neće da posluša be, neće posluša da ga bije sve se kičet.
Znam da neće. On je navikao da puca u stvari i kao to.
To mu je za on eventu. Čisto moj komentar. Kako možeš da jedeš? Ovo jasno.
Ko ti to dozvoljno da jedeš?
U Milanovom prisutu. To je nedopustivo. Krajnje... Čekaj. Čekaj, sad se seti. Krajnje neprofesionalizam.
Krajnje neprofesionalizam.
Okačite negdje da se čuva.
Može ga na YouTube uploadovati, znaš?
Kako Milan...
Ozbiljno ti kažem.
Kako Milan...
Milan objašnjava igru.
Zbog društva.
Da, on igra samo zbog društva. Ne daj Bože da tryharda je.
Ja mislim da mi daš pobjedi.
Jesi čuo za izraz Svet Lord?
Da.
To je to. Ti pogineš ili ja poginem ili Kesi pogine, iznerviraš se 10 sekunde i to je to. On odmah se gasi, igra, pada se u depresiju, boli glava, mora da ide da prošeta, duva, mora nešto da pojede.
Sluša, kako se priča.
Ako imaš 40 godina, Nenade, ne možeš više da dopustiš drugim ljudima da te uče stvarima, ti ja kažem, znaš. Koliko god možda oni bili pravi ili imali drugo mišljenje. Ja ti kažem. Pa ne, ja ti kažem sa svog gledišta, ali ja sam malo više znam da bude fleksibilan. Nisam 100% fleksibilan. On je 100% ga ne interesuje. Tuđe mišljenje. 100%. Ne znam da li je Peđa primetio kad je bio kod njega. On je u stanju da te sluša i da klima glavom, da te pusti da kažeš šta imaš, da te pusti da kažeš šta imaš.
I onda ne zna ni šta si.
Ne, da, ne znaš da ti... Slušaj sad ti mene. Da, slušaj sad ti mene, da. Da, Oblivion NPC. Da. Kao Free Guy, jesi gledao Free Guy-a?
Znam, tera on svoju priču.
Jesi gledao Free Guy-a kada priča s onom babom, ona baba ono kao nesvjesna svega, razumeš, priča o mačkama.
Kjera traži mačku.
Jes, mačku Kjera, kao on priča nešto 15, ovo ono, znaš, baba kada, a jesi vidio moju mačku?
Isto ko onaj što, brate, skida u, brate, banci, skida onaj kaiši, brate,
Pištolj.
Pištolj svaki put kad oni uleću, brate. On mora to da skine.
Da, tako je programiran.
Tako. Mora on svoje da kaže, neće da sluša drugo, nego gura samo. Jo, majko, on je neverovatan, majke.
Yes.
Specijalna ličnost.
Gdje je sad? Nije valjda otišla spava. U 8 sati.
Što ti misliš?
Pa imam osjećaj da je postao depresivan i da otišla spava. Ili ide na seks. Trećeg nema.
Koji seks?
Daj im samo.
Koga on jebe?
Daj im samo. Spa...
Ali kako da njega je?
On je onaj prvi koji samo. Kako? A on jede. Kako je lud.
To je meni kad pišem poruke ili uzem da pijem kafu i to je ono, a kad on to, a pa moram. Kako ću, šta ću?
Brate, Snake, ovo je show na 5500, izgleda bolje igra nego na brate 20.000 bitrate.
To je zbog limita.
Zato što ne može 21 ni učiti.
Ne može. Da misli da svakom daju 20.000.
Što je, brate, manje, to ti bolje izgleda. Glasku, strašno. Tako ovaj bić možda, obesu. Ne razumijem to, maj. Ali dobro, odlično.
Hello.
I cannot.
Spamis.
Can I help you? Can I help you? Don't lose your way.
Like Apex, there was no plan for Apex to beyond just its first few months. And so now we have all this technical debt that we have to pay down. And we're gonna do it, but we would have made a lot different decisions
if we
knew. Right, yeah.
I'm in that right now. Like we just announced that we're going from 5.6 CryEngine to 5.11.
Yeah.
It was 4 years ago that we had branched, and now we're gonna reintegrate. And it's like, we'd known we were gonna do this.
But yeah.
Recently, I did a video on that announcement that Crytek was upgrading CryEngine from 5.6 to 5.11. And the reasons for that seem pretty clear. The current iteration of CryEngine appears to be making development more difficult or preventing highly requested features like FSR 2.1, HDR, etc., etc. So I guess like other games, there are other design considerations that have to be balanced by the technical requirements of the engine. And as games evolve, which is more common with the live service model, the more this technical debt begins to play into the decision-making process. So we're 5 years in, and you can imagine there's a lot of debt that has built up. And while bugs and performance are a huge contributor to people putting a game down, there are other considerations too that we've seen some glimpses of. This next section made the rounds with the games journalists when Fifield said this.
I think there's like the proto version of it is in the racing games, the drivatars. Like this will race like your friend races, or you're racing against their version. I've been at plenty of shooter companies where we're like, what if you could make a bot that played like me? You know,
a lot of information.
Yeah, exactly. That's way more complicated than how you take a turn in a two-dimensional track.
Yeah, especially when you're going to demonstrate this.
But when you do it,
based off the data of somebody else, right?
You know, when you do it, it's that, you know, there's that thrill of overcoming it. And like I said, I think there's a powerful onboarding tool. You know, one of the things we talk about is, you know, that brick of getting in. Like we have an achievement in Hunt called Debut, kill your first enemy hunter. 40% of our players never get it. Like, so we're a PvP game where you come in, you do some things, and 40% of the people trying Hunt have never killed another player. And so we're working on it. Challenge accepted for us to make that better, but that's also, again, part of the charm or challenge, as you will. But being able to put more experiences in where that number goes down and more people get to play at least some part of the fun part, or some part of, you know, find that mastery before they turn out having never get that achievement.
And I don't think that's too surprising. We've seen the introduction of an improved tutorial, and even heard that Crytek wants the onboarding to be better, keep new players interested longer, and not get churned out before they really grasp what Hunt Showdown is. Fifield doesn't explicitly say that they're adding AI enemy hunters, but it sounds pretty close, or at least the idea of introducing more systems where players get to the fun action sooner. That could be in the form of a firing range or private PvP modes, which we heard about in the developer roadmap. That could take the form of AI enemies in the new player lobbies, or maybe even a new mode entirely. The point is that there are clearly a lot of things in development, and nothing is off the table for consideration. If that sounds like assimilation, or like watering down a former glory day from Hunt's past, then I think this clip highlights the commitment to keep Hunt Showdown distinct from its competition.
I think mine is just distinction. I mean, it's not just FPSs, it's all games. I think trying to do more things that are distinct, that bring value, you know, the things that deserve to stand out, that, you know, don't just become a sea of sameness. And that's what I think we should look towards. Don't try to be the thing you aren't to, you know, go get the other game. Like a lot of times people are like, oh, well, that game's got this, we should have it too. And it's like, well, but if I did that, I'd just be a bad version of that game, and they might as well go play that game. And so, be distinct and embrace your distinction. That's my encouragement for anyone trying to make games or find one to play and love.
So hopefully you found this as insightful as I did. We often think of games and game development as black and white. Is a gun meta, yes or no? Is a feature good or bad? And this roundtable drove the point home, at least for me, that there are a lot of things under constant consideration, not only in terms of player enjoyment, but by technical requirement too. And if you chart this conversation, you can almost see a map of the tools and options Hunt has ahead of it as it readies itself for a new commitment to content, more years of support, and more periods of growth. And just as a reminder, please check out that full article and talk in the pinned comment. But I want to end this video with something that Alan Wilson said that has stuck with me, so here it is.
That for me is as interesting as anything else. Is a game going to catch my attention up front? And then what's the developer going to do with that over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? So that in itself is a big driver to me, is to come back and go, oh, they've done this. Oh, look where they're going now. This is, I mean, it's just as the thing evolves. That really, that's one of the things that gets me going back to games, is as people have evolved their own games and done fun new things with it.
Welcome.
Okay, that was the death of me. That was the aim punch. It's Hunt Showdown's 4th anniversary this week, and as big fans on team, we don't need a better excuse to jump into Hunt during work hours. So we joined up with Crytek's Dennis Schwartz, a lead designer on the game, to see what's been going on those past 4 years. Check it out.
How many hours do you have in the game, roughly?
I think it's just about 200.
200, yeah?
Yeah, so, you know, getting there.
It's good.
Yeah, what a coincidence. I have 196.
Oh, I think we're probably very close next. I think I'm just a touch under.
I started playing it for real like July last year.
You've made up time on me, to be fair there. I thought I played quite a lot, you know, but you've done it about half the time then. What about yourself, Dan?
I got like 2,000 something, but I mean, it kind of comes with the job, right?
Yeah, well that was one of the things we were I was thinking about chatting about, you know, you must play, you know, a crazy amount of this game, but how important do you think it is to keep jumping in every time there's a new update and keep playing it?
I think personally it's the most important thing to do as a developer, especially as a designer on a project, in any project, like you need to understand the game, understand the product. I mean, for example, like I am a person who would never cheat himself anything, even though I would be capable of doing that, obviously. Like, just amend my profile or something, and I don't do that for gameplay logic. Because, like, for me, it doesn't make any sense to unlock directly a weapon that we release in an update if I can not just have the same experience everyone else and actually playing to unlock, getting a feeling for what that means actually.
So you need the blood, sweat, and tears.
You don't have $1 million in your.
No. So the hunt dollars are completely what I earn myself. So I have actually 100,000
which is a lot.
at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Which is a lot. But I also don't prestige personally. That's just my subjective thing. I never do that in games, and therefore I actually put more money. Just go for the
Što ja evo po YouTube-u gledam nešto.
Slušam neki intervju, gledajte ko.
I think all of us are unprestiged.
Yeah.
Level 100s. Guessing how good we are.
I just like to have the options, right? Like, I mean, I unlock all the gear and stuff, and just I like taking like sometimes even like meme loadouts or just like gear that is a bit like not meta, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just having to unlock that every time at prestige, just for me personally, just wouldn't be the best thing.
It's not the way to go.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people do it for the XP bonuses, you know, and try and go through and get those tiers and then just gain everything again and then leave it at that.
So how do you normally play? Like, do you play more tactical, like trying to like spot things out, investigate, or go in like just in and just kill whatever's coming?
For me personally, or like my group that I play with, we try and do it really tactically for about 3 or 4 matches, and then we get really fed up, and then we run in just shotguns trying to like, you know, rinse everyone out.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I always need to mix things up. If I can, I like to actually play a bit slower and more tactical, but just sometimes just want to play with a shotgun, just like go in or.
Oh
just
no,
have
there's a big idea. Nice. I don't know if everyone has different names for all the different things. Like, I call it a bee lady, I always have, and that's just the name of this character to me. But you know,
I think that's perfect. I've heard a couple of other names, but I think bee lady is actually very respectful. So
yeah,
let's go with that.
I think typically we do a lot of sprinting around like this. This is pretty similar when I get at least one compound done, like throwing caution to the wind. As soon as we start hearing gunshots, we start being a lot more careful about sound.
So the one thing we kind of briefly touched on was the skins.
Yeah.
You know, how is... Oh, that's actually right, the slaughterhouse. I knew this was going to happen. As soon as I get into like a question or something, we immediately run into some action and be like, okay, I need to focus on this now. It'll be terrible.
It's all good. It's like on every stream, right?
Well, I was wondering, like, you know, how difficult is it to kind of balance the skins themselves? That really is right over there. To actually balance the skins in the game. You know, when you put a new one out, are you thinking like, oh, this one's going to be a real popular one?
I think it really depends on the flavor. I mean, as you've seen, like we have so many different skins in the game, right? We go for even initially, like on the first release, like we had the red shirt, right, with the target basically strapped to the front and the back, which is absolutely more for the memes. But then we also have the more badass looking ones.
There's people in that courtyard.
Okay.
Not to interrupt.
I'm fairly close range. I'm just trying to sneak up on you guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think what you're saying about the skins, I mean, that's 100% true. I mean, I don't pick the skin because I want my character to look cool. I don't really think about the tactics of it, but maybe I'm not playing at such a level where you know, I'm thinking I'm gonna jump it with Kane or something and be really like hidden if I'm hiding in the mud.
Kane definitely has been the one that has given us the biggest headache.
Him? They are 270.
270 check.
On this fence right here.
Let's maybe envelope him a little right side.
I'll ensure that you should look for. You don't know.
We don't even call him Kane anymore. We call a certain kind of player a sweaty Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Sweaty Kane holding a Moser and uppercut. It was like, oh, you feel extra good when you can take that.
Yeah, we did some initial tuning of the skin when we first had the feedback of him, right? And we still have to go back to it as well. It's something that we acknowledge in a lot of this latest dev stream as well. That we want to do more changes to that. It's just like that guy just worked too much in terms of camouflage. He's just too well concealed. Like, you know how camouflage works in terms of like you kind of disrupt the patterns, right? Like you kind of dissolve the silhouette. And he's just very good at doing that, just because he's just dirty and muddy and stuff.
He's muddy and the sticks on his back and everything.
You know, at this point, it's more of a symbol of type of person we're encountering than like an advantage. You know, we kill plenty of them. It's not like they can drop on us that much.
Oh, they've moved into the compound. Yeah.
Yeah. So the moment we hear the shooting, we start our run as well. Yep, that's our call. So they're engaging from the white building, the little like living quarters there.
Oh
right?
yeah.
They have not picked up the bounty. We could also commandeer the boss there and take the fight from there.
That's really not a bad shout at all. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go right around.
I would hope at least one of them is in there.
Yeah, at least maybe we can overpower whoever's left there and then just.
Right in front of you.
Yeah.
Come in. That.
Oh, he's over there.
He left. He's outside. He's outside. Pick up. Go to cover.
So I know a few of these compounds you kind of tweaked a little bit, you know, just maybe out of the window. How often do you kind of look at a compound and think, oh, maybe we can make that a little easier to push from that side or a little harder to push from the other side?
Look at that one through this window.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The latest big push we did was around when we released like the Zal, the latest map, and so we kind of went back to the old maps as well. So like, what levels, what parts of the maps are not longer up to the same standards, right? What do we figure out balancing wise?
Yeah, 4 years is a long time. 4 years is a long time for a battle royale map to last. Okay, one person got knifed out here, and then I shot the person that wanted.
Oh yeah, he's behind the fence though. It's a risky shot of your head, sorry.
4 years is a long time for a battle royale type map, so I'm curious. Like, we've seen the changes, but what were the philosophies behind these newer changes? Like, was it new maps, a better sightlines? So let's.
Yeah, it's basically dominant strategies. I mean, we have to keep in mind here, like we have multiple game modes, right? We have bounty hunt, but we also have quick play. And like same area is kind of used differently in these modes a little bit, like how you kind of defend the area if you're the Wellspring carrier in quick play, versus how do you approach like the bounty team or defend the bounty. So it's been mostly driven about like access to the compounds, variety, and you know, like for example, if you take Windy Run, it's like one of the eastern compounds on the second map. Now we have added like additional roof access because we found it was particularly hard to actually kind of push this particular compound. Right? So things like that, like how you can move around, how you can circle around, how you can reposition yourself. All of these things are driving like questions we ask ourselves when we want to into these compounds.
So while we're right in the action, so what's the kind of data you get to then say, oh, okay, people are struggling to push on this thing? You actually just seeing success rates of when it's there?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of see like heat maps and we see like what compounds are like. Obviously, the sentiment like in the community is also very important for us. So like, what are people talking about in social media? What for example, Scupper Lake, take it as an example, right? Like it's you know, like this love-hate relationship with the compound a little bit because of the original flooding theme that it had. It was kind of hard to kind of move around before she said everything was a bit more sludgy in terms of like getting bogged down, and people like the visual style of it, however, right? So it's they kind of appreciated like the whole idea of like this half-sunken houses in the water. So we had to come up with a compromise of like how can we make it playable, but also still retain that style. So it's kind of been driving the decisions around that one. Open it up, give more flexibility. I mean, it is a corner compound, right? That's naturally more harder to.
Yeah, people aren't going to come from it from multiple angles so much.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, I'll make it out easily. Easy money, take it.
Easy money.
Oh, like, yeah, close.
Too little, too late.
Lovely. Well, it's good to start with a win. There we go.
Well, so Dennis, have you, as a side note, you know, I really am a huge fan of the main bounty hunt game mode. I think it's like one of the most interesting interpretations of the offshoot of Battle Royale that exists. And I'm curious if you guys have noticed that other games are starting to take notice of it. Like, have you played the new Battlefield 2042 mode?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of really exciting games that have either come out or about to come out. They kind of try to find their own new take on like what does Royale do next, right? I mean, that's kind of like, I guess, the question that any dev kind of asks themselves. It's like working in that genre and kind of like looking at the market. I mean, there's games out there that like Tarkov, ourselves, The Cycle, Hazard Zone for Battles that you mentioned. I mean, these are all interesting, unique takes on what comes after Royale in a way, and what can we add to formulas that exist. How can we bring something fresh and new and exciting to the players? And I think that what makes it so interesting. And yes, I expect there's gonna be like 10 more of those.
I do also expect that. I guess I'm surprised it's taken this long. You know, we're 4 years into Hunt, and I don't know. My perspective, it seems like it's getting more popular slowly, but definitely hasn't like blown up the way that other games have.
Where is it? Oh, it's way over. Yeah. On that note, like, you know, I got into it because I had a friend that played it from the get-go. I'm just gonna, and you know, he was like, seriously, you need to play this. You need to play this game. It's unbelievable. It's so good. And I was like, okay, yeah, all right, I'll try it. And then I tried it, and I was like, oh my god, this is the best game. I need to play this game all the time. And then we started telling friends. We got loads of other people into it. And slowly but surely, we've kind of gained this group of people who all are in that same situation of like, oh, I need to tell everyone. We all need to play this game, you know. And it's just been a slow burn. And you know, we're chatting about, I think it was the 4-year anniversary. Then it's coming up. You know, how do you see it then over those 4 years?
Well, I think that's for us as Crytek. I mean, it has been kind of a new ground as well, right? It's new grounds in terms of we haven't done an early access product before. Like just like seeing a product grow step by step live, for me personally, has been the first time to do that as a developer, right? Other people in our team have worked on Warface or other projects from other people in the past, other jobs they've been to. But for me, it was a new experience, and in my opinion, a very positive one. What I really liked about it was just that you kind of like the game starting to shape up a little bit around these initial ideas you had. And some of those ideas turned out to be pretty bad, and some of these ideas turned out to be pretty good. And just like iterating in it and keep on growing it. Like we've kind of been growing with this whole thing alongside. So I can understand that it also takes time for people, for the gamer scene as a total, kind of to adapt to just like the new concepts and to kind of like accept them a little bit for what they bring and make sense of them, right? Because we also had to make sense of them first. Not everything that we wanted to have in the game has been added to the game, and some things we will never add to the game. Like, for example, at one point we had a crafting system on the roadmap. That was in the original design. We decided against that as we noticed, okay, people really enjoy kind of this type of like round-to-round gameplay, having their choices, and treating this whole thing more as a match, right, rather than like a survival game. And I think it's these different influences that have kind of like shaped Hunt as it grew. And I mean, yeah, 4 years, that's kind of crazy, just considering that, honestly. It's just been such an interesting ride to add more and more interesting things to the game and then see how people react. Like, if you would have asked me about like what would have been 2021 or would have been 2020 or would have been 2019 offering to the game, and how would you have expected that to shape, I think it would have been very different from what it actually turned out.
What do you see as like the biggest changes, like specific changes made over time?
I'd say fairness as a topic. So the first half of early access and like the initial launch in 2019 after that, I think fairness has been one of the biggest concerns. Like for example, the topic of camping on the war. Would you go for the boss who just sit outside? Like, who is being rewarded for what? How do you give people options to counter dominant strategies? Like, just waiting at the exit for the bounty to be delivered to you, right? I think and it's not a single feature. It's like a package of features. It includes like
Gledaš shorta, a?
red clue.
Ja ti hoćeš da gledaš shorta. Samo malo. Ti čurine me jebu.
Welcome.
Samo da nađem istoriju. Istorija. Evo ti.
Hey guys, Armageddon here today. This is a broom handle.
Odličan shot.
Around or the boss whisper if other people are around. They've all been answers to particular problems that we face.
Kratko I jednostavno I precizno, znaš.
Like min-maxing it, right?
Čovjek se razume u to.
I would say like the governing rules
mouse da C96 ako ćemo iskreno, nema veze, neće ti ispraviti, tebe neće.
And also the biggest, most single important feature set to have added to the game, because it keeps people happy, keeps them satisfied, gives them a sense of being treated fairly and having a chance to win, right, without like or just rushing in because of the thing. All of these are valid options because of this governing rule set that is basically trying to keep everything viable. Does that make sense?
Znaš kako trese čitava stvar kad pucaš je. Ja sam gledao na slow motion, imaš osjećaj koji će se raspasti. Toliko jak metak, znaš, I takva konstrukcija.
Instrumental, doesn't it, to like actually succeeding on pushing those things. I kind of can't imagine it without it, but we got some shots going on in here now.
Okay, another explosion far in the northwest. That's the other boss. So if we add it up, that means one team inside here, another team assaulting us in their back, and then another team far away.
To je drugi shot, kažem ti ima odličnih klipova.
That's by the way actually the thing I really love the most about this whole game is just like this mental map that you have to build up, like to really make sense of all the variables and like okay, I guess there's no one coming from the south now unless it's like a duo unless it's a solo.
Kind of like those rules apply.
Yeah.
It's probably trios. There can only be 12. Oh,
that's close. Oh,
lucky that's someone right in front of me. Yeah, on that spawn or that beat.
Ima I brate Japanese onaj full face. Koristi ga.
On the left side of the market.
Oni štitali.
Tier 1 red shirt.
Oh, he just died from that window.
Probably just got shot.
He definitely just died from that window.
Yeah, left side coming up. It looks like me. Tag once. Behind here, behind here. Devil's Advocate.
Oh, that's
Devil's Advocate towards marker, and then on the right there are shots coming from another one.
Oh, I thought they were down. Alright, sorry, that was my bad.
Najstrašnija stvar kad gledam Milano gameplay kad počne da pinuje zidove, znaš. Kad god ga vidiš, on je u zatvorenom prostoru I pošto je u zatvorenom prostoru I ga pitaš gde je neko ili nešto, on ti da kao onaj pin I taj pin je 2 metra ispred njega jebeni zid.
Oh, I got Necromancer actually.
Evo to je to. Bože sačuva ti on kaže istočno, zapadno, rašireni, blizu, daleko, ma kak je, on ti pinuje zid I ti razmišljaš šta je to da kaže. Šta je, znaš, pa sam rekao kako jest. Bože sačuva ti on kaže nešto korisno. To je za njega korisno, da li je neko ispred vrata.
Nemoj da dišeš I da jedeš.
Nemoj da grickaš ništa.
And then there's a sniper probably inside on the right, so it's like a tier 3 with a code, Tina, I think, a long rifle, and then the sniper.
Ne mora deliš informacije sa njim, to njemu ne treba.
Da, ako je neko dalje od 15 metara, to njega ne interesuje ta informacija, to je daleko I ništa.
I think the last shot that we heard might have been the bounty team from the other boss coming by because they're kind of in the vicinity, right?
Ali ono, ne znam sećaš li se, kad sam ga klipao kad je gledao intenzivno jedno, sad ću ti reći, 5 sekundi je gledao u Quartermaster, znaš. I ja gledam, znam šta nosi od oružja, kakav loadout ima, znaš. Šta, koji kurac gledaš u Quartermaster, razumeš, šta će ti Quartermaster?
Možda planira da nosi...
Ne planira da nosi ništa, nema on par.
That's the new team, right?
Yeah, it's a whole. It's just
I mean, I can also play it aggressively. Otherwise, I would just wait for a little bit, wait for them to move maybe on, and then I'm gonna get you, and we have another step.
Sada treba da je medium slot I ona je mrčeta isto.
I mean, well, this is the big thing that we haven't actually spoken about yet.
Da ljudi moraju malo više da razmišljaju.
That's come out, which is a huge change. So what's kind of the response been to the new map? You know, have you had to do any tweaks to it since, or is it kind of come out?
Narči, u Beogradu se baš nešto zagovnalo, a?
The good thing about this new map was that it kind of like helped us to bring all of the lessons learned from the first two maps into this right away, right? So we knew it's gonna be an easy win when it comes to the setting, right? Just having I'm gonna move up. So like having like a cowboy town, for example, like typical like saloon. That's gonna be easy wins. People will love that. We want that. They want that.
Mi živimo u svom svetu, što je super.
But in general, like combat sides, like what weapons can dominate what space, like all of these lessons learned kind of like move into this design here. And I think that's why overall this map is very well received by the community. Like, I mean, the veterans obviously they're just like having new stuff. They're just gonna enjoy having like a new space. Like, if you say like this game is like in its 4th year now, and we have 3 maps. One of them was there originally. That basically means like every 1.5 to 2 years or so, there's like a new map to explore.
Yeah, no method. It's like early access time, especially in 2018. Like, what were the meta loadouts back then? And has it always sort of been a rifles game for those who are really serious about it?
I think it has been kind of always been a rifles game. I think that's fair to say. There were a couple of things that were different. Like, for example, not every hunter did have 150 hit points. Like tier 1 hunters back then had only 100 hit points. That meant that weapon balance overall was much more like favored towards the high damage weapons that could then bring it down with a chest shot easily. Right? You kind of win rounds or upgrade the hunters. At least tier like 2 or tier 3 hunter. And that alone, balancing-wise, has had a huge impact on how the game has been perceived. Like, we also had pure weapons overall, right? So that means we had, I think, the Mosin Nagant and its family, and we had the Sparks rifle. And the Sparks very early on got like this to this day, like get this feeling of being like an elite choice, kind of like attached to it, right? Like one shot has to hit. And you only have this one shot to kind of make it count. And I think that is kind of like influenced people quite a bit in terms of how they perceive the meta around this game as well, because obviously the veteran players, they have kind of picked up on that, right? Like Mosin Nagants and Sparks has been like weapons where you could show off your skill. The uppercut in a very similar spot, right? Like as a hand rifle in a way. Obviously, as the game has become then more rich, more diverse in terms of equipment, like other playstyles have also been added, right? We added more shotguns, yes. We also added more rapid-fire options around it, like the levering cannon, dual wield latest, and obviously there's always a bit of controversy around it, right? Some people, they say like this game should only ever be about single-shot rifles, and that's how you kind of like define skill, and everything else is kind of weird and should not be allowed. And you have those people who just enjoy the variety of like being able to do it in very different ways, like camp it out sometimes, snipe it out sometimes,
running with a bomb lance sometimes.
Sometimes bomb lands are made, absolutely. I personally enjoy the variety and the diversity. I don't like to commit to one particular loadout. If I can, I play sniper just because I enjoy it a lot, but that's more really subjective thing, not because it's like the best strategy. But I do think that one of the strengths of Hunt is that everything is kind of valid, but everything is also kind of fair. There's groups who disagree with that, obviously. It's fair enough, right? Like people like to stick to their camp. Like if you're like the long ammo guy or the shotgun guy or whatever, that's how you think the game should be played because that's how you enjoy it the most. But I think overall, if you just stand back a little bit there and look at the game, I think all of these options are valid and diverse and rich and bring something that makes for interesting matches. And I think that's ultimately where the whole thing comes down to. Just being able to express yourself by playing in a fair environment without just like, yeah, pissing everybody off, basically.
You're talking about, trying to make every gun viable, but it must be quite a big job when you've got a ton of guns already. You're going to add a lot of guns with different ammo types, but you also have like poison ammo types now and all sorts of different special ammo types, plus perks, plus the skins. How do you genuinely try and keep everything playable and everything like a valid option in the game?
Thinking it through and playtesting, I guess, in a nutshell. So yes, with any game, I guess at one point, if you put adding content to it, at one point you run the risk of either losing what might have originally been there as a balance, or at least losing the overview and therefore creating imbalance through just like bad tuning and just bad choices. From our side, what we've tried to do is have a governing system for balance, which is based on kind of like a mix of the authenticity of a weapon. So like like the shotguns, for example, we have the Spencer shotgun, the Spectre in our game, which has been the first ever pump action in real life, like was based on. And that weapon had flaws in it mechanically because it wasn't a modern shotgun. It had you had to kind of like move the slide in order to reload, and we kind of try to identify these kind of like quirks of weapons of the era in order to use them for balancing. Like if a single action revolver has to be reloaded one round at a time because there's just that little loading gate that just allows one round to be put in, then we can use that for balancing and trying to make the weapons feel as if they were functional in a way, if it makes sense. Like our philosophy is not to say we take 100 points, we distribute them between the firepower, the capacity, the accuracy, whatever, right? And then maybe like different versions of an M4 rifle might actually have very different stats, even though, well, technically it's still the same gun underneath, right? Just for game balancing reasons. That's not our philosophy. In our case, like the Aftermath, for example, is still a Mosin gun. It means it fires the rounds of a Mosin gun. That means they are powerful, they're lethal. So how can we make this balanced if you can rapid fire 15 of those rounds downrange, right? So from our side, then it's about balancing through cumberness, balancing through control, like how hard is it actually to keep this thing on a target, and that's like more the philosophy when it comes to how we approach the balance, and I think that's been a guiding factor to also keep kind of things in check and offer more variety rather than trying to reinvent the wheel with every gun.
Prison is probably the place where I've had the most intense firefights. I don't know if it's just its size, so that there's just so many different angles on it from different buildings and windows. But that's what would you say like is your favorite compound to push, or the one that people tend to? I don't know. There's not really any metric, is there? They're either going to die or they're not. So, but yeah, what would you say is your favorite?
So what I personally enjoy, I guess, the most still is for Karmic. That for me is just like it's a very simple compound when you think of the structure, like the amount of how you get in and out, with the being able to walk around the wall on the inside on one side and then the big tower to keep. I think that just for me it resonates with me in terms of like the options I have around that, and especially the latest changes we did when we did like the little pass for the older maps, like this middle pathway is now open to kind of move between the two sides of the building.
Gospodar hrane.
I just enjoy moving around there. I think it has such nice, interesting flanking options.
Gospodar.
Then the roof is such a death trap, but also such awesome if you actually manage to like get like another team that's approaching like, as I move through the swarms. I think it's just very powerful.
Playing Hunter mode or Gunslinger?
I'm playing in Hunter mode, but I'm also just used to it since it was
Nema da se jede dok se igra Hunt, da se ide na WC, da se gleda u telefon. Mora ozbiljno da se igra. Jel igramo Hunt ili šta radimo? Mislim, malo ozbiljnosti. Koga boli briga? Koga boli briga?
One tag.
I had the worst entrance.
Koga boli briga? Igram jebeni Hunt Shodan već 2-3 mjeseca. Od zadnjeg eventa ga čini se nisam palio. Vidio sam kakav je onaj grind, onaj questline, samo sam rekao ne, brate. Ja 30 dana da no lifeujem radi šta, 2 skina.
Pa da, i takav je auto, ni ne osjetiš šta.
That's not how I planned it.
Maybe I'll just swap the footage when we get this through, and I'll put my name on Dennis as well. I just had the worst entrance into that building. I just didn't see a tripwire at all, and it just blew me to smithereens.
What was the bomb plants right there, or?
Yeah, yeah. I even heard them put it down.
Got severely outplayed by someone who backed off and midway through a concertina bomb in my face.
Risky. I could try to get you.
I think he's on that left corner to like closer to you around that corner now. The band should just be watching it.
No longer burning.
Okay, that was a death of me. That was the aim punch.
I thought it was a good effort.
Aim punch directly into it. Nice.
So this is quite interesting. You know, this is kind of like the foggy, you know, weather, and you have the nighttime, the daytime, different, you know, levels. Have you ever, you know, thought about putting potentially different weather kind of mode? You know, different weather, just weathers in the game for each map or anything like that.
We have. So also one of the things that the community is talking about over and over again, it's like an important topic to them, is for example weather effects like rain and stuff like that, or snow even. I mean, obviously like hard to implement, but there's also one consideration where we haven't done this yet, and why this is not like an easy thing to do, and that is Hunt is relying so much on audio, right? Like, so I would say, like, we normally say audio is half the experience. I would say in Hunt it's more than half of the experience. It's just such an essential element for you to kind of like understand what is going on, move around, and get your bearings. If you were to have like rain all the time that's pouring down, it would eat up the sound so much what's happening around you. I can show you in a second when we go to the next clue, like when we go past the fire here. Just having that fire constantly just makes for this such an unpleasant area to fight there. Like whenever you get drawn into a fight at Fort Bolden, you try to go away from the big pyre.
And I suppose the difference is, you know, if you knew about the weather condition and you like chose a map with that certain weather on it, you could prepare for that. You could bring like shotguns in and try and go like, you know, real fast on it, something like that. But because it's kind of randomized, you're always going to go like, if you have a sniper and it's nighttime, you know, that's the one thing we're always saying, like, you pick a sniper and they're like, oh, trust me, it's my bad luck, like it's a nighttime map. And
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So I think this is partially down to the matchmaking. So for example, like there's so many players queuing up find like a new game at the same time, right? And the more you give them options to choose what they want to play, like a nighttime map, a daytime map, the more you kind of split that potential queue for players searching for a game. And depending on how granular you go, you might run the risk of at one point not having enough players to fill up the queues, right? And then once in a while you might have games that are underpopulated, or you might need to increase the waiting time to find a match. So for us, it's all part of this balance aspect. That's why we also don't have at the moment the choice in there. We would like to add more of that. They have some ideas about it, but I cannot tell you exactly what they are right now. But it's definitely a topic for us. Like, how can we make sure people can get the gear for the type of environment that they prepared for, without upsetting the queuing problems that I mentioned?
Yeah, I think totally reasonable. You know, like most games, I would be surprised if Hunt ever got you know, daytime map lobby and nighttime map lobby. A lot of games just like to unify lobbies as much as possible. But at the same time, it would be nice to take a flashlight and know it was useful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the flashlight is actually one of those relics, like from the early days of development, and we even had the problem a little bit that we wanted to make the game a lot darker initially, like when it comes to nighttime, than when we released. It's just that also playtesting has showed us like people would just not want to stay there. Like it's there's always people obviously who like nighttime. There's always people who like fog, and they just crave that experience, and that's perfectly fine and valid. But the majority of the players do not. They actually will go to an exit when the fog map comes up, and you usually always have a little bit less action on these type of maps because one of the teams or one of the guys at least might have just like went for the exit because he's just looking for something else. Maybe he brought a scope and wants to snipe, or he just is not in the mood for it. And that makes it so hard when it comes to the queuing, because when we had it as separate contracts, like they were under like you usually had like kind of empty servers at times. Keep in mind, we have like large regions like Europe and US, but there's also smaller regions like Oceania, for example, which just doesn't have in generally so many players. So any sorts of problems about distributing the players you have across different maps, etc., you always have to take a look at the smallest regions you have, because it has to be fun for them as well.
I definitely dread getting nighttime because it's so much scarier. It's just worth it.
Yeah. Wait, that's one thing with this game. I was playing the other day with some friends, and we like all in the time we were playing a couple hours of playing, like had like a moment where we genuinely like jump scared for a second. Even though you're so used to just killing zombies over and over in this game, sometimes one just creeps up on your way and screams in your ear. Such a way that still makes you jump.
U Indoneziji.
I died to dogs yesterday when playing like in front of like a 1,000-player audience of like the biggest streamer. Just because I was getting too cocky. I didn't want
Kad su je pitali onu ženu, mikrobiologa.
Because it would have allowed me to flank around, and eventually I just got overwhelmed. So there's that on one end, but on the other end, sometimes like there's just this one enemy just running out
Kad su
of the
pitali
bushes
kao
and
kako da lekovu, ono, znaš. Ona kaže, bombardujte grad, kao samo bacite kao bombu.
You run into like that other thing, and you fought them 100 times, you killed them 100 times, but that particular one still is gonna freak you out.
Kao lekanem.
Also, my favorite things about the game are weapon variants. Turns out there was a lot of weird modifications people made to guns in the 1800s. I'm curious if you can hint at any other guns on your wish list or variants on your wish list that have done some good stuff.
I can't reveal anything in terms of what is exactly coming, but I can give you a little bit my personal opinion on some stuff that I personally really like to see. So for me, for example, what I think is that there's so many interesting rifles still to be explored. There's definitely more potential for like pump-action shotguns even. And what I really like that we have a chance to add to the game at one point is a bit more weird stuff as well, like speaking like aftermath, bomb plans, type of weirdness. So like things which are
I have spent my life studying
things that are kind of like a little bit out there, and they might offer like new options like that. I think like the bow was the latest new weapon class that we introduced. Like
there is no medicine.
I think that's cool and fine.
There's no vaccine.
But there's just so much to explore when it comes to this era, this time. So many drawbacks these weapons had, being kind of crazy in their looks. It's sometimes not feeling very safe when you kind of like would have them in your hands.
Yeah, one thing, I saw this Forgotten Weapons video recently, and then immediately saw other people suggesting it, like tagging Hunt in the video and stuff, like, with this old add-on speed loader to,
for the single action.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is
like everyone looked at it like, oh, you make it a Romero alternate. Maybe I saw people suggest.
Absolutely, absolutely. I totally agree. Like personally, I think this could be such an interesting thing to add to the game. I don't think like balancing-wise, this would be absolutely fine to add. You can always just cut the barrel of the Romero a little bit short in case that would be an issue, right? Like so, it's not.
So wait, so you're saying it's a Romero with a fast loading kind of mechanism on it?
I saw it as well. It's really interesting because you know, like it's a break action, the shotgun. So you kind of have to break it open in order to eject a round and a new one. And they kind of put like this little like spring-loaded mechanism attached to the side of it.
It's ridiculous. It's like they put the outside of the inside of the gun on the outside.
Yeah, exactly. So like as you operate like the brake action in order to eject the round, it kind of pushes the new round in front. So as you close the brake action, you get a new round, and so it just makes everything go fast. It's super interesting, very weird, very fun to look at. So yeah, I mean, my personal opinion is this has handwritten all over it, just from the theme. Absolutely.
If it wasn't, I didn't see a real video on it, I would have thought you guys made it up.
Yeah, we always have to walk like it's like a bit borderline. We always have to walk the edge a little bit with these type of things, because I mean, who in their good mind would put like a blade on the stock of their rifle, right? I mean,
an axe.
That's where realism has to take a step back, just for gunplay coolness and just like interesting ideas. Like no one would put like a blade close to where they operate a weapon. That's just put a bayonet in front, yeah, sure, but not at the back of the gun. But
it's also, I mean, you know, it also has a clear practicality in the world of zombies. So.
Yeah, exactly. Like so our approach has been, okay, how can we make this so weird that it feels as if it's kind of like it's realistic in a way. It is believable, credible. Like people could, if you were to be faced to fight monsters in that era, and this is the tools of the era you had available. Like it makes sense to trade off like some of the safety measures for this additional firepower, for example.
Yeah, the zombie kind of that theme, you know, this kind of like blade thing definitely gives you a little bit to mess with the standards of the time.
No. I mean, think of the bomb plants. I mean, the idea behind the bomb plants is
kao Narcos samo, da. Prvo pogledam Narcos.
So what happened is you had this spear, you kind of this javelin, you kind of launched, that it kind of like as it hit the whale, it split into two parts, and that kind of triggered a fuse, and the part that continued to penetrate into the poor animal would then basically blow up, causing severe wounding and therefore making the kill. Right, like we took that concept and we thought, okay, how can we apply that like to a meathead, for example, which is like a big tough brute. How would you bring it down? Well, bullets kind of like they go under in his belly, right? Like they just don't hit any vital organs. He's just too fat for it, honestly. So what tools can you use? And the bomb lance or using this whaling lance of its time was the natural answer to how can we get around this.
I mentioned it earlier, but you know, like draining this area, that was quite a big,
I guess the better question
really.
is, what can
I say that was the main, that was the one place where you really felt like it.
Franklin versus Franklin. Wow.
Genijalno.
Ne.
Wouldn't do that shit. Oh, ain't no friendly faces out there. Only just desserts. Who are you? I guess the better question is, what have I become? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Your life. Your life is my failure. What? You messed it up. I messed it up for you. What? Sitting in some shitty-ass cubicle? Wiping the white man's ass? Oh, the white man. White man ain't your problem. Not yet. No, I don't have problems. Shit, I solve them. You know, your fear. Let the worst thing Dad did come true for you. For us, that's bullshit. He never cared about anybody but himself. He said he was working for the people, but as soon as somebody crossed him, what'd he do? He threw them right under the bus. And here you are talking about the white man's ass when everybody gotta kiss your ass, or else. I help people. Help people? My God, you listen to yourself? God damn. What about Mr. Wright? What about him? What about Kevin and even Rob, or Man Boy, your dad? And all the you and your little motherfucking minions them plotted on in between. Tiana, Khadijah, Lenny, Carvel, him, her, him, bodies! They're all dead. That's how you help Franklin? No, I made me and my people rich. Fuck kind of life will they have without me? They don't see it that way. And they never will. And you don't see it theirs. And that's why this whole thing's about to fall apart. nothing's gonna fall apart. I can still save it. You know, even if you do understand, it doesn't make a difference.
Jesi gledao onaj film, kako se zove?
Fagamin Cage. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Cage.
Good luck in the game.
Yeah. Luck. Phew. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, it's not like playing Hunt, right? Tim Blake movies.
I love this True Detective. Night Country. Ovo izgleda dobro.
Evo ti... Ako nisi gledao film, hoću ti ga spoilovati, ako jesi, jebi ga, fuck it, you know. Evo ti. Ti meni tu flexaš.
Nisi, ali nemoj se.
Nisi gledao? Pogledaj bar tu scenu.
Ispred ovih. Sad čekaj.
Smart choice, friend.
On izaš.
Tranquilo. Es demasiado tarde para eso. ¿Eso crees? Lo sé, amigo.
What's he saying?
Eto liki. Zajebao John Wicka. Gleda Phoenix što pali.
On je farmer običan, čitav film imaš kao neku kao trip gdje on kao farmer i kao on obrađuje zemlju i kao ono, znaš, gleda svoje posla, nikog ne dira i to je njegova priča. Međutim, nije bio čitav život farmer, znaš.
A John Wick faza. Bio ubica pa...
Kao Equalizer, isto da.
Pa ga ovi razbudili, napravili mu sreću. Klasična priča.
Znaš zašto radi ovakav tip filma? Niko nema kevla, razumeš, ništa, razumeš. Ono, 6 metaka, reload je tako to. I ta scena kad on priča na španskom, to je totalno random, isto. Znači, čitav film nemaš pojma, misliš kao obična seljačina, razumeš, tamo. Ono, nema veze s mozgom. To je tipa, razumeš, Centralna Amerika, nema veze s Meksikom. A on je u Novom Meksiku, znaš, bio poznat po drugim imenom. Ne znam da li će u ovom klipu spomenuti ko vam bio. Tako da...
Kako rešao čitavu grupu.
No čitavu i šefa njihovog.
Ostaje zadnji ovaj. Ko šef zadnji. Beži pokušava da pobegne, ali iza konja. Da, ovaj hardcore ovaj. Old Henry. Ovaj se predaje.
Meksikanac.
Ima si neke municije.
Pa da dovede još njih. Njih.
A nije to, nego ovakvi likovi se nikad ne predaju, znaš.
Suelta tu funda. Ahora. ¿Me vas a llevar? Al sheriff. Así es.
Opa, krenuo trovin
Él no me preocupa.
Ali loš. Si vidio, Hand Showdown, trovin Mike krenuo.
A ne znam da li si primetio, obratili su pažnju na sitnice takve, znaš, baš su ono gledali. I taj glumac isto. Ne znam da li si primetio svaki put kad se okrene prema nekom da puca, uvijek zauzme
poziciju.
Bočno, jesi vidio?
Tako da to...
Da, što manju siluetu ima.
Da. Ovo što je upucao ga u usta, on
brate, vidio, pa ne umire čovjek tako lako. Ako te pogodi u stomak, ne moraš da umreš odmah također. Tu ti nisu baš...
Meni je više gotivnije ovo pucanje, zato što je realnije, nego ono killvari što si ti baš rekao, M4 i...
A sve je gotovo instant. Viš, ispucaju 6 komada i onda trčkaranje okolo. Reload u pokret.
Mi svaki put puca kad je iza nekog drveta. Prođe metak. Reload ovaj drugi. Pogodio.
U nogu. Mislim da smo na istom sekundi filmu. Klip. Ovo ima još jedan na 2 metka. Ne više.
Ovo mu prilazi iza drveta sve bliže. Pogodi ga u... U desno rame, šta je to? Nije u desno...
Plećka. Tu negdje kod rebara, viš. Dobro, mislim glumac je ono, mislim nisu stvarno pucali glumci. Ali...
Ovo je njega u ruku. Opa. Osred njega. Ovo je i dalje živ. A dobro, ovo nisu jaki brate metak.
To ti je kroz pluća, ako nije u srce, kroz pluća. Krvariš do smrti. Dok se ne ugušiš u krvi, znaš.
Guess shot. Ako ih završi.
Ako hoćeš da pogledaš film, pogledaj taj.
Hoću, sviđam se.
Nisam ti ništa spojilo, niti u klipu čini mi se što spojilo.
To je samo jedan deo.
Jeste jedan deo, ali kažem ti, dosta je dobar klip zato što kažem ti ne otkriva previše. Ja tamo kako treba.
Da, super. Evo krenuo, sviđa mi se ono, baš onaj moment, bravo, da kad on krenuo da ga puca, nema meta. Znaš kad ćeš to je ti vrate John Wicku. Samo ideš samo igros.
A dobro, u John Wicku su malo na drugu foru radili. Naprimjer, znaš kad se u onom hotelu da, oni specijalci sa onim komandosi štali sa onim kao Kevlar pancirima sa full, tactical gear. I kad on kaže regularna municija, kaže tu kao ne pomaže, kao da li imaš nešto jače, ja mu kaže imamo slagove za shotgun. I čak ni to ne može kao da ubije, zato što je jak taj Kevlar, ali može da ga omami. I onda si vidio si kad ne znam, uzme i izbliza, nemam pojma, opali ga u koleno s metkom, pa kad padne, zavuče mu pištolj ispod šlema i upuca ga u lubanj.
Znaš koja je scena isto dobro, jesi gledao John Wick 4?
Zadnji nisu. Ako ima torrent, pogledat ću.
Imaš i na torrentu, ali pogledao scenu, hoću scena je meni brutalna, kad se ispred vrate Pariza, znaš onaj njihov
Triumfalna kapija.
Gdje kola, gdje vrate...
Kad vozi u krug.
Da.
To je, ja mislim, pijano vozio, znaš.
Nego kad izašao iz vrate kola, to je meni najjače, vrate, kola prolaze, oni se rokaju kao...
Čekaj malo. Prekinut ćete. On gine na kraju. To nije nikakav spoiler, to su skoro spomenuli spoiler i nije spoiler.
Ali nije sigurno, i spoiler i nije spoiler. To je može biti da se snimi, da se nastavak i napravi, a i ne mora.
I see you helped clear out the rabble down here. I thank you for your effort.
Tensug, welcome to my channel.
On i kako se zove neki fighter glumi ovog glavnog security, to je glavnog njihovog, tog ubicu, asasina njihovog, i on se s njim sad fajta u pokreta, vrate prolaze kola, znači baš bolesno izgleda.
Now, who's gonna be your big winner? think we have the situation under control.
Moment, izvoli.
Specifically Ivanovića just because it became a bit of a meme.
Šta od Ivanovića?
It has to be
Kad
playable first.
ja se ne svlačim kod drugih ljudi. Znači, samo ću to reći. Možda mi je negde, nemam pojma gde. Jebate, teško objasniti. Keo zapela. Bože, spasi. Gde mi je plavi duks ili plava šta je rekla? Plavi džemper. Ja ne mogu da sjetim kako izgleda.
A dobro, ti koja nosiš jednu ti istu i to.
Ovo je brat poklonio, ovaj duks. S ovim Geraltom, belim vešcem. Ima ovu kapuljašu, ono crnije, ima par nekih šara i to je to. Materijal je okej, nije mi hladno u njemu. Ja sam jednostavan čovjek, ne treba meni komplikovano.
Vidi ga neurotik što igra Far Cry 6.
Znaš koji nije loš Far Cry? Namešam Far Cry 5.
A, Far Cry 6.
A. 5. Ono što se dešava u Montani.
A, već se kida. Petice dobro.
Nema kop. Ima kop. A mislim da možda igraš kampanju, kop. Pite sa jabukom.
Gledat se u kasne sate, boys.
Isebe. Welcome to my channel.
171 GB Far Cry 6, jebate, kaže mi sad, ne u protiv.
A znaš šta ti je toliko? Znaš zašto je toliko?
Zašto?
A ne možeš da skineš normalnu verziju igre, koja recimo nema 2K i 4K teksture, da. Na primjer...
To hrani krokodila.
Ti imaš grafičku i monitor koji možda teraš 10-18 piksela, pa na, unazad, na manje. Ti bi uzeo tu igru, koji će tebi koje da ti to igraš u 2K i 4K. Što da ti kolje 170 GB. Za čega?
A dobro izgleda, dobro igre, jebate. Mislim, Far Cry 6. Mislim dobro igre.
Nek ti otvori inventar, nek ti pokaže Adidas. Ček da vidim ja.
Čekaj, ne. Daj Adidas.
Pokaže nam gear da vidimo. Neurotic official. Neurotic... Jebate, ne izbaci mi ga od mene.
Aligator ono ovo. Aha, to je bilo. Gledaj sad. Drž ga. Drži ga, Lakosta. Nemoj diraš malo, bre, alo.
Šta je ovo? Brale, ovo je M1 garant jebeni, sa batačem plamena.
Dođi vam, te nakranim. Dođi, povređen si. Evo ti kobaje.
Kobaje, ne.
Čima zlatan zub. Mislim, ovo je sam početak, kao bežeš iz grada, tamo gdje izbija kao revolucija, ali tako, na neko ostravo. To je to, ništa niste propustili, znači to je početak.
Kakao puška, druže. Dobro, bit će tu jačeg oprave. Svega. A znaš šta me nervira? Ne mogu da slikam screenshot za Steam. Kad stisnem F12 i iz igre me izbaci. Padne ovaj klijent Ubisofta. Katastrofa. Taj Ubisoft. Screenshot.
The uranium. Juan, you didn't fucking tell me I was stealing uranium.
It was supposed to be a surprise. Now bring it back to me.
What if this shit kills me?
Tvoj bot non habla inglesi.
Ajmo mali. Ajde, davaj.
Senjor
Costa, ajde. Idemo dole. Sad ja sam ovuda negdje došao. Čekaj, kuda sam ušao jebot? Mislim, grafika je dobra, optimizacija, sve to, ali... Znate kakav je Ubisoft tako?
Znamo, vrlo dobro.
Kažem, hoću screenshot da uzmem i on mi izbaci iz igre, ba tamo slikam nešto, nema veze s streamom. Ajde, mali, davaj!
To je krokodile. Kako da si on jeba?
U principu ovo je početak, ovo je neko malo ostrovo. Ma ima on foru, sam dođe. Ja ga zovem, ček, ili ga ja zovem, sad sam zaboravio kako. Ne, stvarno grafika dobra i sve, mi svaki Far Cry je dobar. 171 GB. Pa da. Najbolje još da moram da ga nosim. Preko ramena onako, ne?
Dobro nam Buberg tih 170 GB na
A što je interesantno, igra na Ubisoftu je 60 nešto gigabajta. Ne znam što je na Steamu toliko. Gdje ste mali? Ne, vidi ga, što gledam. No nema veze, imam ja mesta na ovom.
To aligator nosi trenutku jebate.
Ne SSD-u. Ja svako čim pređem igru obrišem me, mislim, ne držim ja to na kompu. Vidim ovo što igram, što bi se reklo svaki dan. Counter, Call of Duty, PUBG. I ona strategija na Edge of Darkness. To mi je to. Da vidimo da li imamo... Pa imamo. Zašto bi mi išli peške kad imamo fast travel? Sad ćete vidjeti, ova riba je glavna. Koju prikažu sad. Uglavnom to je to. Bežao sam brodom. Vojska raznala brodom.
Depleted uranium. Soviets left these sexy byproducts of nuclear enrichment behind in the 80s.
Age of Mythology, Age of Empires, civilizacija, tako te strategije, to je to.
You'll be a fucking superhero, Danny.
Lita and I used to sneak these into the orphanage.
Essential reading while waiting to fuck up convoys in the
A
mud.
tipa ono, LOL, WoW, Dota, nisam, ja ni ne znam Dota, mrzim je da učim.
Okay, what the hell is this?
This is a Supremo.
Sad iskreno vam kažem za Far Cry, meni je kao copy-paste svaki deo.
See, she does that too.
realno kad pogledaš. Jedan onaj Far Cry primal, on je kao ono da od bencinskih ljudi. Pa reci, svaki deo je nekako, znaš. Ali definitivno, najgori deo mi je drugi. Ako imamo ono maleriju, ono šta treba, kad se bodeš onim vakcinama. A ima i nastavak posle Far Cry 5, one. Su one dve crnkinje. Kako se zove, imam i taj. Imam ja sve tu nastavljeno. Gdje idem sad? Upgrade-ujem, no?
Supremo!
Supremo! Hola!
Ne znam da li da uskočimo u voice chat da ga smaramo, ma nećemo.
Šta je ovo, čekaj.
Čekaj. Ne, nećemo ga ući. Nije fair, čekaj da vidim.
Ovo već imam.
To ti se zove comfort zona. Znaš, kada ono ti zoveš čovjeka u gosta, razumeš da dođe kod tebe kući, a on kao ne bi, pa kao ajde dođi ti kod meni pak. To se zove comfort zona.
Ta Klara je glavna u selu, brate, na ostrovu, da.
Sad kad bi ja znao...
BDS Klara.
Kad bi ja znao gdje je njihov server.
Ja da vam nešto kažem, da nam naprave neku kuću da imamo igronicu, možemo se preselimo na to ostrovo. Mada... Znaš kakve su plaže, kakva voda. Malo ostrovo, imamo mi našu kuću gdje ćemo da se igramo. Preko dana se kupamo i sunčamo, hranimo krokicu, ili tako? Da, neka velika kuća za gaming, onako. Pa ne teti kuća, treba ti jedan sprat, neka velika soba i to je to. Hacijenda neka, ja? Ili još bolje da se napravi kao malo selo, kao s onim bungalovima, znaš na šta mislim? I neka centralna kao veća kuća, gdje svi igramo i to je to. Pogledaj ostrovo koliko je dobro, brat. Vidi vodu i sve, dole. To je dobra grafika. Gdje mi je ova? A ova je gore. To nama treba, verujte mi. Pobegnemo odavde. Ona je glavna. To je strašno što se desilo. Pa to je utjecaj svega što nam se dešava unazad decenijama. Nažalost. Taklenčadija te mreže sve, razumeš?
I don't need to tell you that Viviro is the lifeblood of Castillo's regime.
Yeah.
He's built work camps to produce it.
Clara Garcia.
These plantations use outcasts as slaves to grow the tobacco plants they turn into Viviro.
Pa sve vrst.
These are our people, Danny. Beaten, tortured, sprayed by poison chemicals.
Nažalost.
There's a camp on this island. We tried to destroy it when we invaded.
Bilo to, pa bilo u Mladenovcu, pa gdje još bilo, pa juče on je ubio devojku u centru Novog Sada, pa sam bio glavu, brate, užas. Strašno šta se dešava, brate, znaš, došao je na posao i ubio je bilo na vestu. Brate, ostavila ga, pa dobro ostavila ti je, brate. Ti, Drakula, moraš da uključiš vodu, onaj da ti radi, da ti dignemo ovaj Twitch, da dobiješ affiliate. To ne ti objasni Snake jedan dan, kako su upali u opcijama. Da ti snima svaki stream, razumeš?
Da snima.
I onda svaki stream kad upališ, bude nastroje 4, a snima, dobro da znam. Bude nastroje 4 na chatu da ti gleda stream. Mislim, ne moraju ljudi biti konstantno.
Da odim na tvoj profil i ono mogu da pristupim stavim. Da, brišeš se.
Na 3 da dobiješ ovaj affiliate.
Pa i meni isto. Svima je tako.
Da budeš streamer više klase. Ajde mali, idemo.
Ode ti u kret, no?
Ko si ti?
Ne, idem.
Može, ako dođeš za pola sata ili 25 minuta,
da se reši to, sljedeća scena je partner sa Twitchom, a to je teško. Znaš kako ljudi, ljudi su teški, brat. Ja streamao PUBG, pa su onda tražili, ne znam, single player igre što ne streamujem. Ja sam istreamao pa jedno 10, mislim, sećate se, sve dobre igre sam streamao. Pa što ne streamuješ Counter, ja upalim i Counter. Pa što ne streamuješ Call of Duty, ja upalim Call of Duty. Mislim, brate, ništa ne valja jebote. Znaš, vidi ovo. ¿Qué pasa, chiquita? Hola. Supremo. Soldado.
Uh-huh.
The Supremos are in an experimental phase. They need time to breathe after you use them. You know, so they don't overload and kill you.
Could have told me before I strapped one to my back.
Just let that Supremo feed off the blood of your enemies.
What?
Jimmy,
You'll get it, Danny.
Damn.
You'll get it.
On je gore, brate. Možda moram ovdje. Mislim, znaš sam, brate, ono, šta god, brate, uradiš, ne valja je, brate. Ne znam, ovo, mislim, gledao sam da izađem ljudima u susretu.
More fresh meat.
Nema, lepe konje. Jako su dobro odradili kad jašeš konja, brate.
That's a good horse. Easy.
Easy.
Come on.
Joj moj. Da, i meni se čini, ovo nije bilo u Far Cry 5, ovo je jahanje. Konja oslavajte.
Easy now. Go. Yeah. Easy.
Ko je ovaj? Jack Cowboy.
Over here, my friend.
What do you know?
You want to hit the military where it hurts? There's an anti-aircraft site on Santuario.
Ma beži, bre. Ne radim sa botovima. Znači, moram vama. Evo sam se zajebao u pičku, na 30 sada je. Ću se ubijem jebate ovdje. A, imam padobran, da, dobro sam se setio. Ovo su uzeli iz Call of Duty, a? U stvari, da, ona žena mi je dala padobran, sam se sećao. Gde je ostrovo je, ja ne znam, Banja.
Shit, you actually showed up.
Davno sam igrao, brate. Jebate, pa kad je ovo izašlo? Ima 2,5 godine, a? Ja na mene ste odigrao, zato što nema na Steamu.
I'm not going to bullshit you. I wanted to do this
Mislim, imam
alone.
sve
Clara,
delove na Steamu. Prešao sam, ali...
Don't give a shit.
Ovo sam čekao da dođe na Steam.
He should be here right now, but instead I get you.
Nije skup
And I'm supposed to be in Miami, but instead, my 2 best friends are dead, and I'm stuck here with you. So, truce?
Enough talk. Step 1, we hit the tobacco. Step 2, we destroy their poison supply. Step 3, we get the fuck out of there, and Castillo gets a nice pretty message from Libertad.
Got it.
Take this gear. It'll protect you from fire, and more importantly, Castillo's fucking poison. What are you waiting for? Get that gear on.
Gear. Personal. Ne, inventory. Opa! Vidim što sam slađana, a? Postavljeno je. Dobro, rukavice. A ne mogu više ko stavim sat. Neko bolje me rukavice. Što će mi sat na ovom ostrovu, brate? A vreme ne postoji. To nama Snake treba. Kažem, takvo ostrovo i kao onako malo selo s onim bungalovima, onako, znaš, kao i serija ono Lost. I neka centralna kuća i tu da bude jedna igrona, tu se igramo. Da je veliko odvojeno, da nikom ne smeta, igra ko kad hoće i dokle hoće. A to misliš, perkovi, one gluposti koji iz Call of Duty-a, ma kakvi igramo na suvo, brat.
Using the right protective gear in the right situation will keep you alive.
Yeah, right tool for the right job.
Pa nešto bi, ne znam, radili. Pecali bi ribu i prodavali, ne znam.
Listen, Julio.
Bili bi ribari,
was
brat.
like a sister to me.
She shouldn't have been on that fucking boat.
I gajili bi voće, brat.
No.
I šetali bi aligatore, brat.
Okay.
No. Anton Castillo killed Lita. If I could change anything, it would be me dying on that beach. Lita was a better person than I could.
Ne znam da li raste u tom predelu, ne znam da se nalazi u vas.
Well,
da li je
that
blizu
just says a lot about who you are.
pomenutih zemalja.
Look, if you and I are going to do this,
baš je lepo.
You mean that shit they spray on the leaves?
Its real name is PGT-40, but we call it the poison because it fucks up your system. Try not to breathe it or get it on your skin. It can make you go fucking crazy or sick, like deep down. And if that doesn't get you...
Ajde mali, ajde. Evo ti.
So you're military.
Ja stavio ovo stream element što izbacuje na našem i na engleskom. Pa ne znam da li da izbacuje, nek stoji. Mislim, ne spamuje previše čat.
Okay, so you're military.
Ma čisto ono osnovno, mislim, ima 2-3 stvari što napiše i ono follow me.
I'm good with guns. We get along.
A šta ono beše Snake da stavim koji tag da ono može da bude ko 18+, da se priča o svemu da nemam problem. Kako si ono rekao da se stavi dole, da mi stav mozak je vod.
Right behind you.
Što idem sa raznom masom, masa ne zna se ponaša vod. Ne svi, ali većina. Pa ne znam tačno šta je.
Up here, dale.
Ma i ono da nemaš problema da neko, znaš, homofobija i ta sranja, mislim, znaš, pričali smo. Si mi rekao šta se drži tačno. Na F nešto. A seksual nešto tako se stavio. Bravo, to, da. Možda da dodam to mature i aseksual, a? U tagove i to je to. Kontam, okej.
You've got a flamethrower. You've got that Supremo. Time to fuck up all this Viviro bullshit.
Stavit ću posle. Da stavim onda mature i da stavim aseksual to. I to je to, a?
A song.
Čisto, znaš, da ne daj Bože.
El movimiento de libertad.
Pa stavit ću to aseksualno.
Bella ciao, ciao.
Čučuje ovog, bella ciao, bella ciao. Mnogo priča, slabo radi. Sad ovo treba. Dođite vamo sad. Ljubavnik na duge staze, bet.
Burn this fucking place to the ground.
Tu sam ga nabomolio. Dođivamo. Ćao, ćao. Što pa? No kao spot, brate. Vamos! Opa! Znači to mature za 18+, ona seksual da ne bi imao problema ako neko nešto kaže, slučajno, mora kaže namarno, znaš, čisto da neki problema, znaš kakve su rigorozni. Dobro, stavit ću posto. Ja to ne pominjem. Me diraš bre, krokicu. Ko je bre mali? Idemo, palimo još. Ajmo, vamos.
Juan, the Supremo is fucking perfecto.
Perfetto.
If she needs a recharge, the Supremo loves it when you kill more soldados. She's fun like that.
Mi se spraznio, a? Grazie. Alo bre, dođi vamo, nemoj da mi diraš moj krokicu. Ali brate, spraznio mi se, ne bacaš plamena. Kako ja sad treba spalim ovo? Ćao Bela, možda ima negdje goriva. Čega bacam koktela jebati? Mora biti da goriva. Pravo se evo. Gasolina, gasolina, gasolina. Gasolina. Yes. Ali to je gasolina, vrati. Možda mora još da se napunim. Pogledam okolo. Evo ga gasolina. Pretpostavljam da je to pitanje, ali ne vidim šta drugo može biti. Sada sam bez goriva. A vidiš, puni se od crveno, vjerojatno mora da... Da, gdje sa kraftom. Evo, sad ću samo da uzem i ovdje. Da, može. Mogu krafti. Koliko nisam igrao jebata ovo. Pravo si idemo ovako na Arsenal. Ne znam kako da... Što treba radim, čekaj. Kaj kurac. Mislim, uđem ja preko ovog taba, ali... Nema naš se mislio da kraftujem dok igram, ali... Nemam nigde opciju da napunim gorivom to, znaš. Čekaj da vidim, sad kad prebacim na to... Da se poveća ovaj plamen, znaš. Ništa, bar imamo muziku. Ti šta je ovog jebot? Ali dobro, ovo na ko onda biraš oružje, ali prazno mi je.
Got to destroy more shit.
A, misliš one? Evo ih. To je to. Viš, ako mi sad ovo desno u ćošku, više crveno, vratno kad je skroz crveno, onda je puno gorivo. Evo, sad kad uzem sljedeći sašvet, samo da nađem. Pa je prosto. Kako je sad? Ne znam što ovdje radim, brate, ušao sam. Ovo ispod, to treba da je puno. A možda moram ići, brate, možda ne mogu ovako da kraftam. Možda moram da jemno, ne? Čekaj, vam, mene ubije neko. Viš tamo gdje imamo onaj znak za kraftovanje, brate. Možda moram tamo da odem, a? Ne znam, evo sad ću vidim. Sad ću vidim baš. Ovdje može se kraftova, vidiš? Supremo. Pa ne znam, brate, evo se sam ušao, ali... Da li troje, to je Supremo. Ovo što imam na leđu. Viš? Tri moda su mi dostupni, 2. Šta bacimo ovo, stavimo. Mislim, to je to, više i nemam, ja ne kapiram o čemu se radi, bat. A vidiš da mi je sad više crveno desno. Kao da se puni, vidiš? To je to, brat, vidiš? Tačno sam morao dođem ovdje.
Ne, brate.
Pa da. Da je vjerovatno mu traje vreme da se on napuni. A gdje mi je ovo sranje, brate? Kako se ovo može zvati onda? U primary weapon nije. Primary weapon 2 nije. Primary weapon 3. Evo ga. To je to. Ali što da mu radim sad? Nemam, brat, to je to, ne znam šta treba raditi. Ne mogu ni instalam.
Tu sam. Taman sam stigao. Šta ima?
A gledam, moraš...
Pravo stina mora, ja tamo neće. Ovako je zagran.
A Bela, ćao.
Mehiko. Narkos. Bili si.
Ja? Prezijem posao je. Snowfall je završena. I 6. sezona nisam gledao, ne znam od tog kraj serije.
Šta je ovo? Breaking the fourth wall.
Završen, da? Pogledam 6.
Sam dobijem checkpoint.
Jaka je serija, rekao sam ti. Ja takve serije volim, onako da ima true story podataka, ne ono... Takva i žica isto, dobar.
Da ga gađa ovo.
Ah, gađi ga i drogaš.
Što zapalio svog.
Udrgala kosta.
Da, kroz teksturu prolazi.
Jedi malo, nije jeo. Gledane. Brate, pa drž ga, bre.
Ok, ajmo, ako hoćeš di pro... Ako hoćeš...
Hoću bre, naravno bre što.
Dobio sam checkpoint ovdje. Pokušao sam da mu napišem da ne drži dugme za bacač plamena zato što pojede svog goriva, znaš.
Uf.
Neće on nikada zapaliti, ovo će trajati satima.
Ovo gore nego da farma, ne znam.
Uff!
Naravno, igra skiti.
Bolje da si našao srp.
Da, piše 32%.
Da ti to posečeš.
Tražimo gasoline, vatre, gasoline. Pa ne može po sukovi, a? Pa brže bi posekao.
Ja sam ga ugasio.
Ček da mu napišem lurk. Odo smo da igramo rok. Srećno. Ostavit ćemo te u pogledu. Bela...
Ali, dobar je soundtrack, sviđa mi se. Bukvalno Bela
Ćao. Bela Ćao.
Hvala. Što ste navratili. Veseli mi neke stvari. Samo Bela Ćao.
Vele, ćao. Šta, izbacili su cosmetic DLC, nima što ovo liči.
Čujem igru, moram da smanjim, brate.
Ne.
Pa su oni normalni.
Nauči na one armore iz Elden Ringa, kunem ti se. Nisi ti igra toliko, igra si malo sa mnom, ali... One nemačke vojnike iz Prvog svjetskog rata. Oni mi takvi perjanice. Ovaj DLC novi. Kozmetika samo.
Zašto mi
Must
to...
remember to get my clothes washed.
Da nazovem... Je rich. Da nazovem tako stream.
Može. Ja mogu samo pare da dobijam od ovoga eventa, znaš? Gledaj, samo pare. No, kao Han Showdown, znaš? Dođeš do kraja, ne dobiješ više ništa, nikakvu kozmetiku, ništa, samo pare. Sve je prazno.
Alright, miners.
Če ovo ono...
Stavim na drugi.
Welcome. Goodbye for now.
Duboka stena galaktika, tako ću nazvati.
Duboka stena galaktika.
Duboka.
Kuku.
Može. Duboka.
Neurotic Official. Welcome to my channel. Tu sam ni karate strim ja palim tomo lividu.
Polovi. Nemoj ti ubio aligatora.
Matori. Dobro.
Ja kucam Dracula Srb. Otvori sam drugi browser. Zato što ako u istom browseru otvorim tebe i ovoga neurotika, računici jednog drugog neće. Ali ako otvorim dva browsera, to je već nešto drugo.
To je već ozbiljnija špika.
Aj nešto.
Kako je sad Milko?
Evo vas SMS fucking code!
Kvalitet isti.
Za šta?
Tačno ko što sam mislio. Kvalitet isti, a da li...
Za bre... Twitch. Zašto sam iskoristio drugi browser, jebam pas mater.
Može.
Lepo.
Gore su do oba.
Rich.
Una mattina.
Gde si?
Gdje si šta ima?
Čekaj.
Ja da sipam sok dok ti to...
John Wick. Sipu. No.
Turrets and explosions. You've come to the right place, mate.
Kakav John Wick.
Spot on.
We are rich. A ti si već došao jebot.
Nemaš ti pojma.
Yeah! By the beard! Rock on! Rock and stone, the pretty sound of teamwork.
Pretty sound of teamwork. Jes nismo dugo igrali.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. Who bloody thinks we look like that?
Big deep. Together we forge better tomorrow. Čekaj.
The blazes is this thing. Stone, everyone! Leave no dwarf behind. It almost looks kind of peaceful, don't it? Oh, that reminds me. I should get a lava lamp for my cabin. Good thing we got it contained.
Before you even ask, no, it's not submerged in alcohol, and no, you can't drink it. Team, please don't go knocking on the biotank. Suit up for your next mission instead.
No! Let's rock and stone!
Skočio sam ko za nabruč. Da izberi neku misiju da li vredi da kupemo pivo.
Čekaj, da što imam u terminalu. No aktiv, dobro. Licence upgrade naših tanka.
To može.
Hazard level.
To ne vredi za new hazard level. To ja nikako da radim. To je za level 5. To je mučenje.
Dobro, zove buff. Ako da je meni bitno, meni to uopšte nije bitno da igram.
A dobro, ali izabereš nešto,
razumiješ.
Hazard
trojka ili četvorka?
Ne, trojku, ako ćemo nas dvojicu, trojku. A ako nađeš još jednog ili dvojicu, onda možemo igrati četvorku. Jer ovdje nemaš botova, znaš. Nemaš bota i imaš samo robota ako...
Bartender, around the backbreakers, please. Rock and stone! Skull! If you rock and stone, you're never alone. To the fallen.
Last one to finish is
glory.
a pointy-eared leaf lover.
Carl would approve of this. To rock and stone. Yeah!
Never felt better.
A, ovo je point extract. Ovo je dobro pivo za to. Brže hodaš kada brže hodaš kada popiš ovo, kad si natvoren.
That reminds me of my first love. That was a bargain. Yeah, rock and stone. Stone.
To je ovaj. Znam 3.
A piše ti tamo za raciju koji ti daju te kao bonus. A, pa možeš da klejmuješ te poene, vidiš? Dole, levo. I onda možeš da odeš gore levo na onaj drugi tab. Da, i da uzmeš nešto od toga.
Šta bi tu bilo poželjno? Victory move, pomis.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Nemam dalje. Treba mi skript.
Da.
To je to.
Hurry up! I ain't getting younger, you know!
Sequence initiating.
You in? Coming? Njega 132 si prestiž, to jest ne prestiž.
Ma,
to se vodi kao rank.
To je sve normalno, verujem.
Na skipi 1000 i...
On my lucky charm!
Stop whining!
Okej.
Šta sam te... Ovo? To?
Detected an area filled with the quarks, and you get to bring them all back. Search for a blue shimmering light, extract the quark ores. We send in a specialized heavy lifter, and we're expecting heavy resistance. The system equipped with heavy armaments, but keep focused. It's about the goods.
Ako si stavio... Kad si postao, ako si stavio na kao otvorenu sesiju...
Ne znam ništa se stavio. Stavio se privet.
Pa, ako je bilo privet, ne može niko da uđe bez...
Ništa ti daje model, šta pre model.
Da vidim. Šta čačkaš?
To nije model.
Nije model. To ti je filter kao za modovane servere.
Može ovdje je platforma.
Gdje?
It's getting into all my nooks and crannies.
Si, aha, vidim. Tačno da to.
Help! I can't move! The damn rock won't stop me!
Ovdje je izrez.
Rock pop! That's it, lads! Rock and stone! This way! I know the way! When Molly's around, she's a pain in the butt. When she's not, I really miss her. One hand, ready to use.
Rogue RL. Welcome to my channel.
I made a plan.
Evo ti municija ovdje. Fuck! Stop it! Ja ću pogledati tvore za municiju, imaš 2-3 platforme.
It's hard to move.
Imaš i obe te platforme, ima municije. Lakše tebi nego meni. Mogu ja, mnogo ću potrošim ove gluposti.
No mule available. Gotta find another place to dump the minerals. There's no mule available on this mission. We didn't bring a mule. Well, that was stupid. Where's the mule? All right. We didn't bring it with us this time. The mule is missing. I got a deposit elsewhere. Molly, I miss you, girl. They gone. No mule means I'll have to do more walking. I hate it. Tell me again, why didn't we bring a mule on this mission? Buggers, we don't have a mule with us. Molly! Oh, right.
Molly!
We didn't bring her for this one. Eat it! Where's the mule? All right. We didn't bring it with us this time.
The swarm is upon you.
Down it goes. Another rock box, lift it down.
Ti znaš da ja mogu da uradim onaj Beastmaster fazon, ali... kurčina.
Ne.
Da.
Da.
Evo ti infekcija ovdje.
Out of my way!
Jebem li ti majku?
Hard launch. Cleansing equipment is en route.
Gdje si naručio to? Gore negdje?
Cleansing part has arrived. Keep your exposure to a minimum. We don't want you growing extra limbs or something.
Hoćeš ovo da...
Platform up!
Šta si uzeo? Koji alat?
Oba.
A ne možeš... Oba! To će trajati 100 godina. Ajde sipaj tu purpenu. Ma daj bre belu penu.
Neke bre, jedan HP ima. Evo, tak sam.
Samo je random, po ovome žutom čovječe dole.
Ima i gore.
Ma evo ga dole bre, ispod nas. Ne, peču. Gdje ovo? Samo nećemo ubiti se bunci.
I'm on vacuum. Mule is missing.
Tek na cooldown mi je ova tipela i jebate. Malo što nisam.
I'm getting infected.
Mogu ja počujem mikro.
Ti zaboravio koliko može da bude glasno.
Foaming up the area. Cover rockbox boils with foam.
Ama.
Deploying litho foam.
Ne, peču. Evo ih ovdje, strane, te gluposti. Dole. Evo ih ovdje, tu kod mene. Ti evo pas mater, marš! Helpa nema.
Cover rockbox boils with foam. Sucking up the foam. The rockbox is contagious.
Evo ga gore. Uvatio.
Applying litho foam on the rockbox boils.
Još malo.
Evo ti iznad.
Kurac čekaj,
skoči samo. Op, 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 op. Dođi vamo s time, nemoj da bacaš to. Možemo i ovaj da završimo.
Čekaj, bubice i jekovi.
Foaming up the area.
To je to. Wiiii! Rockin' Stone.
This space plague is the worst. Now shoot me.
Ah, kak ti je. Ne znam šta mi je gore. Pečurk ili ova kiselina. treba počne nova sezona u ovome. Hoću ne da uspete da upecam, to ne znam. U V-Risingu. A, on je po tom pitanju nestao. Gore nego ja. Sve igra i ništa ne igra.
Tell me again, why didn't we bring a mule on this mission? What's this? Platform up. Yeah. Don't want some more.
Oh yeah, man.
Ti ste ovdje igraš na četvorci, je. Ne mnogi ti padaju takve ideje na pamet. A, može, ali nivo težine se ovdje ne smanjuje ako nas je dvoje, znaš. Lakše ti je, trojka se igra lagano sa 4 čovjeka, znači ono kao easy mode. S 2 čovjeka, bilo ko od nas dvojice da pogine ovaj drugi, znači mora da ga digne kako znaju. Boga mi, bio sam na low HP, bio sam na 10 HP kad sam ti digao. Ti si bio full HP. Ja sam bio na 10 HP kad sam te onda digao. No to znaš. A ono ne možemo dići na peču, šanse nema.
Evo nitre, evo nitre.
Nemoj ga baciti ovdje, baci ga tamo pored onoga broda. Ne idemo po ćoškama mape for resupply. Oroš.
No mule means I'll have to do more walking.
Oroš. Oj. Konstantno gubim HP od ovih gona. Zlato.
I don't think Molly can hear me from here. No ammo left.
Neka ovi plavi kristali gore, ali treba mi municija da bi mogu da... Nemam pene. Moment.
Stand back, supply pod inbound.
Gdje hoćeš? Gore, a? Vidim, za tune.
I made a platform. Platform space.
Hey, okay.
No,
welcome to my channel.
fuck my life. Ne znam pod kojim uglom da ispucamo. Spali jednu gore na plafon. Jedan fler. Imaš ovdje municiju. Okej, evo ti... Gore se zaleti vam. Ko nisi već bio gore. Ujebote mi je loše.
It's not cool when we don't have a mule. Hey, it rhymes. Sentry armed.
Da ima deslec, imaš ovdje ovo.
Found some nitra. There's no mule available on this mission.
Ja da imamo I ove orahe jebene.
Flares recharging.
Evo ga jedan.
Guys, are you blind? Look over here. I needed that. Who's a good Clifford?
Šta to ništa? A, master, meni master 10% razvaljiv.
Ova igra ne da razvaljuje nego.
Hunt mi je na 40%, ova igra mi je na 10%, vreš.
Meni je 20%. Znači ovo mi na 0,1.
Evo ga jedan. Up. No. Još dva. Ajmo. Gdje nismo bili?
Ja sam da vidim tamo
Ček polako da priđem. Tu smo već bili, tu si bukvalno bez veze ispalio. Nema veze.
Taman help.
Nema ovdje ništa. Možeš ovo da iskopaš ako hoćeš.
Marker up! Find the nitro ammo!
Dolazi ti buba ispod tebe. Nemoš to utjeti, šanse nema. Ja se zajebam, ali gledao sam onaj stream Neurotiko, jebate, od NPC-a dobije rukavice kao piše grants you immunity to fire damage and poison. Ja gledam jebote obične kožne rukavice. Kako ovo ima logike? Da, to je ono što sam ti ja rekao, razumeš? Manje više priča o oružju i te, ne, nego baš tako neke gluposti, razumeš? Han Shodan, stil. Magija, razumeš? Han Shodan, barem ne razumeš, smešten u fantaziju, 99%. Loviš nekakvog pauka od leševa i nekakvo debelo prase i imaš zombije, razumeš, ono fantazija je jebena, čista fantazija. Gdje pritisni mapu i pogledaj odlačni ste na mapu ti evo. Opa, našli smo orec. Na tab ti je mapa, na scrollu odzumiraš dok držiš tab. I on ti pokaže da ima ti gluposti još. Ja mislim da ima dole, u dnu mape, to ti je prema pravcu west. Ako se ja ne varam. Bude falo još municije. Gdje su je gluposti?
Time to restock. Steve is gone. He was a quick mark.
Gdje? Gore ima neki hodnik i jebeni tunel koji ide u kosu. Sad ćete reći da je tačno, kad pritisneš mapu.
Našao.
Da je tamo gore.
Sad ću reći. Imam ga.
Reloading.
Bacim ga.
Easy boy. Easy peasy.
I think we actually have a chance to make it out alive.
Ima li još jedan kod tebe? Viš, gledao sam mapu i nije mi jasna ova soba i vidim da ima tu neki jebeni hodnik koji ide nešto u krugu. To ćeš morat ti, ja ne znam kako se popnem gore. Mogu se dosta ove pene, ali...
The old lady is resting her legs at the space rig. Wish I was too. Platform! Yeah!
Ti to nosiš.
Može. Tamo na onu platformu.
Come and get me, you disgusting fuck!
Gdje? Odbilo se. Eno. Kao futbol. Zovi izlazi.
Reloading! Molly, I miss you, girl. We fight for rock and stone. We didn't bring a mule. Well, that's stupid. When Molly's around, she's a pain in the butt. When she's not, I really miss her. Molly! Oh, right. We didn't bring her for this one.
Minehead returning. Escape can inbound. Expect heavy resistance as soon as they pick you up.
Stop, I'm dead.
Da, slušaj ovo. Jesam li ti stavio dobar, da ti reći koja stvar, 11. bi trebalo pesma da ide.
Je li copyright?
Mislim da nije. Ako pitaš da li će ti stream biti mutiran, mislim da nije, pripada developerima Payday. Mislim, ako igraš Payday 2 moraš slušati tu muziku, tako da ne vidim kako bi moglo biti copyright. Ali pazi, soundtrack je radio lik koji je njihov zaposleni. To ti je onaj lik što je radio, taj Simon Wiklund. On ti je dao glas onome Bane'u. Onaj lik u invalidskim kolicima, onaj haker. On je bio njihov radnik pod ugovorom, ono kao stalni. I sad i dalje radi za njih, ali znaš ono po potrebi, znaš ono kao, ono, muzičar, kao Mick Gordon, ono, taj fazon. Treba uskoro da ide trojka. Imali su najluđe DLC-eve na svijetu. Payday. Sa ovim misijama. Ne ove oružje i te gluposti, to ima sasvim dovoljno default igra oružje. Gdje je ovo gore, a? A, ja. Kuću ja sam. Fucking hell! Čekam u raketi, ako dođem. Ako ne jedim. Prvo nemam penu da se popnem na gore. To se radi.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Be gone!
Ja vidio ovdje ima ovih jebenih poladelo. Da ste našao dve ove gluposti.
Access provided. Got no flares ready. I'm in platform. Rock and stone, everyone! Rock and stone forever!
Good work. Keep bringing it back in.
Rock and stone! By the beard! Rock and stone forever! Rock and stone, brother!
Ima jedan armor koji sam čini mi se equipao, baš dobro ide s tom kacigom, znaš? Znaš original kao ne Gloom Slayer. To što ti imaš, to ti kao ono plaža varijanta, znaš? Samo kaciga. Ali imaš baš kao varijantu ta kaciga sa baš armor setom, a za taj armor set moraš doreći, ja mislim, misiju.
Rounds of depleted uranium.
Mislim da je ovo. I onda staviš... Gdje je to? Kad si idemo?
Mission locked in. Powering up the drop pod.
To je ovaj set i evo ga. Pogledaj.
We fight for rock and stone.
Ovo ti je Scale Brigade armor.
Did I hear a rock and stone? Rock and stone forever.
A to imaš za to uradiš, ne znam, 3-4 misije i svaki pa toliko ima sličan ovome armor set. Dosta unikatan.
Rock and stone.
Znaš, ovo ti baš izgleda kao da je izduma ono armor.
Rock me like a stone.
Ček, da li je to ova boja? To ću ti reći, jeli? Ima više varijanti boja. Ne, to. Ček. Ne. Imamo ovih boja. Ovo je dobro da se šlem sija na ovu. Na ostale ne. Da.
Da, zato što je unikatno. O, da sad.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Ovo pivo ne znam vredim.
Cheers, Lloyd.
Nešto. Ajmo.
Liquid heartbreak for me and the crew, Lloyd. Fun time. To danger. Rock and stone to the bone.
Ti imaš te brade čuda. Piše ti dole levo, kad iskraftaš 4-5 tih, šta dobijaš kao novo, znaš? Nekad dobiješ kozmetiku, nekad dobiješ oružje, znaš? Dobit ćeš oružje dole. Tad iskraftaš 4 cartridge, ti imaš 3. I dobit ćeš oružje. Fali ti jedan. A ako hoćeš taj jedan, onda uradiš onaj... Ne... Možda kupiš. Ili izaberi misiju koja daje bizmor, imaš ih tamo.
Ćemo da imamo. Možda ovo izgled, treba manje bizmor.
A round of Mactera brew, please. Cheers. Nothing will stop us now.
Jesi, ne rade Bismora,
Pirate Metal.
Kako sam rekao, oko Bismora treba. Ne rade, igramo malo...
Pazi, ti si igrao onaj, kako se zove, onu gusijsku igru, kako se ono zove? Slušaj kad ovo... Pirate... Ne, Pirate Metal. Da, imaš žan koji se zove Pirate Metal.
And bottoms up, friends! A go! Rock and stone! Darkness is our friend, but teamwork! To the empires of old! To our continued survival! Yeah, right! Cheers, everyone! Long live the Thrall! Hello, darkness, my old friend! The darkness! Minus, the lowest, and the heart. To the fallen. Teamwork and fear will keep us together.
Ako hoćeš to možemo sutra igrati. Updateali su dosta stvari, znaš. Sad ću ti reći, pa da, ja dolazim s posla oko 10 uveče. Sad ako ti... Nije kasno 10 uveče da odigraš 2-3 meča.
Ne radim ja, vrati, više.
Pa znam, ali ono, znaš, dok se okupam i pojedem nešto, možemo odigrati na 2-3 meča. Pa ne znam koliko će Milan da te cedi sutra u kantu, znaš, zato pitam.
Znaš i sam da je njegov baby slip u defu. Možda preko der ekipa, posljednje si jedan pogodišnji. Ako mu ja
Ajde uzmi pivo kad uđemo u brod. Pazi, to ti je opasno pivo. Ja čekam da startuješ raketu da popijem. Samo nemoj da otkažeš. Možda padnemo na sve, sad ćemo vidjeti. Ja odigram još ovaj i idem u krevet. Sad ko se probudi ujutro, probudi. Ako budeš tu u 7-8 ujutro, ja ću biti kući do 1 sat. Budeš nešto te odigraš, javim se. Kako mislim, da?
Igramo ovako mrtvi razvaljeni. Aha, prošlo. Daj mi unutra.
Vidiš ti nešto meni liči stream?
Aj, brate, meni isto.
Ne znam kako ću ga pogoditi, ali probat ću. Uiii, rock'n'roll. Vidim sve duplo, samo to ti kažem, znaš.
Ja ne vidim, meni su efekti uništeni zbog moddinga. Ja mislim, zato ljudi ne mogu da se joinuju.
Šta si ti instalirao od modova?
Šta ću ti reći? Modding.
Da, šta ti je aktivno?
Neću da mi pokažu se.
Ništa.
Možda ti je takvično da mogu da ti padnu.
Ne, nego nisi otvorio lobby da mogu da se ljudi joinuju.
Otvorenje lobby. Evo neka proba Nenad.
Evo, probaj se joinuješ.
Ajde,
sad će kaže, šta? Igra je 1,5 gigabajt. Igra je, samo malo, nemoj mi jebi ga. Samo malo. Nije Moj hard disk na Pentium jedinici koju sam ja imao je bio 2,4 GB. I mogao sam da instaliram Baldur's Gate koji je bio 1,5 GB, 2. Na hard disku od 2,4 GB. I onda me zajebaš da moraš da brišeš igru od 1,5 GB zato što šta? Uzima ti mjesto na hard disku. Imam Rockstarov onaj Red Dead 2 koji možda ćemo igrati nekad, možda nikad, koji uzima 100 i nešto gigabajta pa me boli kurac. On kaže, nemam čovječe platforme, mislim da sam gunner.
Si gunner jebate.
Dobro jutro Kolumbo, vidiš li mi fotku u donjem lovim ćošku?
Ide kurac. Si baš nešto da mi troš ovaj meč na maki.
Paloma.
I'll beat your record this time. Just
ti troller, ti igramo Hazard trojku.
Opušten.
I mrce
Best defense is more offense. Marcus Gans. Jesi pobegao odmah čim sam počeo te prozivam? Jel moguće da imaš smrdljivi hand shotgun od 40-50 GB koji je bio pre 3 godine, 4 bio 20 GB, sećaš Peđe? Sad je 40-50 GB zbog jebenih skinova! Zbog jebenih skinova je 40-50 GB. I to imaš instalirano smrdljivo i obrišeš igru koja ima 1,5 GB zauzima. Da ti je Nvidia, nao. Pa ja ne znam. Nešto sa mnom nije vredo, definitivno.
Nije.
To igra ima low poly, razumeš, ove teksture. Vidiš ti kolika je tekstura, vidiš? Znači tekstura ti je, znači gledaj, možda izbrojiš ove poligone od govna. Vidiš? Ima 10 ivica, 20, razumeš? Bi mogao da izbrojim kad bi se ne bi sve treslo, ali...
Ajde, izbroj to u Far Cry 6.
A, baš. 2K teksture,
170 giga.
170 GB smeć.
171 giga.
Ne, muzika je u FLAC formatu.
Dobra je muzika.
Muzika dobro nam se ja zjebam. FLAC format i nije kompresovna muzika.
Ćao, španjolski, odmah se
rekao. Jebote
dao mi je
umreći.
15
U muzike.
Realno, Vermintide 2 je krš pored Dark Tide od ima Vermintide 2
Znaš i
muziku, ali ima klasičnu.
da sam čitao za onaj Vermintide 2, da su ovi developeri, one igre što ja igram, gledaj si onaj 7 Days to Die, da su gledali kakav ima onaj Twitch integraciju Vermintide i da su tako napravili za svoju igru, istu integraciju. Ono, dinamičke događaje, tipa, ne znam, ono, zombi horda, dropovi, boost za health, razumeš, nerf, notifikacije, kad ti se neko subscribe-o isto imaš event, razumeš. Isto kao ono što, ti si gledao, nisi gledao sve eventove, ja sam gledao dosta tih eventova u onome Vermintide 2. Znaš kad nas ono napadaju pacovi, pa pacovi 100 kg. Krv ti je, još mi se trese slika.
Taj, Vermintide.
Au.
No više Dark Tide 2.
To ti skonje na magarce, nemoj me zabaviti.
Jeste, bukvalno evo.
Hoćeš da instaliram Counter 1.6, šta?
Ne.
Pa to je tako poređeno. Ili recimo, sad ćeš da me ubediš da ćeš da instaliraš GTA San Andreas i da ćeš ono kao a GTA 5 ima sve to još 3 puta toliko, razumeš? Ne, nije samo grafika u pitanju, razumeš?
Nije grafika, brate, uživaš u grafici. Realno, grafika
ima
to se uživa.
jedan deo stvari koje nisu prebacili iz GTA San Andreas.
GTA 5 je prelepo.
Na primjer, nisu prebacili, znaš da Franklin u GTA San Andreasu, ili CJ Franklin, jel? Znaš da mu se ono povećavaju dimenzije tela i smanjuju kad ono jedeš puno ili kad ne jedeš ništa. To su To recimo nemaš, koliko ja znam. Nisam siguran da sam primetio. Znam da onaj, kako se zove... Kako se zove onaj belac jebeni, onaj što je kao normalno, onaj mafijaš. Nije... Jel Michael, jest, Michael Townsend, kako li sam zove. Znam da Michael startuje kao ono, razumeš, ono, klasičan, ono, porodični čovjek, ono, razumeš, malo puni. Znam da možda voziš biciklo, da plivaš i gluposti, razumeš, možda mu nabiješ kondiciju full, razumeš, ono. A ne sjećam se da mu se menja uopšte oblik tela, razumeš. Ili jako nevidljivo, ono. Ako išta. Ili Trevor je ono skinny fuck, razumeš. Mršav bez mišića. Da, ono, seljačina, žilova seljačina.
Dobro sam je to napravio, jer to im je najjača stvar.
A znaš da je onaj lik snimao scene u gaćama? Onaj što je glumio Better Call Saul, onaj glumac. Da, ima. Da, kaže, izluđivo je ove, kaže, na snimanju. Da bi se da bi kao ušao u ulogu kao Trevora, kao kada dolazi na snimanje kao boksericama se.
Ne, on je psiho, ono, onako ne može biti normalno, on je sam po sebi psiho.
Da, a njegov karakter.
Znaš, nije to ni brate, slika, brate, gluma je. Čovjek jednostavno mora biti lud. Tu ja verujem da je to.
Pa da bi onako karaktera preneo, da kažem, u život.
Follow me, Steve. When I'm done working for DRG, I'm starting my own bloody mine. Show them how it's done. Flares ain't ready.
Sam sve uništio skoro.
Zip line ready.
Vidim nešto vamo.
Proper vein, let's get it.
I tam.
Look over here. Bags full. Can't carry anymore. Team Rock seriously need to invest in some better equipment.
Phase 2 jedno vreme je bio ono nešto što je vjerojatno možda i bilo i bolje od ovog Deep Rocka, međutim vidjelo se da su htjeli da naprave nešto drugo, probali su da naprave onaj shooter sa zombijama, ne mogu sjetiti kako se zove. I tu su pukli gadne pare, znači što igra nije bila toliko popularna. Jeste bila grafički, ne mogu sjetiti kako zove igra. Ali nije bila ni upola popularna kao Payday 2. Vjerojatno ljudima nije leglo, razumeš. Zato što kao još jedan, razumeš, zombi shooter, ono, mislim, šta sad ti možeš ljudima da ponudiš što već nisu vidjeli. A Payday 2 nema konkurenciju. Ima li još neka igra da si ti ono, imaš bandu pljačkaša i ideš od FBI-a, razumeš, ono, štabova, razumeš, da kradeš, nemam pojma, ono, njihove podatke, upadaš u bazu podataka ili otimaš, ono, VIP-e ili da hakuješ poresko i da im kradeš pare od poreza, kradeš slike, razumeš, takve stvari. Krađe banke ti je ono najnormalnija stvar tamo. Ne znam, imaš Thief simulator, to sam vidio na Steamu. Vidio sam Thief simulator, ali oni drugačiji mnogo, više je stealth nego... Op, čujem nešto, čuješ? Aha, to ti je tajna soba.
got the location of the rest of the equipment.
Nazad. Nazad.
Jes, pognu nazad. Ej, vidio?
I found some more kite.
Ne, vidio?
There is more kite here.
Sad će pa smo se vratili.
Sad će pa... Ja ne mogu da dok. Aj jebote, Gunner te jebo.
Šta da radim? Šta da radim kad ne mogu da se tebi vratim?
Ne mogu ja to dođem.
Evo ti uzimam.
Materinu. Kaos.
Ima žicu za to gore, znaš. Čega se umro od gravitacije? Ili te plamen?
Plamen. I plus gravitacija. Opet plamen. Moguće ove. Hoću da se prekiselo. Strašnije, ne. Baš pičku mat.
Glap. Gle.
Here I come.
Au brale. Da izgorim u guzici.
Where is that damn mule? I'm totally loaded. Weapon ready.
My poor boots. Skull crusher.
Come and rescue me.
Gle.
Get back here, you bastards!
Mene vatra odbacila.
Next round is on me. I need a damn minecart on me. Where is it?
Pa znaš kako nekad... Nekad ti je sam nivo težine nego što su bube teže. Kud sad? Eat it! It doesn't matter who's wrong or right, just eat it. Ti gleda onu parodiju na onoga, kako zove, Weird Al Yanković story? Nisi gledao? Ono kada, koga glumi onaj Daniel Radcliffe? Mislim onaj što glumi Harry Potter. Mislim da. Ma kad svira harmoniku i kao, ne znam, Madonna mu je devojka i na kraju kao ode i u Latinsku Ameriku kao da sredi Pablo Escobar. Ode kao Rambo, razumiješ. Helta bez. Pošto sam ja oko krtica, mi što kažeš ti nisam uzao ni inženjera ni digera.
We've just picked up a group of Praetorians heading your way. Dig in, team.
Lepiš se koji ja.
Nađe li ti ono?
Glyphid Praetorians attacking.
Ko je taj?
Ma onu sobu.
Ne.
Flares, recharging.
Vrate, ne mogu, bio mi ovdje svi.
Ne, da vrati se, zjebao si se. Vrati se, Neša, vrati. Ti si ne znam.
Shields placed.
Supplies are on the way.
Oh, see,
The wave's almost over. Wipe out what's left.
I found nice bacon. No, the flares are recharging.
Dolazi. Našao sam u tajnu sobu, ćeš vam?
Shields ready again. I feel vitalized.
Čime živiš?
Te šta mi rade ovdje, bez razvanje.
Kad ga vidi u gradu kaže smijeh mladića. Gle, kako će me vulkan odraditi. Idu u pičku. I'm doing my part. Si te amuniciju uzmeš? E pa za malo. Uzmi je sad.
Please hurry! Thanks for saving me. Getting more ammo.
Flares not ready yet.
Ow! Heads up. Grabbing ammo. Watch and learn.
Sad imaš onu sobu ćeš.
Ja mislim, otvorno, hoću sobu, čekaj da skupim moje morki. Nego me ne gleda to što, ne, gunner si. Moram ovdje.
A znam, solidno sam beskoristan, šta će?
Ništa beskoristan.
Nisam koristan na taj način.
Lakše je kombo.
Da, znam. Ili digger. Ili digger.
Čist carry, brete, obojica, ono.
Da, gledao sam dva gunnera i jedan scout, to sam gledao. I onda gledaš šta što uzeti, onda uzmeš i ti gunnera. I onda razumeš kao ono... Ludilo.
Donkey, come here.
Evo, nalazimo orase. Zlat. Virić.
I found a gold ram.
Stavi guba. Marš u pičku.
Što čujem tamo u drugoj većini tebe.
A čuješ ove, verujem je od svih oružja koje ima gunner, ovo je najbolje. Možeš najviše buba da ubiješ i može da ubije lagano i velike ove bube. Ima dosta raketa. Imaš fire upgrade za njih. A minigun i ostale gluposti, totalno. Nemam dobre upgrade možda za minigun. Ko zna. Ja te pesmom zovem, želja toga milovanja. Evo ga, vratio se. Ajde sad reci. Aj sad reci.
Šta?
Šta će ti tih 1,5 gigabajta? Šta može da staviš recimo? Hentai neki, šta? Aj, mogu ti ja naći. Zove se igra Dreams of Desire, evo ti, googlaj. Igraš kao stanar i imaš opciju da zavedeš ili gazdaricu koja ima oko 50 banke i imaš dve njene kao ono stanarke po 18 godina. Jedna je kao ono, znaš, slat, a druga je kao ono tika povučena, ono, dilje u krevetu, znaš. Eto, ta igra ti je gigabit i po 2. Otkud znam, pa...
A šta radiš?
Ne znam. E, to ti je gigabit i po. Kažeš da ti to treba za gigabit i po. Onda okej, dobro. Reci mi da faktori isto pokrećeš preko onoga Nvidia. Molim. Han Shodan je 50 gigabajta, čoveč. Pred 2 godine je bio, opet je pobedio.
Kad je bio 18 giga, 16.
Da, skineš ga i updateuješ ga za 10 minuta. 15. Najviše brzina. A sad... A moguće, sve skinovi. Kad su ubacili treću mapu bio update je bio, ne znam, 3 do 5 gigabajta, okej, razumeš. I dalje su iste teksture, ništa oni nisu novo, razumeš, ubacili, nigde ti ne vidiš nove stvari. Ništa posebno. Majko, jebem. Mislim da smo završili sa marketom, samo nam treba ovih pečurkice. Pop. Još da nađeš dve ako ćeš ove. Mislim da ovdje dole možda ima ovih porasa. Čuo sam da je dobar i ovaj Guardians of Galaxy, treći deo. Treći ili četvrti koji je u pičku maternu, već nemam pojma. Koji?
Ne, razvališem me od vatra. Yellow darkness, my friend.
Need a hand here. Here, get into cover.
Keep fighting, team. You're almost.
Viš zašto Gunnar dobar. Najbolje. Još ako ima ovaj municije da se baci pored, imaš ovo.
Gdje je ta soba?
Nazad. Skroz nazad.
Ne nazad.
Kreni napolje pa što vidite. Prati ovdje. Reći ti gdje skreneš. On ide na početak, čini mi se. Bacili su dosta free skinova za Dark Tide, znaš, i lakše su bacili challenge, znaš, u odnosu na one nebulozne. I dalje imaš da radiš stare, kao Legacy Stake, kao. Ima dobre šanse da imaš da ti karakter bude gol, znaš. Znaš, ako sam vidio karaktera bez majice koji se šeti okolo. To su ti neki od ovih... Da, neki od starih skinova, znaš, slušaj, neki od starih skinova, vjerojatno su ih developeri renamali, to je moja pretpostavka, znaš. Kao ono, imena onih fajlova i onda, bukvalno ne možeš da ekvipuješ taj skin i onda ti defaultuje na, ono razumeš, na character creation, ono razumeš da ono si bez majice, ono, go. I onda kažem ti odigrao sam ja bio 2-3 meča, tako, go dopas. Nađer je onaj... O jebate, deo.
Watch and learn! Blind ready!
Evo ti ga ovdje, bre. Gdje je on? Prošao pored njih. Si je našao? Čekaj, mogu ti ja pokazati gdje je. Tu je pored nas. A kurac, ne tamo. A još gdje je tu?
Rock solid.
Dobro kao kamen. Sam ja ispao napolje. Hvala. Znali su me izbacili iz rakete. Pogledaj! Jesi vidio? Pa jesi vidio što sam? I što neću fora, izašao sam! Izašao sam s tobom! Čekaj da klipujemo ovo, moramo da klipujemo ovo, jebate šta je ovo? Lolo. Rock'n'roll. Rock'n'roll. Čekaj, mora da imamo. Kako sam izašao napolje? Uvatio sam se za žicu.
Spolje, sjebo si igru.
Uvatio sam žicu. Ne znam kako. Pogledaj. Krenuo sam da lupam ono na kao use. I krenuo sam da lupam use i on je uvatio žicu i žica me izvukla napolje. Obično ne možda se pomeraš dok to radiš, znaš. Ne verujem. Ispao sam iz broda, ovo je prvi put. Prvi put.
Što se vidi?
Kako padam dole.
Pikeks, kako uzdiše do koraka padam.
Evo te, ne mogu, majke. Ludilo mozga. Ja idem u krevet. Ja se jutro budim u 6 ili 7, vidjet ću. Koliko mi se bude spavalo. To sve sme. Vozi bre, šu.